gente, bienvenidos a otro stream. Esta vez me van a ver dormir de nuevo. Solo que esta vez, la vez pasada, que hice un stream así, se fue la luz, me levanté a las 10 de la mañana y se fue la luz en mi casa a las 7 de la mañana. Se fue la luz por 4 minutos. Y cuando se va la luz no hay electricidad, y si no hay electricidad no hay internet, y si no hay internet no hay live. Así que es por eso que el stream pasado terminó muy de la nada. O sea, el stream tuvo que haber durado 8 horas, por lo que yo dormí, pero duró 5 horas y 41 minutos. Y eso fue porque se fue la luz y simplemente se cortó el stream. Espero que esta vez no pase eso, porque honestamente me quería levantar al verme a mí levantar. O sea, quería ver el video de yo levantándome. No sé, no sé, pero esta es una idea estúpida. Es muy estúpido hacer un live de yo dormido. Pero aquí estamos hoy. Aquí estamos hoy. Aquí estamos hoy. Un sleep stream. No sé por qué me dio ganas de hacer un stream así, honestamente. Pero no importa. Esta vez, otra cosa que me di cuenta es que tenía la luz apagada. Yo duermo con la luz apagada, pero mi cámara no es súper buena, así que se veía todo oscuro. Voy a intentar dormir con la luz encendida, a ver cómo me va. Pero no, honestamente, no sé, voy a intentar dormir. Y esta vez espero que no se vaya la luz, porque se fue la luz la vez pasada y eso causó que se corte el stream. Que se corte el stream de la nada. Así que no sé, esta vez espero que el stream no se corte. Ok, me voy a dormir. Adiós. Okay. Love this part of my morning routine. Night, that's good to know, Sara. Honestly, it's morning for you, it's night for me. Can you imagine? But voy a poner alarmas para... Ok. Ya. Ahorita son las 12:47. Y mis alarmas para las 9:25 y 9:40. Good night.
The world's best.
Try the Rule 30 Fordle. You guess which characters have more posts. It's
nada para ver mientras, no hay nada para escuchar mientras duermo.
Why don't you call William?
Here again.
Coalition of planets to go partake in the Viltrumite War when all of a sudden their ship gets ambushed by the one and only Conquest. And as a result, we get a pretty incredible fight. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Fight Night. In this corner, we have Conquest, a Viltrum...
Here again, and Invincible Season 4 has been dropping since mid-March, which means we get to go through the entire season and break down every episode, comparing them to the comic issues they adapt. This season had a lot of people on the fence when it began dropping, waiting with bated breath to see how Kirkman and his team would handle some of the heaviest fights to date. But the real question is, how accurate did they stay to the source material? Before we get into it, something to note is that this breakdown will have spoilers for the show, but I'll have no comic spoilers for anything that hasn't been adapted yet. You don't have to worry about wanting to know how accurate a fight in Season 4 is, just be jump scared with how the comic book ends. And with that, let's get into it, and if you enjoy, remember to leave a like, and don't forget to... Last season ended off on issue 65, and the first episode of Season 4 covers issues 68, 69, and 70, skipping issues 66 and 67 to save for a later episode. We start with a sequence very similar to the one we see at the beginning of Season 2, where Mark's just come off the battle with his father and lifelessly performs his duties as a hero while Karma Police by Radiohead plays. This time, while still in robotic casts, he's shown alongside Cecil, Eve, Oliver, and Debbie, with the heroes going through the same emotionless trudge, dealing with the physical and emotional aftermath of last season's Invincible War and Conquest fight. Oliver is no longer purple. Explained by his Viltrumite DNA being so dominant, it slowly takes over as he ages. Alongside seeing the funerals of the fallen and buildings being reconstructed, we're also shown that my boy Business Baby is alive and well. As I explained in last season's breakdown, Business Baby and his partner Big Mildew are a legally safe knockoff of the comic book characters Pit and Tim, who were brought in for the Invincible War next to a number of Image comic heroes that had to be left out of the show for licensing reasons. During the montage sequence, we see Cecil soaking in a tub of some sort of purple liquid. In issue 84, we see Cecil sitting in a vat of purple goo before Donald comes in to share the latest problem. In the previous issue, while talking to Invincible, he explains that he doesn't sleep and instead spends a single hour a day in a puddle of goo that keeps him young. In a later spin-off series titled Invincible Universe, we also learn that he needs this daily plunge for more than just staying up all day. Due to the injuries we learned about back in issue 50 of the comic, adapted in Season 3 Episode 2, Cecil had to have a full-body skin graft after surviving an eco-terrorist attack. In the Universe comic, we learn that without this goo bath, his skin graft also begins deteriorating, his nose even falling off onto Knockout's chest during a heated exchange. We're also shown that Britt is here to stay as a member of the Guardians of the Globe, a comic book character known for his own series of one-shots that began around issue 5 of Invincible. He's seen in the Invincible comics as early as issue 11, in Nolan's flashback of how he became a hero on Earth. He then reappears in issue 41, arriving after the botched Lizard League fight that left everyone but Rexplode dead. He was also one of the heroes captured by Doc Seismic in issue 48, and the one to save Cecil after his skin was burned off in the eco-terrorist attack. But in the show, he doesn't actually appear until the Invincible War, which was adapted in Season 3, Episode 7. Something this season changes overall is the vibe of Oliver. Last season, we discussed how he seemed more resentful of Mark in the comic, and dismissive of humanity as a whole, finding them to be selfish creatures, while also finding no problem with killing the Muller twins. In the show, he seemed more remorseful about that, and also tries to connect to humans more, even attempting to make friends on his own. At the start of this season, Oliver is shown to have grown tired of how often he's been running around being a hero. getting into an argument with Mark after he's asked to come back out after already spending all day fighting villains, instead just wanting to play some video games and go to bed. The show is trying to give much more gravitas to the events of the last season than the comics ever gave them. Everyone is still looking sideways at the 1 out of 16 Invincibles left that allegedly isn't trying to kill them. Many heroes are now dead and villains feel empowered, leaving more work for the heroes left. Comparing this to the comics, after healing up from getting his shit stomped in issue 63, Oliver is already back at it by the start of what this episode covers. It's just a little family drama to pad out the season, and it won't be the only padding we see. By the title card rolling, we've basically been given 9 minutes of recap and show-only scenes, before we get the first real adaptation, unless we're counting this fight against Rampage, which technically sorta happened while Oliver was still purple. We cut to Cecil asking Rex, Monster Girl, and Bulletproof to join back onto the Guardians of the Globe, having previously left after Mark's fight with Cecil last season. They're reluctant to join, knowing that Cecil probably has plans to kill them all too if they step out of line, just like his contingency plan with Mark. But after reassurance from Black Samson, they agree to join back to show the world the Guardians are still strong after recent events. This scene adapts 2 pages from all the way back in issue 61 of the comic. While Eve is still in the hospital with broken legs, and the Immortal is having his head glued back on for the 3rd time, Cecil asks Robot to rejoin the Guardians, and Robot says that despite his problems with Cecil, he'll do it, and that he'll also be able to get Bulletproof and Monster Girl to join as well. Mark is also asked to join and lead the team, but rejects Cecil's offer, before Cecil makes known that the role of field leader was always planned to go to Britt. In the show, there's more surface level conflict than the comic, partially to pad for time, but also in an effort to stick into the viewer's mind, the idea that Robot is not really on board with Cecil. Britt is also made the team leader in the show, with Robot arguing for a bit, until Cecil explains that he left the team so he doesn't get to lead anything. Now's where I just want to throw in a bit of a continuity error. Everything we're seeing in this episode is happening in chronological order, but during the montage, we were shown that this entire team was dropping out of the plane to fight some off-brand Godzilla. But this team composition didn't exist yet until just now. Not really sure why no one thought about that. We then cut to Invincible flying to the side of a cleanup crew, who he believes requested his assistance. When they say they didn't, he begins hearing a voice from somewhere nearby, thanking him for the death and destruction his Invincible war caused. Because of him, more people are dead, and therefore, the choking environment of planet Earth is better off. Then we get the TV show debut of Dinosaurus, the eco-terrorist we all know and love. He attacks Mark in hopes of stopping him from helping with the cleanup effort, explaining that every life he saves today is 10 more that die tomorrow from overpopulation and lack of resources. He bites off one of Mark's robocasts, and realizing his arms aren't broken anymore, Mark rips off the other before the fight continues. Now this plays out slightly differently in the comic. Issue 68 has no setup of a false call for Mark's help, and instead we just see him moving some rubble, only for Dinosaurus to attack him and start ranting about Mark ruining the natural order. But his explanation in the comics is just a bit stupid, and I don't mean in the way that environmentalists wishing for human extinction is already dumb as fuck. I mean in a way that's not very consistent with the wish for human extinction to save the environment. In the comic, he rants about how the unchecked aftermath of the war would cause food shortages and disease among the displaced around the world, causing mass death that would decrease carbon emissions enough to possibly end global climate change and prevent an impending overpopulation catastrophe. Okay, cool, that makes sense, but right after that, he says that if normal humans had been the ones to reconstruct the cities after the war through public work projects, it would create tons of jobs and global prosperity through unprecedented economic growth. Basically, at the same time he's an eco-terrorist who wants to see the world population decrease, he's also a socialist who wants the government to create jobs so humanity will prosper. He's basically a dinosaur version of FDR. Hear me out, guys. If we make it illegal for people to grow their own food, then make people dig holes in the desert to create jobs, they'll have the money they need to buy food. Airtight logic with no holes that'll make the Great Depression 7 years longer. During the fight in the comics, Invincible also loses not just the first cast, but the second one to Dinosaurus, causing Mark to recognize him as a real threat, before punching him into some rubble, the same way he does in the show. When the smoke clears, and while Mark is mid-charge, a naked man starts begging for his life. Mark grabs him by the throat and demands to know where the dinosaur went, before the man explains he is the dinosaur, but that he doesn't have control over it, turning into it randomly and waking up after it's done horrible stuff. He begs for help as Mark tightens his grip around the man's throat, until the Guardians arrive. In the comic, this part of them arriving is the actual shot they use for the montage, while in the show they just teleport in. He explains the situation and turns the guy over to them, and after Robot asks if he's alright, he simply says, "What do you think?" before flying off. In the comic, this is a good bit different in terms of the implications for Mark's character, as we've slowly been ramping up his darker tone. He's dangled a dude off the side of a building for beating Amber. He's killed the Immortal, not after a threat to innocent people like in the show, but after angering Mark by telling him what his future holds. He's prepared to kill Angstrom the next time he sees him after the Invincible War, and as far as he knows, he's killed Conquest. He was seconds away from killing an innocent man who's held captive by a creature inside of himself, with the question mark is asked by Robot instead being, "What were you planning on doing?" Getting no response before Invincible flies off. In the show, Mark seems way less like he's being pushed into a darker direction than the explicit examples given in the comics. Next, we move to Mark arriving at Eve's parents' house for dinner, and what is about to be one of the worst adapted scenes in the entire show so far, to the point it genuinely pisses me off. But before that, we get dialogue about Eve landing a new client with their company Invincible Inc., a hero-on-demand service that they started last season. What we learn from this is that Mark feels weird about taking people's money, to which Eve corrects that they're taking corporations' money, and that they're donating all of it. The closest thing this adapts is later in issue 68, where Mark and Eve have a meeting with the head of Stronghold Prison. That was introduced last season under a different name, and actually caused one of the only actual continuity errors in the show, that being the GDA prison underground. They argue over a breakout incident that Invincible wasn't able to show up to help. Eve explains that while not in the contract, it should be obvious global threats will take priority, as to prevent a world-ending event that would make a safe prison useless in a destroyed world. And they eventually come to an agreement of 3 free months of service to make up for it. The next page also explains that there are no plans at all to donate any of the money they're making. It's all going towards saving up to buy their own place. This backyard dialogue not only replaces the prison negotiation scene, but the backyard conversation before dinner is itself a thing in the comic, and is completely different, having to do with Mark's mentality, related to his thoughts about killing the hosts of Dinosaurus in the previous scene. He confides in Eve that the new way his mind thinks about things leads him down the logic we saw Oliver using previously, that if he handles the threats for good, there'd be less heartache overall. And now we finally get to the extremely awkward dinner scene, while Mark, Eve, and her parents all sit in cringe-inducing silence while eating. Mark tries to break the ice by asking her dad about his job in the furniture business, before Mr. Wilkins says he actually got laid off after the head office was destroyed in the Chicago incident, pointing out Mark was the one who destroyed it. Eve tries to intervene, but he argues, quote, "It's not a crime to look out for your daughter, especially when her boyfriend has a history like Mark's." After dinner, while trying to help the girls do the dishes, Mark is called outside by Eve's father to have a chat while smoking a cigar. He explains that Eve is still his little girl and that Mark will understand when he has kids. Mr. Wilkins says he hates that she's a superpowered person like Mark, but that she is made of steel, having been in a ton of fights, but always coming out on top, until the fight against the alternate Invincibles left her completely mangled. He then points out how she wasn't even better by the time she had to go back out to save him from Conquest, before getting torn open by him. I already explained last season how I thought the adaptation adding Eve actually throwing hands with Conquest was the stupidest shit ever. She got fucked up by one Mark. She's not toe-to-toeing with Conquest. In the comic, she gets one-tapped. He hammers in that the only 2 times Eve has almost died is because of Mark, and that if you really cared about her, that's something he should probably think about. Now, all of this is fucking stupid, and completely deviates from the character of Eve's dad we see in the comic. Instead of coming off as a protective father during this scene, Mr. Wilkins is a raging misogynist, and the backyard smoke scene is supposed to exemplify that fact. Before this, the dinner scene is also different. In the comic, Eve's mom is quite the space cadet, as we're shown multiple times, and without even thinking about it, asks Mark what his dad does for work, to try and start up some dinner talk. Eve yells at her before Mr. Wilkins goes completely off on her mom, reminding her that his father is Omni-Man, the same person he had to fight to save the planet, so it's probably not his favorite dinner conversation, before calling her a ditz. For the backyard conversation, we hit the ground running with Mark asking about leaving the girls to do the dishes. Mr. Wilkins says, "They like it. Bonding time." Sure. He then goes on a page-long rant about how he wants to thank Mark for giving his daughter a chance, despite the fact she is not a virgin, and how he knows that's important to men. He continues to explain that he wouldn't have married Betsy had she not been a virgin because he likes the feeling of breaking new ground, as he puts it, and that he's thankful that Mark would look past such an obvious flaw, though there are probably upsides to being with a more experienced woman like his daughter as well. It's a really gross monologue. But that's the entire fucking point. Some women on the writing team probably looked at this, saw it was gross, and decided to change it. Because God forbid you write a character we aren't supposed to like to be a raging sexist in the adult animated cartoon. To add on to this, there's also an added scene between Eve and her mother while doing the dishes, as she explains to Eve that she basically settled for her father. And maybe when she's older, Eve might instead settle for good enough instead of being with Mark. After
Overwhelmed by cross-border logistics delays and costs, end-to-end logistics booking, shipping cost lock, real-time customs tracking, credit limit release post-handover.
After calling his wife over to watch TV, Mark and Eve now have the conversation about killing dinosaurs as host. Mark throws in a line about how her dad was right.
My dad is not right, Mark. He is never right.
Actually, because you decided to change this scene so dramatically, yes, he kinda was. You made the shitty character who's supposed to be a sexist asshole completely correct. Mark is with Eve, and that's why she's gotten hurt so bad. Literally almost dying twice. And if he had killed Engstrom, at least one of those times wouldn't have happened. Another new thing thrown in is that Eve tries to make Mark a cup of coffee after he says he's tired, but it tastes terrible. They stick the cup in the sink, but it melts into pink goo after they leave. Wait, and why does Eve have to do the dishes if she has powers? She can just clean stuff instantly. This is playing into something much less touched on in the comic. Eve's powers being on the fritz. First noticed after undressing Mark last season. His clothes being all kinds of foobarred on the floor. We'll get to what it means a bit later. Moving on, we cut to the sewers under an unspecified city, where two sewage workers accidentally stumble upon the growing Sequid army, set up in the last moments of Season 3. At the same time, a green lady wielding a staff named Universa has dropped down from the sky and begins to suck the power from everything around her, heading towards a different unspecified city. This is the beginning of issue 69, which in the comic is described as two world-ending threats happening at the same time, something rarely seen by the people of Earth. The scene of the two sewage workers stumbling upon the Sequids is show only. In the comics, we just see them taking over the streets of the city. Universa also doesn't start sucking the power out of things when she arrives. She instead spots a nuclear power plant and heads straight for it. We get another show-only scene of Mark apologizing to Oliver for the earlier fight, and also some drama about Paul, Debbie's co-worker and boyfriend, staying the night, something the boys assure him they're fine with, before Eve arrives and tells Mark they've got a call through Invincible Inc. that someone's attacking a nuclear power plant upstate. In the comic, this call comes through while the two are in bed after Eve spent the night, being distant because of something that hasn't happened yet in the show. The call is from Western Power, who aren't actually a client of Invincible Inc., but say they'd be willing to sign a 5-month contract if Invincible could rush over and stop whoever's attacking. And the two fly off before hearing from Debbie that the Sequids are also attacking in Houston, Texas. We get another show-only scene of the Sequids spewing up from the sewers before we cut back to Universa, voiced by another Walking Dead character, Denai Guerrera, the actor of Michonne, who demands the power plant start producing at maximum capacity for her to absorb. When they try to explain to her it doesn't work that way, she says, well, make it work that way, before deciding to figure it out herself. Next is another show-only scene. Debbie has taken Oliver to Art's shop to pick up his new costume, which has no more yellow, just red and black now, as well as full leg coverage. Besides that and a red mask, it's basically identical to the last design. He also explains why he kept the Omni-Man logo, when Art had plans to design a new one. He knows his father did a lot of bad, and while he originally wore the symbol to honor a father he looked up to, he fought in the Invincible War and stood up to Conquest while wearing it, so he now claims it as his own. There are very minor differences from his comic version of this suit, with his first one actually being changed more than this one, the O symbol originally crossing into the black. The context of getting the new suit is different as well. Instead of some more meaningful setup claiming the symbol as his own, we merely see him flying around wearing it after explaining a few rounds with the elephant tore up his last suit. He also changes his name from Kid Omni-Man to Young Omni-Man. We then get another show-only scene where Debbie recalls first bringing Nolan to Art to receive his iconic costume, which he first doesn't like, until Debbie explains that it'll help him fit in with the other heroes, and make the public trust him more. She's also very obviously pregnant with Mark during this flashback, and after pondering on this memory, Debbie agrees to let Oliver pick his own costume, saying that he's more than just Nolan's son. Next, we cut to Eve and Invincible arriving at the power plant as Universa begins draining the power. Whatever she's done is causing blackouts across the eastern seaboard, and if not stopped, will cause a nuclear meltdown, since she basically bypassed all the safety measures to get max output. All of this is overseen by Cecil and Donald, who then focus their attention on the much more important Sequid attack, letting Mark and Eve's business handle the power plant. Mark arrives with a flying punch to Universa as Eve begins clearing the civilians. He asks why Universa is doing this, and she says her people will die without the energy. Mark points out that she's killing these people to get the energy, which makes zero sense. And after pausing for a moment, almost pondering on that point, she blasts him away using her staff. Eve goes in to try and fight, woman to woman, only for her weapon to disintegrate mid-combat. The first time it happens, Universa is thrown off enough to back off, not knowing if it was some sort of planned attack method. But after Eve tries to create some swords that melt away, she's left completely defenseless. In the comic, this plays out a good bit differently in terms of dialogue between Invincible and Universa. After she explains she's stealing the power to save her people, Mark simply asks why they can't just give her power to save them. But after she says her planet is 8 times larger than Earth and would drain the planet dry, Mark agrees that they should probably fight now. He also goes on a spiel about how he's not really a fan of hitting women, but knew it would eventually have to happen in his line of work. As he explains, he's trying his hardest to look past it, as to not be seen as a sexist. Universa also hits Mark with her weapon, which she calls the Staff of Leadership 3 times in the comic as opposed to once in the show. Eve also attacks differently, ramming a chunk of pink stuff, canonically solid air, into Universa from behind. She then tries to create a shield, which turns into flowers instead of melting. She's almost hit by a beam, and calls out for Mark's help. In the show, this is when we cut back to the Sequids, continuing to take over the city as the Guardians are being briefed on the way. The GDA has put up a containment dome to buy them time to prevent the spread. Meanwhile, they're each equipped with a neural disruptor that'll shock and disable any Sequids within 10 feet, while their other wrist has a teleportation dart to extract any civilians after their Sequids are disabled. Britt clarifies that if even a single infected person escapes containment, the Sequids will spread across the planet and all will be lost. In the comic, the GDA didn't have a contingency ready for this, and Robot was only able to create 3 disruptors while they were heading to Houston. It's very much Houston as well, distinguished by its skyline, which is shown while the containment dome is being raised, compared to this lazy mess that just straight up duplicates buildings in the background. We then cut back to Eve pleading with Universa, who says she's sorry, but there's too many lives at stake. Mark jumps in and tanks the hit before rushing Universa and grabbing her staff. And after a second of holding it, he's electrocuted and knocked out. She calls him a fool, explaining that only the chosen can touch the staff, and before she can pick it up, Eve jumps in and knocks her out in a single punch. In the comic, it's more of a dramatic save by Mark, who quickly jumps in the way before Eve is blasted, being knocked to the ground for his troubles. Universal also notes how seeing someone sacrifice themselves for someone else they love touches her, and that it pains her to have to kill Eve after seeing such a display. This is when Mark jumps in and grabs the staff. It shocks him, and Universa is punched out before she can retrieve it. Meanwhile, the Guardians have just arrived and begin teleporting the populace out of the city. I did notice one error here, where 3 infected civilians are grabbed by Shapesmith, who then fires 3 darts to teleport them out, but there are only 2 sound effects. We're shown the Sequids bashing against the force field, before we cut back to Mark coming to, finding Eve has knocked out Universa. She surmises the power must have been in her staff, while in the comic, Mark is the one to guess this. The workers hurry to get back control of the plant, and Mark asks what's up with Eve's powers, her not even being able to make a simple cube without it melting away. Cecil teleports in to share the bad news about the Sequids' return, and offers Mark an earpiece, claiming there aren't any tricks like last time. Mark takes the earpiece and is teleported away. Because fuck you, we get another show-only Paul scene, where he apologizes for trying to dip out before the boys found out he was there, realizing they don't actually mind being around him. He then throws out the idea of moving in together, which Debbie is first thrown off by, before realizing that a future with Paul is something she's looking forward to having. We then cut back to the Sequid fight, where Invincible is told that there aren't any more disruptors for him. So his job is to get the host to someone who does, so they can be cleared and teleported. At the same time, Robot senses large life forms in the sewer and believes they should check there for any hosts hiding underground. Britt tells him to focus on above ground for the time being, but he decides to hop out of his suit to go look anyways, while his robot form continues above ground at the same time. We're also notified that the dome's integrity has dropped to 8%. In the comic, there isn't really a setup for disobedience towards the field leader, and instead, after showing the overwhelming odds on the surface, we cut to a suitless robot entering the sewers as a tactic to outsmart the Sequids, who thinks he's still in the suit. We also don't get any status updates to indicate anything is wrong with the wall. While in the sewers, Robot eventually finds an infected woman and zaps her away, just as she shouts that someone's behind him. Bam, he's knocked over. On the surface, they've cleared all human life but for the original host, astronaut Russ Livingston, who's now on full defense, destroying Bulletproof and Monster Girl's disruptors. In the sewers, Robot comes to, not infected, and is held down by 2 more hosts. He fights back by biting one's hand, giving him the space he needs to hit the disruptor. Robot then jumps for his gun and blasts the 2 civilians to safety before blasting himself. And with that, there are no more humans to infect and containment. In the comic, Robot instead only finds a single host being hidden in the sewers before he's jumped by a swarm of Sequids, but not completely knocked out like in the show. He is completely swarmed, but manages to hit his disruptor before shooting himself first, then shooting the civilian, both being teleported to safety. We then get a small show-only scene of Eve having to take an Uber to her parents' house, too afraid to even fly with her powers on the fritz. Then we cut back to the Sequid fight, where Invincible squares up to Russ, asking him how he got to Earth. Russ says Mark brought him to Earth, and when Mark says that they made sure not to, Russ simply says, "Not sure enough." This is playing into the idea that Invincible needs to take more permanent solutions to his problems. At the same time, Black Samson has passed his disruptor to Bulletproof, while Invincible is pinned against the dome, whose integrity has fallen down to 4%. Invincible gets enough force behind him to break through the wall of Sequids and grab Russ, as Bulletproof tries to rush in to get the disruptor to him. The dome integrity has dropped down to a singular percent, and not feeling like there's enough time, Mark says he's sorry before punching Russ Livingston's head clean off, ending the hive mind and preventing a global outbreak. The episode ends with the Guardians staring at him, Robot simply saying Invincible's name, before it cuts to the credits. Now in the show, they still can't commit to the idea that Invincible is doing it because he's taking a darker direction. They used the show-only concept of the dome's integrity to help push the idea that it was a split-second decision that had to be made. Otherwise, there might be an unstoppable global outbreak. In the comic, this is not at all the case. There is no rush added by a collapsing dome integrity, and instead, the limited number of disruptors is destroyed, leaving no immediate solution, but at the same time, having no real urgency anymore. Now that the last infectable humans, Monster Girl and Robot, have been teleported out, Russ goes on to rant about how he's destroyed the only weapons giving them an edge, the disruptors worn by Bulletproof, Shapesmith, and Britt, as well as Robot's destroyed left arm that also had one. Mark then says he's been holding back, waiting for the Guardians to stop him with their non-lethal tactics, but that he knows how much of a threat the Sequids are, and with those non-lethal methods gone, they've given him no choice. He knocks Russ Livingston's head off, leaving everyone shocked. Robot then asks what he's done, saying they could have found another way, and that Russ was an innocent life that didn't have to be taken. Invincible doesn't respond, and this is about the moment that issue 70 stops being adapted, not to be picked up again until episode 3 of the season. I also wanted to quickly give my thoughts on the third Sequid fight. I think it's dumb, in both the comic and in the show, because the idea that they could possibly contain this all is ridiculous. The fact they made it to Earth should have been the end of the line, but somehow they only managed to take over a portion of Houston while also being freely roaming in the sewers, and it was all successfully contained. I'm not buying it. Before we can move on to the next episode, we still have the post-credits scene, cutting away to what is allegedly the same GDA prison as season 1. How can I tell? This little guy right here. We see Conquest still inside his metal prison, with nothing but his head showing. He wakes up, notes that Invincible is an idiot for not killing him, then immediately breaks out and flies off to report back to the Viltrum Empire. All while Donald and Cecil look on, realizing how turbo-fucked they are. A lot of people were upset by how stupid this plan was by Cecil, and this disconnect comes from the fact that his TV character is much more badass than he ever was in the comic. He stood toe-to-toe with Omni-Man, single-handedly prevented a citywide terrorist attack while sacrificing his own life to do so, and always talks with this commanding tone. Compared to the comics, where the word I'd probably use to describe him is something closer to self-important. He doesn't ever square up to Omni-Man. His backstory is different, being tied up and captured when the bomb went off, Brit being the one to stop it, and there being no scene of him reforming an entire prison, just him rotting in a cell until he's asked to be the director. He comes off much less cold and calculated, and much more prone to humorous moments as well. Episode 2 adapts issues 66 and 67, revolving around Nolan and Alan after their Viltrumite prison break, all the way back in issue 55 and adapted in season 3 episode 4. 2 issues doesn't sound like a lot for a single episode, but that gap is filled by expanding a lot of Nolan sharing the true state of the Viltrumite Empire with Alan, in the comic only being 4 pages long. We start with the show only flashback to Viltrum, beginning with what first looks like an asteroid crashing down to the planet below, on the way burning up to reveal a metal device of some sort, which splits into pieces upon landing, releasing some sort of gas into the air. We cut to Nolan, who looks somewhere around Mark's age. He's teaching a number of adolescents why they're only statues of one Viltrumite, Emperor Argal, the man who made the Viltrumites what they are, a people of rampant conquest. We learn he was killed by the Betrayer, a Viltrumite who assassinated him before fucking off, his heirs being lost in the Great Purge that followed, which we heard about back in season 1 of the show. Nolan asks a child why the Great Purge was a blessing, and after hesitating, she finally says it's because it made them stronger, and for that reason, the universe belongs to them. The kids then shout in unison, "All is ours." Nolan tells them that their lesson is done for the day, and to leave to find food and shelter if they can, returning tomorrow for combat training, telling them 2 will die, so they should probably bring a weapon. After the kids leave, Nolan is leered at by a man we learn is his father. His mother also arrives, and the 2 begin beating the shit out of Nolan. We learn this is a coming-of-age ritual, where after you receive your powers, you're beaten by your parents, and if you die, you die. After stabbing his father through the hand and blinding one of his mother's eyes, Nolan has proven himself, but his mom isn't quite done, blindsiding and beating the shit out of him. She starts wailing on him, and does one of the most insane moves I've ever seen. Nolan reaches up to try to stop her, and she's just like, "Let me just move this aside." His father eventually stops her. She calls both of them pathetic and flies off. His dad is barely any better, telling Nolan he's an adult now and to get off his ass, before he also flies off. This is quite the society they've got. It's also backdropped by the enslaved class of conquered worlds that the Viltrumites use to do any manual labor, killing anyone who's too slow. Now all of this is show only, and in the comics, the scene is set by mirroring Nolan telling Mark about his origins as a Viltrumite in issue 2, which was then called back in issue 11, before their big fight. You can really see the difference in the art style over the years as well. But instead of this being his story in the comic, he's telling Alan about the truth of the Viltrum Empire. Nolan has parents, also show only creations. We don't even learn their names or anything. We cut to Nolan, presumably right after his beating, joining the Conquering Committee. But right before he's shipped off, one of the other recruits begins coughing up blood, before completely collapsing. This is the start of the Scourge virus, a weapon developed by enemies of the Empire to specifically target their DNA, causing upwards of 99.9% of the Viltrumite population to die over the course of decades. While shiploads of Viltrumites are being dumped into piles, Nolan helps with research on the disease, before he too catches it and is put into quarantine. The leader of the Empire, who we haven't seen yet, is Grand Regent Thrag, who tells his men to kill all enslaved aliens on the planet who know about the disease, and blockade the planet to prevent knowledge of their weakness. Over time, Nolan recovers, making him one of the few Viltrumites who has. We're also told that more have been lost after recovery, because the virus leaves them in a weaker state for some time afterwards, which reduces strength and regeneration, showing us how someone as strong as Conquest lost both his arm and an eye, fighting another creature we'll talk about later. The biggest problem is, so few Viltrumites survived, that any offspring they produce would be inbred, meaning their species is basically doomed. Thrag says they will do everything to prevent this, and honors the billions who died by tossing their bodies into orbit, creating the ring that surrounds their planet. In the comic, this is all less fleshed out, but at the same time we get more solid numbers, and the timeline on things is a bit different. First, the Emperor is still unmentioned by this time in the comic, only that the Viltrumites had a civil war to purge the weak, and those left over united to conquer the universe. We cut to Nolan telling Alan all of this while both are headed to the coalition of planets, aboard the Viltrumite ship they took over after their prison break. Alan asks if there were so few of them left, why did they continue to conquer more planets? Nolan then explains that the real reason for their continued expansion was to try and find an alien species suitable for interbreeding with, Mark being the success the Empire was looking for. A crossbreed who not only had his powers, but is nearly as strong as him. Alan asks what Nolan would have done if Mark didn't get his powers, and after stumbling, Nolan says he's not really sure what would have happened. In the comic, this explanation is still in the flashback sequence, with Nolan specifically using the word breeding camp to describe what Earth was going to become. Alan notes that he himself was born in a breeding camp. This, we learned previously, is because of the genocide his people suffered at the hands of the Viltrumites, and Alan says he wouldn't wish that on anyone. In this dialogue, Nolan is also the one to demand he be taken back to the Coalition of Planets to give them the information he has on Viltrumite weaknesses. While in the show, this conversation is being had just as they are arriving. They sneak onto the planet during the night as to not alarm anyone, arriving at Alan's apartment. He calls out to Talia, his girlfriend, and upon him entering their room, he's immediately jumped by her. She asks what took him so long to get back from a simple trip to Earth, and Alan explains getting caught by Viltrumites and how they'd just escaped. She's jump scared by Nolan, pulls a blaster out from under the bed, and blasts him point blank before Alan has a chance to explain that Nolan's on their side, as he apologizes for the blaster shot. A now naked Nolan says it's fine. He's used to the hostility. This scene is practically copied over from the comic, with some very slight differences. The first overarching difference is Talia being way more sexual overall, their relationship being a small point of contention in Alan's mind, since he's been indoctrinated by the breeding camps he was born in to see recreational sexual activity as wrong. In the show, Talia is much less sexualized and expresses her thoughts less aggressively. Alongside this, in the comic, Alan and Nolan actually didn't just arrive, and had spent the night on the couches outside of the room as to not wake Talia. And when she finds Alan in the morning, that's when she jumps him, telling him to can it with all the Unopan procreation rules and just bone her, before Nolan is introduced, and she shoots him, calling him conquering scum. Nolan promises he isn't there to hurt anyone, and Alan vouches for him. Later, Nolan's been given an outfit to borrow, and the three head to the Coalition HQ to meet with Thetis, crossing paths with the Data Twins on their way in. Data Twin 1 expresses joy to see Alan is alive, while Twin 2, at most, seems surprised. In the comic, we don't actually see these two sets of people interact. Instead, the data from Nolan's books, full of Viltrumite weaknesses, are shown to have been passed on to the Data Twins already, and the two cancel plans later that night to focus on going through it all. Data Twin 2 also mentions that ever since Alan's transformation after surviving a Viltrumite ambush, he's found Alan terrifying. Data Twin 1 expresses how Alan's on their side, so there isn't anything to fear, ending with a distressed look from Data Twin 2, which in the show is the face we end the scene with. Upon telling Thetis the true number of Viltrumites remaining, he's left silent, Talia pointing out that he's dedicated his whole life to stopping them, but they're still his people. Thetis says they haven't been his people for a long time, and sensing Nolan's skepticism about his Viltrumite heritage, says he could perform the two-lock pull, but he's already done it for Alan and would prefer not to repeat the process. The two-lock pull is a Viltrumite custom of ripping one's beard off in a single pull to prove you're an undercover Viltrumite, since the customary facial hair is a mustache and no beard. Alan backs him up, saying that Thetis ripped that shit clean off for him back in Season 2, Episode 5. In the comic, Nolan is the one to suggest the two-lock pull, not believing Thetis is a Viltrumite, and explaining to the reader that it's how a Viltrumite proves they're undercover. Thetis says he'll do it if he really needs to, but it's not that pleasant and he'd prefer not to, before Alan vouches for him. Nolan asks why he's never heard of Thetis before, to which Thetis says he has, but the Viltrumites call him the Betrayer. He was the first to ever reject Argal and his rule of strength, risking everything to try and stop him, but insinuates that now there's two betrayers. Nolan rejects this assertion, explaining that he's only providing the weaknesses because of the friendship he has with Alan, and wants his sons left out of the fight as well. This is completely different from the comic, where upon learning that Thetis is a Viltrumite, Nolan expresses a fear that he had of being the only one to ever turn against them, and Thetis explains that's because his betrayal had been hidden, and all records of him removed, the exact opposite of what the show is going for, the Betrayer being taught to Viltrumites since youth. And again, there is no conflict with Nolan joining the coalitions and the war against the Viltrumites in the comic. He's down to clown from the jump. The subject moves to a list of Viltrumite weaknesses, and the three are tasked with going and collecting them. It should also be noted, Talia is not here during any of these scenes. times. In the comic, she's practically a nothing character who only stays at home to fuck Alan. They decide to take the most busted up piece of shit in the entire coalition for their mission, as to not raise suspicion, a vessel known as the Venture. The Venture and its crew are a spoof of Star Trek The Next Generation. Captain Pickel is a spoof of Captain Picard, and the other spoofs include Warg, Download, and Tuva. In the comic, the two don't actually start their journey by taking the ship, though it is first seen much earlier, back in issue 9. The issue starts with Alan rushing to Earth to tell Invincible that the planet is marked for Viltrumite invasion. But on the way, he stumbles upon the ship about to be vaporized by a star they're stuck near. He saves the ship and continues rushing to Earth. Captain Pickel can also be seen again in the background of Alan's backstory in issue 23, but doesn't show up again until partway through this endeavor, spanning issues 66 and 67. Their first stop will be to collect the Infinity Ray, the weapon of Space Racer, a foe Nolan defeated long before making his way to Earth. In the comic, this one is apparently not too far from Telescria, so Nolan sees it as a warm-up, and the two fly over there themselves. In the show, since the journey is going to be a long one, the captain tells them to settle into their quarters and get comfy. Nolan has to sleep on the couch, but says it's fine because he's slept in far worse places than this. And then we cut to him desperately clutching pillows in his ears to try to drown out the endless sex Alan and Talia are having in the next room. This is a bit pulled straight from the comic, but the context has been changed from Nolan having to sleep in Alan's apartment for a few weeks to the ship's quarters. It's a joke that happens twice in the comic and will happen a few more times in the episode. The ship arrives at an asteroid field, and after more incompetence by the captain leads to further ship damage, Nolan and Alan decide to fly in alone while they hold back. Using a coded message Nolan wrote in one of his books, which are the numbers of words and paragraphs of a specific chapter, they find the asteroid housing the Infinity Ray. In the comic, there's a bit more math Nolan does, needing to calculate the drift of the asteroid field, named the Nebuloid Belt, over the 100 years it's been since he defeated the Space Racer. But the method of coding is the same, being the words and paragraphs in his book housing the coordinates. In both the show and the comic, Nolan explains he didn't actually defeat the Space Racer, whose gun was bonded to him, flying back whenever anyone that wasn't him touched it. Instead, he buried the Space Racer alive, leaving him to die under the rubble, while leaving his gun exactly where it was dropped, to avoid it flying back to the Space Racer and giving him a chance to escape. The show expands on this a tad bit, noting that he specifically didn't kill the Space Racer when fighting him, due to concerns that his death would cause the weapon to self-destruct, and that he assumed the bond to it would break after his natural death. When Nolan goes to touch the gun, however, it flies back into the rubble, and he guesses that it's still bonded to the Space Racer's corpse. They begin to dig his body out, only to find him perfectly alive and healthy, absolutely pissed to see Nolan. He fires the Infinity Ray at Nolan, but Alan pushes him out of the way in time to prevent a hit, the beam heading off into space for the rest of time. They try and subdue Space Racer before he can fire again, but he gets another shot off, missing Alan and Nolan, and destroying the asteroid. While Alan is trying not to get crushed, Space Racer fires again, missing due to Nolan's intervention. Space Racer then yells, "To me," which causes his space motorcycle to zoom in and knock Nolan away. In the comic, this fight is a lot shorter, with Space Racer only managing to fire a single shot, while Nolan is trying to subdue him, barely missing Alan. That first and final shot causes the asteroid to break up, and after flying away from the debris, Space Racer calls his motorcycle to him and holds Nolan at gunpoint. Nolan tells him not to shoot, and the Space Racer asks what Nolan could possibly say that he'd want to hear. In the show, Alan is the one who tells Space Racer to wait, and after being asked the same question, Nolan says they didn't come to fight, with Alan saying that they thought he was already dead. The Space Racer says that means they must have come for his weapon, but Alan explains that was the plan, but now that they know he's alive, they instead want his help to stop the Viltrumites, explaining how Nolan's turned on them and is working to redeem himself of his crimes. Nolan even works up an apology to Space Racer for leaving him buried alone in darkness for 100 years, and this apology is enough to show Space Racer that there's something different about Nolan now. He asks if there's food on their ship, and Alan says there is, but he also has some Kazlok on him. This is one of the funniest lines in the entire show to me, bro. Oh my god. In the comic, while just leaving Telescria in issue 66, Alan offers some Kazlok to Nolan, who passes on it. Then after their fight, Space Racer asks if they have any food. There is no spaceship with food nearby, and when offered Kazlok, he too declines, instead being willing to follow them all the way back to the Coalition of Planets instead. In the show, Nolan also passes on it after some is offered to Space Racer. The next scene shows the Space Racer riding off towards the Coalition. Not yet convinced to join, but Talia believes Thetis can persuade him. Nolan is certain Space Racer will join them, believing his nature as a crusader from back in the day, added to his hatred of Viltrumites Nolan himself caused, would be enough. In the comic, they all head back to Telescria, and while Space Racer is getting a physical checkup, Thetis explains he's cautious but willing to join them. With their first mission completed, they need 2 days of downtime before a crew will be ready to assist with the next mission, and Alan says Nolan can crash at his place until then. This is when the first sex joke happens, though there's actual dialogue of Alan asking Nolan if they're keeping him up. He lies and says no, and the two eventually start going at it again. Their next stop is to collect a large species of bug called Sinlac beetles. Nolan explains their shells produce a compound that makes Viltrumites vulnerable to physical injury. His mission was to exterminate them, which appears to have failed. In the comic, this isn't their second mission out. In order, it's their third, and only shown in a single panel alongside 5 other missions. There's also a difference in what makes this compound. Instead of it being the beetles themselves, it was a plant called Claxus, which is poisonous to Viltrumites. Nolan says it's impossible to stop this plant from growing, needing almost no light or water, so they instead infested the planet with Sinlac beetles to eat the plant faster than it can grow, with the beetles themselves almost being impossible to exterminate. The plan is still, however, to extract the poison from the beetles themselves, so the show has simplified this into the bugs just always being the poison, and the plan is to make darts out of it. We then cut to another scene of Nolan trying to drown out Alan and Talia's moaning, before cutting to a desert planet covered in skeletons. Nolan explains that these unnamed majestic creatures were both intelligent and deadly, and that the Viltrumites killed them by moving the planet closer to their sun, evaporating all the water. In the comic, we get no specifics like that, only a single panel of Nolan saying he did his job too well, seeing the skeletons laying in the sand. I do not believe these creatures have a name. If I'm wrong though, let me know in the comments. The two fly off and we get another Nolan trying to sleep gag, before cutting to him and Alan being held at gunpoint by 2 tech-suited individuals. These are Geldarians, a race of physically weak aliens who make up for it with a Blue Beetle-esque armor they bond to at birth. They too are part of the Coalition of Planets, but are obviously not aware of the secret mission involving a Viltrumite collecting weaknesses. Nolan explains that the Viltrumites didn't directly try to attack Geldaria because they were too strong for their reduced numbers, instead hiring the Kresh to do it, something we're actually shown in issue 11 of the comic. After Nolan apologizes to them, they say they can't spare any of their recovering forces from the homeworld, but that there is a Geldarian warrior on Earth they could contact, Tech Jacket. Tech Jacket is another Image Comics character who actually released months before the first issue of Invincible came out. Zach Thompson was a normal boy that stumbled upon a dying Geldarian, whose ship was set to self-destruct after crashing on Earth. Not wanting his last act to cause the death of an innocent bystander, he passed his suit on to Zach to save him, permanently bonding him to the suit. Because humans are biologically much stronger, the suit makes him exponentially stronger than any of the Geldarians. The Kresh is a race of aliens who can't exist outside of their suits, because of the gravity and makeup of their homeworld. If their suit is breached, they basically die by turning into a gas. Zach, who takes the moniker of the suit he wears, Tech Jacket, defeats the entire Kresh army, ending a centuries-long war in like a single day. In the show, we first see Tech Jacket during the Invincible War, though Tech Jacket only kills a single Invincible, Viltrumite Mark, while in the comic, he kills 2, shown in the 2014 spin-off series, Tech Jacket Digital. In the comic, instead of running into 2 Geldarians off in space above the planet, Nolan and Alan meet with their leader, as well as the girl that Tech Jacket is dating. Sorta dating? I don't know. Since Tech Jacket is on Earth, they decide to handle the other weaknesses that are closer. And after another sex joke, we cut to Nolan and Alan approaching the Leonine, a race of lion-like creatures in hopes of finding Battle Beast, who helped them escape from prison and who is bloodthirsty for Viltrumite combat. They simply say they'll find him wherever blood and fire are, and that's enough information for for them. In the comic, this is another singular panel, the leader of the planet telling them of Battlebeast's addiction to conflict, having left the planet long ago in search of a worthy foe. Their leader hasn't even met Battlebeast, but says he hopes one day their champion will return. And another sex joke. Okay guys, it's kinda getting old. The writers agree because Nolan leaves the room, unable to stand it anymore, only to discover there are a ton of other perfectly suitable sleeping quarters on the ship. He confronts the captain, pissed that he'd had to listen to Alan and Talia fucking for a week straight, to which Captain Piquel explains he thought they were in some sort of three-way relationship for some reason. He spares the captain and goes to find a new room. In the comic, during one of these scenes, we're instead told that Nolan is eventually going to be moving out in like a week, having been too busy with missions to find his own place. Next, we move to the collecting of Ragnars, a species of lizard-like creatures that even Viltrumites are afraid of, Nolan being the only survivor of the last attempt to exterminate them. This means that Conquest was on a different excursion when he got foobarred by them, after recovering from the Scourge virus. Nolan explains their solution to the Ragnar was to put a solar disk in front of their planet, cutting off the heat supply to the entire solar system, and freezing the planet over, while also killing two other sprouting civilizations on different planets in the process. The two other civilizations is a show-only addition to hammer in how shitty the Viltrumites are. In the comic, this is also the second mission they go on, and the one that requires Captain Piquel's ship, the plan being to bring back frozen Ragnars to use as weapons somehow. Once on the planet, they make note of the insane gravity, Nolan explaining that's how the Ragnar are so strong. He radios to Talia that they'll need to move the solar disk to thaw the ice enough to actually find some frozen Ragnar. And when she tells the captain, he stops her mid-sentence, says he owes Nolan for the earlier bedroom mishap, and orders download to fire proton missiles at the disk, destroying it. Nolan yells back that he told them to move the disk, not remove it, and after learning it was completely destroyed, he says they need to move quick or they're toast. They find a Ragnar and try to get it back up to the ship before it thaws, but mid-transport, it breaks out and begins attacking Nolan, slamming him back to the ground. More are seen beginning to thaw, as Alan is attacked by one. Nolan tries to body slam it off of him, but it barely does anything. Alan thinks he has it handled, but Nolan says it's just because they're barely unfrozen. Once they're fully thawed and warmed, neither of them would stand a chance, so they need to leave now. They try and fly off, the strong gravity making them slower, and both are tackled by Ragnar. After a struggle, they're almost able to escape again, until Nolan is grabbed, being pulled back down to the surface, telling Alan to just leave him. While this is happening, Talia strong-arms control of the ship, and just as Alan and Nolan are getting turbo-fucked, we shoehorn in the dumbest solution in the entire show. Talia takes the ship, flies it overhead to block the sun, and the Ragnar begin freezing again. Bruh. This ship is small as fuck. It would not block enough of the sun to freeze them over. Then again, I have an issue with the wimpy torpedoes, which apparently destroyed a disk that was supposedly blocking off the entire sun, especially since in the comic, the disk was most likely fairly close to the planet and meant to only block light from it alone. Think like a solar eclipse from the moon, but the moon is a lot larger, and instead of rotating around the planet, it flies in its own orbit to constantly block the sun. In the show, it's supposedly big enough to block the sun off from the entire solar system, killing two civilizations on different planets as well. Either way, blocking the sun with a single small ship is not working in any universe. When the two get back on the bridge, Captain Piquel tries to downplay this fuck up, as Nolan stands ready to kill him. A mutiny is started, and Talia is now the captain. Like I explained, Talia isn't a part of the mission in the comics. Captain Piquel still blows up the sun disk, but it should also be noted that unlike in the show, Nolan does in fact say to remove the sun disk, not move it, but later claims he said move. Both of these are better than what actually happened though, it being destroyed. Alan and Nolan also struggle in a similar fashion, but one that doesn't include the last lurch that required Talia to save them, instead escaping and flying back to the Coalition on their own. Nolan saying if he gets on that ship, he's probably going to tear it in half. We get a show-only scene where Alan finds Nolan in the cargo hold and asks him what's wrong. Nolan explains how he's still torn. He says he understands that Viltrumites are a plague, responsible for wiping out countless species across the universe, but he's still dealing with the cognitive dissonance of now turning on his own kind and engineering their extinction. Alan says that Viltrumites had a chance to choose a different path, to see their entire species almost killed by the Scourge virus, and realize how others must have felt when the Viltrumites arrived to conquer other worlds. But the Viltrumites didn't choose to recognize this, and instead doubled down. He also hugs Nolan, who's still not on board with joining the war. The team returns to Telescria to update Thetis, Talia explaining that scientists are extracting and amplifying the beetle shell poison, while the team has been sent back to make a new solar disk, with plans to return and collect the Ragnar later. Tech Jacket is also brought up, and Battle Beast is being looked for at any known conflict zone in the Coalition's reach. Thetis also informs them that the space racer is eager to join their cause, and Alan and Talia are sent home, while Nolan and Thetis talk privately. Thetis asks Nolan if he thinks all this is enough to stop the Empire, to which Nolan says he doesn't actually think so. He believes the conquered races within the Empire will fight for them out of fear. Thetis explains this is why they need Nolan and Mark, to turn the tides in their favor, and give Mark a chance to save his world, since the Viltrumites will be coming for it sooner or later. Nolan says he can't go back to Earth after what he's done, but Thetis believes that they all must face judgment for their past if the future is to be any different, and that he will lead by example, letting Nolan judge him for his sins. Thetis then reveals to Nolan that he is the creator of the Scourge virus, making him the man who caused the near extinction of their species. Not only that, but he's made a stronger version of the virus, one that no Viltrumite is likely to survive if exposed to. Nolan then grabs Thetis by the neck, asking if he knew how many people he would kill. Thetis says he had no idea billions were dead until Nolan arrived, but that the Empire has killed billions before. Having confessed his greatest sins, Thetis says he understands if Nolan wants to kill him, but Nolan instead holds back, asking why he would do something so terrible after already killing Emperor Argal. Thetis explains he expected that putting an end to Argal's cruel leadership would make their people change, but it only made their hate stronger. After this, he saw no other way but to act again, and since he's released the Scourge virus, he's contemplated taking his own life for what he's done, but doesn't have the strength to do it until his entire race is extinct. Nolan makes Thetis promise the virus is a last resort, and he does promise that it'll only be used if there's no other way to take down the Empire. This is the push that Nolan needed to join the cause, and to head back to Earth to get Mark, to try and end the war before the Scourge virus needs to be released. End of episode. In the comic, the conversation first begins with talk of Nolan finally getting his own place to stay, no longer having to deal with Alan and Talia's sex drive, before Nolan is the one to bring up his concerns that their efforts won't be enough. Thetis shares this concern and tells Nolan that he wasn't completely unaware of the genocide that took place on Viltrum, because he was the one who created the Scourge virus using his DNA. Thetis then reveals the improved virus to Nolan, explaining that while it could mean suicide for the two of them, it's their last resort if their cause looks lost. Since Nolan is already on board from the jump in the comic, there's none of the conflict we see throughout the episode, with Nolan joining or Mark getting involved, and the issue just ends with Thetis explaining he won't hesitate to do what's necessary to win. We now reach the post-credits scene, where Conquest arrives to report his failure to Grand Regent Thrag. He's forced to his knees and says his arrogance led to his defeat by the hands of Invincible and his witch, which is Eve. Conquest then asks to be killed painfully so others can learn from his death. His masochistic request is denied, however, Thrag saying he won't reward failure, and that Conquest still has work to do. And now is when we're finally shown Thrag for the first time in the show. This scene is pulled from the middle of Invincible Returns. Conquest hasn't yet gotten another robotic arm, and also begs for his life instead of begging to be killed. There's also exposition that explains what's about to happen in the next issue, while the show keeps it vague to give us suspense. With that, we've ended the adaptation of issue 67, meaning in 2 episodes we've covered a grand total of 5 issues. Moving on to episode 3, we get probably the most filler to date, only adapting a grand total of 5 pages from issue 71, with little bits of previously not adapted scenes from issue 70 scattered throughout, along with the reimagining of a plot from a catch-up comic between issues 70 and 71. We start with the scene of Titan meeting Machine Head at a bar. Machine Head is Titan's former crime boss, who refused to let him and his family leave his ranks peacefully, only eventually being stopped by the Guardians and Invincible, with Titan taking over his role as crime boss, and in the process defying the Order, a global criminal organization that Machine Head was a member of. Last season, Mr. Liu, leader of the Order and host of a dragon spirit, came to Titan, demanding he help break his man Multipaw out of Peyton Pen, which is in Titan's jurisdiction. Titan pretends to comply with this demand, only to break Machine Head out to assassinate Liu. Liu, so he can take the leadership position of the Order in exchange for leaving Titan out of it. Machine had arranged this meeting to inform Titan that Liu is actually alive. We as viewers seeing in a post-credit scene that Mr. Great Wall of China survived falling out of the sky, and later did something that brings Liu back. Machine Head says that as the leader of the Order, he doesn't really have to worry, but that Titan will be on Liu's hit list. He uses that fact to invite Titan back into the Order, saying his spot is still open, and if he rejoins, him and his family will be safe. Titan isn't willing to give up his freedom he fought so hard for back to Machine Head, and declines the offer. We then cut to Cecil and Donald reviewing the footage of Invincible killing Russ Livingston, Donald noting that Cecil would have done the same. Cecil explains that it's different since Mark could destroy half the planet if he wanted to, and the two talk about how Angstrom and Conquest were warning signs of Mark choosing more absolute solutions, and that trauma like what Mark's been through breaks people. This is an adaptation of a few panels from issue 70, Cecil definitely seeing the incident as a problem, but not as big of a problem as part of Houston being covered in sequids that still need to be cleaned up, so he puts Invincible on the back burner. We then cut to the show-only scene of D.A. Sinclair working on the Invincible reanimate. After the
With Nomad eSIM, more starts here. Finding your way, creating new stories, discovering true value. You move freely and make lasting memories. Nomad eSIM, where every journey gives you more.
After the Invincible War last season, Cecil scooped up all the corpses and began having Sinclair try and get them up and running, getting nowhere close by the time Conquest showed up. And this scene is supposed to show he feels bad about what he's done, originally starting his research by kidnapping college kids and mutilating them. Now he's been given a second chance to make up for his sins, his technology being used on dead soldiers to help save lives. They also fuck up how a welding mask works here. On any half-decent mask, your eyes are visible until you start welding. Then it darkens. We cut to what's technically an adapted scene that finishes up issue 70, starting with a show-only conversation where Robot argues that what Invincible did in the Sequid fight was wrong. Bulletproof doesn't agree, and Monster Girl says that they should be happy that the Sequids are gone and hit the showers. Britt also chastised Robot for not following orders, telling him he'll never go in the field again if he disobeys another order. Robot then goes off to take a shower before coughing up a whole-ass Sequid, the same way we saw Russ do back in Season 2, Episode 6, and the same way the invasion on Earth managed to happen. Robot tries to call for help, but his throat is shot from spitting the thing up, and before it grabs onto him, Monster Girl crushes it. She asks where it came from, and he explains, saying he never even felt it inside of him. Robot says it was luck that kept another outbreak from happening, and that they shouldn't be relying on luck, listing the Sequids, Angstrom, Doc Seismic, always returning stronger than before. And one of these days, luck won't be enough. The two start to realize that Mark is probably right about more permanent solutions, and this idea will come up later in the episode. Like I said, this adapts a page out of issue 70. After the Sequid fight, Robot and Monster Girl discuss Mark murdering Russ, before Monster Girl tells Robot he smells like shit from the sewer and to go take a shower. In the shower, he spits up not one, but 2 Sequids, kills them both, and lightheartedly proclaims that at long last the Sequid threat is finally over. In the show, they made it much more dramatic, and his reaction is way more serious than in the comic, bringing it back around with the idea that maybe Mark is right about permanent solutions. We now cut to Mark, post-Sequid fight, quite shaken up by what he's done. Mark tries to contact Eve, but she's not responding, and we're shown her in a field attempting to use her powers in different ways, none of which work for very long before turning into goo. Mark leaves Eve a voicemail before getting a knock on the door from Donald, who tells him Cecil would like a word. Then we get another little scene of Paul coming to Debbie with a place he thinks would be nice for them to move in together if they both sold their houses. She's hesitant, and that's it. We then move to a scene in some park, tying out with his wife and daughter, the entire place crawling with security. Suddenly, they all start getting decapitated by sheets of metal, and after they're all down, Titan is directly attacked. We see the one responsible, and get the TV debut of a character I feared we'd never see, Magnetak, who says Mr. Liu sends his regards. Magnetak was originally seen in Invincible issue 19, as part of Machine Head's roster of villains brought in to defend him. His design is extremely dated. My guess is they were going for some sort of early Iron Man vibes, while his powers of controlling metal are obviously inspired by Magneto. In the show, he looks way more like Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He doesn't show up in the main Invincible comic but for a single fight, but does make a handful of appearances in spin-offs like Invincible Universe and Guarding the Globe. This fight isn't the worst thing in the world, mostly consisting of separated running shots, while Magnetak launches parts of his suit at Titan. There are a few fun moments, like when the fight starts, Titan is initially focused on dodging. That's until Magnetak uses his evasive maneuvers to instead try and target his wife and daughter. They're luckily not hit, and from that moment on, Titan begins tanking the hits more instead of trying to dodge all of them. Magnetak also tries to yeet most of his suit at Titan, which doesn't work, and while attempting to pull some plates back, Titan purposely gets hit by one of them to launch himself at Magnetak. While beating the shit out of him on the ground, Magnetak tries to finish off Titan's wife and daughter, and I was really worried they were actually going to do it, but Isotope steps in and saves them at the last second, now leaving only Titan and Magnetak, the worst matchup of all time. Titan just goes to town until Magnetak is dead, and the scene ends, with this missing comic book villain's first appearance turning into his last. We cut to another show-only scene of Debbie getting home and looking at the house a bit, telling Oliver he's grown up so much, and that they've been through a lot in such a small amount of time. Oliver mentions that Mark has been sad the majority of the time nowadays, and misses how he used to be. Debbie says that you can't fight change and you just have to support the ones you love while they deal with it. The closest this adapts is a page in issue 70 where Oliver is having a conversation with his tutor April, who's basically the only human Oliver cares about outside the family in the comics. They discuss his growth rate, and then Mark gets home and goes up to his room to sulk. April isn't the most prominent in the comics, being introduced in issue 35 and having 7 appearances throughout, with this page of issue 70 being the last time we see her. In the show, we haven't seen her but for a split second, near the end of season 3, watching the Invincible War from inside a GDA site of some sort. We then cut to the Pentagon, where Mark is getting a talking to by Cecil. He says he would have done the same thing if put in Mark's position against Russ Livingston, believing that as an astronaut, Russ knew the risks of the career he was getting into. Mark asks why he's there if that's what Cecil thinks, and Cecil says that actually killing Russ is not like Mark at all, and that when it comes to making those kinds of hard decisions, for people like the Guardians, he takes that burden upon himself so they can sleep at night, saying he gave up sleep years ago. See the goo explanation from earlier. Cecil wants Mark to give the burden of making the decision to kill to him, or at least come to him if he's ever in a situation like that again. But Mark says he's not a kid anymore and doesn't need Cecil to handle him. But Cecil rebuts by saying if he didn't try to handle the strongest person on the planet, he'd not be doing his job. This is a conversation that doesn't take place in the main comic line, but instead in the catch-up issue Invincible Returns, taking place between issues 70 and 71. Cecil explains that he's afraid of what Mark's capable of and his willingness to fight whenever he believes he's in the right. He then asks what would happen if Mark ever decided he was the only one fit to rule the planet. Mark tries to rebut this point by arguing it's a leap in logic compared to where he's currently at, that being, some enemies are a big enough threat that it justifies killing. Sinclair's team is told that Invincible is here and that they need to cover up the zombie versions of him and take a lunch to stay out of his path. Sinclair instead decides that he feels so bad about what he did in the past that he barges into Cecil's office while he's talking to Mark, in an effort to apologize. Sinclair says he'd apologize directly to those he hurt if he thought it wouldn't do more harm than good. Mark doesn't really want to hear any of this, telling Sinclair to never speak to him again. After Sinclair leaves, Cecil explains that his Reanimen have saved more people than most heroes do in their entire career, and that even after seeing what Invincible did to Russ, Sinclair still came to apologize. In the Returns comic, this scene plays out differently. Cecil first hiding the Invincible Reanimen that Mark is not yet aware of in the comics, before using Sinclair as an example of a time Mark was wrong. He did horrible things to develop his technology. Sinclair even explained that he did those things because he thought what he was doing was right, and that the ends justified the means. He was driven mad by the idea that he was right, but now he regrets his actions, is reformed, and is even engaged to Justine, as we learn her name is, the fellow GDA scientist we usually see Sinclair with. The two are also expecting a child. Mark is skeptical, believing wrongly that the timing was just too perfect, and that Cecil must have planned for Sinclair to come in during their conversation. He asks if he's allowed to leave, and Cecil says yes. Mark flies off instantly and is gone, but Cecil sees this as a win, since this time he didn't crash through the ceiling. Donald asks if Cecil is going to tell Mark about Conquest, to which Cecil says if Donald wants his job that bad, he could just ask. This is also in Returns, but instead of flying off because he's done with the conversation, Invincible is called to New York to handle a threat of some sort, one that's going to be adapted shortly. And Cecil goes into more detail about why he doesn't want to tell Invincible about Conquest, trying to work him back to the GDA's side, because he doesn't believe someone as strong as him running alone is a good idea. We get another show-only scene where Mark talks to Eve about her powers failing, her explaining that she's too scared to even fly at this point. Mark says Robot fixed Monster Girl's powers, so they should go ask him immediately. Eve then gets a phone call for Invincible Inc., but Mark says he can't right now, and someone else is going to have to take care of it. Eve asks what happened, and Mark explains that he killed Russ, and Cecil covered it up. Eve is pretty understanding when she hears this and says she'll call other groups to try to handle it. This is when Oliver chimes in, explaining that he'd be willing to help, asking how much he'll be getting paid. We're shown in the next scene that this is where it ties back into Titan and Liu's story. The fight between Liu and Titan happens in Returns, but it's much different than how the show will adapt it. Titan has called for Invincible's help in putting Liu in his place, especially after he's been found in an abandoned apartment complex by Isotope. Isotope also suggests they just go back into the Order so they have nothing to worry about, an idea he quickly withdraws the moment it pisses off Titan. When Oliver arrives, Titan says there's no deal without Invincible, but Oliver says he can do whatever Invincible can, and an agreement is reached to protect his family. In the comic, the idea of Oliver working for Invincible comes up in issue 68, just before we get to see his new costume. The first time we see him working for Invincible Inc. is during the world-ending catastrophe that's about to happen. While Invincible went to handle that, Oliver dealt with the Lizard League in a shopping mall. We then cut to another show-only scene of Robot trying to figure out what's wrong with Eve's powers, saying all of his scans show she's fine, before the two are distracted by a beeping sound. They realize it's the device Robot made back in Season 1 to detect Flaxen attacks, and so begins the fourth Flaxen invasion. This time, instead of just killing everyone, they're also taking prisoners, attaching collars around their necks that link them into a chain gang. On the way there, we're given a recap of the previous attacks and the current situation, including that without devices of some sort, the Flaxens age rapidly while they're in our dimension. Their dimension's time moving differently than Earth's. By the second time they invaded, they had wristbands to protect them from Earth's time stream, and by the third time, they had somehow developed an immunity to this through some unknown means, but were stopped by the overwhelming strength of Omni-Man, who then went to their dimension and blew up their civilization, telling them Earth wasn't theirs to conquer. Well, now they're back, and they'd already been immune to the time stream, so it's probably not looking good. Though to be honest, the real thing that's not looking good is the scale of this fight. What in the fuck is this? In the best shot we get of the entire battlefield, there's a fraction of the enemies we saw in Season 1. The budget definitely didn't go here, that's for sure. And get this fight is actually canon to the comics, and pretty important, being the third invasion and setting up for events later. In the show, this is the fourth invasion, the third not being present in the comics, and when going back to Season 1, looked way larger. I understand you probably can't make it look like the comics, with everyone basically surfing on top of waves of enemies, but you can do better than this, because we've seen in the past they have done better than this. It doesn't matter those are 3D models, and that you can tell half of them are the same if you zoom in. This looks like an alien invasion, goddammit. We also get 2 of these flying drone things that Robot said were probably made to fight Omni-Man, and they start running Mark's fate pretty hard, which is kind of dumb to be frank. In the comic, they have these mechs as well, but they aren't much more of a burden as the rest of the Endless Forces. We're also told by Donald that there are thousands of these guys, and more on the way every minute via carrier. But in the best shot I could find, you can only count like 75 max. They're also struggling with a way bigger roster that includes Monster Girl and Brit, who are pretty much immune to all this bullshit. I will say, I do enjoy the part where they throw a grenade of some sort. Brit tells everyone to get down, and jumps on it. Canonically, he's indestructible, so he tanks the hit, but is sent flying into a building. We cut to Oliver flying Titan to fight Liu, who's looking pretty bad off after taking a bullet to the head last season. When Oliver actually sees Liu, he says there's no way he'd fight an old guy, and then Liu turns into the dragon that he heard almost killed Mark last season. Titan fights Liu's bodyguard while Oliver is resigned to running away, not really standing a chance even while Liu is in a weakened state, making the the dragon weaker. He calls Eve for Mark's help, but is told he's busy, we know with the Flaxen invasion, and told to just run. We then cut back.
On-time delivery guaranteed on Alibaba.com. Explore diverse, hot-selling products, all waiting for you.
Carga el código en la app. Disfruta lo que quieras en Pedidos Ya. Tu mundo al instante.
We then cut back to the very underwhelming Flaxen invasion, where Monster Girl apparently needs to be saved. Look at this shit, come on. Robot has scanned the entire battlefield and is unable to locate the signal that keeps the Flaxens from aging. So he assumes it's somewhere through the portal, asking Monster Girl if she trusts him before they both make a beeline for it. Upon reaching the other side, they discover the source of the signal, a giant speaker-looking thing, and while Monster Girl frees civilians, Robot blows the signal emitters up. This causes the army to begin aging rapidly, ending the fight, and as they all rush to the portal, Robot peers over to find more tanks and soldiers ready to fight, and a pretty rebuilt civilization in the background. This leads him to decide they need to find a more permanent solution to the Flaxens, and he tells everyone they should try to defeat them in their own dimension. Cecil is against this idea, but everyone else is on board and begins rushing the portal. The only reason they don't make it to join Monster Girl and Robot is because of a lone Flaxen who sacrifices himself to destroy the portal, cutting him in half and leaving Monster Girl and Robot trapped in their dimension. In the comic, this fight plays out differently in issue 71. For one, there is no question that the overwhelming numbers are a problem, but they still aren't putting a dent in any of the heroes fighting them. Monster Girl, Bulletproof, Brit, Invincible, even Robot isn't phased. It's about the numbers and trying to figure out how they're immune to the time stream to stop it. They figure out it's the tank emitting the signal. After they begin retreating, Robot says they need to stop them at the source, but no one else is chomping at the bit to run in with him but Monster Girl. The portal closes and that's the end of it. In both the show and the comic, no traces are left behind to figure out how to make a portal to their dimension, and contact with Robot and Monster Girl is cut. Mark has been informed on Oliver's status, and we see he's looking pretty bad off. In the comic, he talks to Eve mid-fight, saying he can't make it to a Lizard League attack on a mall, and Oliver is sent in with no trouble. While in the show, Oliver is about tapped out, hiding from the dragon, while Titan has his hands full with the bodyguard. Just as the dragon finds Oliver, Mark arrives to save him, asking why he stayed instead of running. Oliver explained that he didn't want to do a bad job while representing Eve and Mark. The two team up to take down the dragon, and now being overwhelmed by a much stronger and prepared Invincible, Liu and his bodyguard retreat. They begin to give chase before Titan yells that this fight between him and Liu isn't over. Mark, seeing the dude who nearly got him killed like twice, begins going to town on him, drawing a large amount of blood before Oliver is able to stop him. That's not any way to treat a client, Mark. We're supposed to be getting the vibe that Mark was ready to kill Titan here, playing into the darker tendencies he's had lately. We then get a little scene of Oliver being patched up, and Eve updating Mark on her attempts to figure out what's wrong with her powers. Then we move on to another show-only scene, where Machine Head sits as the head of the Order. I actually have names for you this time. This is War Woman 2, taking the title after War Woman's death, Insomniac, Face, The Walking Dread, Slaying Mantis, and Red Eye. These guys show up and actually do stuff in the Guarding the Globe spinoff. Machine Head says he has a surprise and introduces Titan as a member of the Order, making sure that everyone understands that while there might be a history between the two of them, they're both part of the Order, and no one fucks with each other once they're in the Order. This is a setup for Machine Head to reveal that not only is Titan a returning member of the Order, but Liu too has been invited back, and accepted to avoid further conflict. Realizing they've both been played by Machine Head, there's not really much that can be done, and it's implied that Isotope was in on it as well, believing it just made sense for them to return to the Order. End of episode. Post-credits. Mark wakes up, finding Eve isn't in bed. He sees the bathroom light is on and goes to check, only for the door to be slammed shut on him. Eve says she'll come back to bed in a minute, and we finally get the reveal that she's pregnant, explaining why her powers have been on the fritz. This scene adapts the last 2 pages of issue 68, in which Mark knocks on the door asking Eve why she's taking so long, especially since she sorta left her pants in the room and his mom's gonna be home any minute, and he doesn't really want it to be that obvious what they've been up to. She tells Mark to go away, and he apologizes for bothering her. Before we're shown, she's come back positive on a pregnancy test. The show really dragged this one out much further, with the comic only having Mark's clothes being messed up, indicating that her powers were on the fritz before we learned she's pregnant. We don't even see the Universa fight yet. That happens in the issue later. In the show, they make it more of a what's wrong with Eve thing before the reveal. And now we move on to the lowest rated episode of Invincible to date, and the one with the least adapted content, with not a single issue of the main Invincible comic adapted. In fact, the only thing brought from the main line for the show-only conflict is a single character, who appeared once, much later down the line, and was forgotten about for lack of time, though there are side scenes being pulled from Invincible returns. We start with Mark coming to Art, where they discuss him almost killing Titan last episode, explaining how he felt so ready to do it, barely even thinking about it, and that he believes himself to have turned into his father. Art tells him he's nowhere close to his father, evidenced by the fact that Nolan never came in to talk about how almost taking a life was eating away at him. And that shows Mark is different. Mark tries to give back his suit, saying he doesn't deserve it, but Art believes he's still the same kid that came in years ago looking to make the world a better place. The world just isn't as cooperative as he'd hoped it'd be. Art says he can't turn back time, but when he's ready to remember who he really is, he's able to make Mark look the part, with his original suit ready to go. This is when Mark gets a call from Eve, who says he's needed on another mission. This adapts a scene from Returns, where in the same manner, Mark comes into Art's shop, after almost killing Titan. The conversation is very similar, though in the comic, Art defends Nolan, believing him to be a good man, and that the acts he committed aren't the full picture of who he really is. While in the show, Art is nowhere near on board with Nolan. The scene ends with Mark receiving the third iteration of his suit, but in the show, we need to drag that shit out, sticking an entire non-existent story between the two pages. And now we get to the random hell story featuring Satan and Glove Shido, otherwise known as Volcanica, who's fighting against demons with the same creatures Doc Seismic was controlling back in Season 3, Magma Knights. In a location we can guess is hell, because Damien Darkblood, Demon Detective, is here. We last saw him in Season 1 of the show, investigating Omni-Man's murder of the Guardians. When he got too close to the truth, Cecil exorcised him back to hell, to prevent Damien from revealing to the world what he was already aware of, before he could figure out why Nolan killed the Guardians. Damien says they should have waited and tried another conjuring spell, while his sister calls him a coward. They then begin fighting the Magma Knights, as Volcanica monologues about how futile their efforts are, and that the Infernal Throne is rightfully hers. We get a bunch of budget-saving silhouette shots, as everyone is overwhelmed. They then get the upper hand, only for it to be lost moments later, as Damien is grabbed and his armor is burned through by Volcanica's claws. He's saved by his sister, and the two prepare to fight again. In mid-monologue, they start tearing into Volcanica. She starts mustering up the strength to tear some of the demons apart, ending with Damien's sister, who we learn is named Domina, being taken out by a lava fist to the mouth. It's extremely gross looking, not a fan. She leaves Damien alive to tell Satan he's lost and that she's taking over. Damien picks up his still alive sister's head and says sorry, before cutting to him dragging a bag of their guts away, drawing a circle to someone who we now know is Satan. He instead steps out of the shadows, saying he doesn't need to be summoned. He could hear the fighting and knows that Darkblood was defeated. Satan explains their situation grows more dire, and Damien's plans have only led to failure. Damien opens the bag of gore left from the fight, his sister's still alive head falling out. Satan prepares to restore them to fight again, but Damien stops him, saying that they'll just fail again, and instead he wants to try a summoning ritual one last time, to bring someone from Earth to help. This someone is Omni-Man, and Damien has been using blood he obtained from Nolan's fight with the Guardians to try and summon him to help defeat Volcanica. He instead decides to widen the parameters of the spell on this last attempt, and is able to pull down Invincible, who happened to be mid-mission inside Cahor's tomb. A long-running joke in the TV show, beginning in Season 1, Cahor tried to possess a man to leave his tomb, and is accidentally stopped by Invincible while he's flying overhead, causing a sandstorm that seals him inside. Then in Season 2, the daughter of the man possessed brings her superpowered girlfriend to help get in the tomb, where they find her father dead of malnutrition, and Cahor, unable to leave his tomb without a host, refuses to use either of the two females, and is left stuck there with them. He shows up again during the Invincible War in Season 3, attempting to possess an alternate mark, but he's not fast enough and the mark gets away, causing him to scurry back while the girls escape. It appears this woman tried to access the tomb once again, and that Invincible was mid-fight with Cahor before being summoned to Hell, leaving the superpowered woman, known as Riley, alone in the tomb. Cahor decides to stoop down to possessing a female, and after 4 seasons, he's finally free, though he's left to walk to wherever he's going, since Invincible flew Riley there, and another open thread is left for later. Like I said, this is a show-only gag, and nothing like it exists in the comic. Some people compare this to a comic character called Anipetus, but I disagree. Anipetus was actually getting somewhere the 2 times he popped up, while Cahor's entire bit is not being able to leave his tomb, while accidentally being foiled in his efforts to do so. Anyways, back to Hell. Invincible has been summoned, because while Nolan is on Earth, he shares his blood, so the widened parameters grabbed him instead. Mark recognizes Damien Darkblood and asks where they are. Damien explains they're in the underworld, which humans call Hell, and that the imp in front of him is Satan. Mark immediately assumes he's supposed to fight Satan, only to be stopped before a blow is thrown. Damien then spends, I shit you not, 5 entire minutes explaining the lore of Hell to Mark, while they sit on a ledge overlooking lava pits. This is all lore I can summarize in a couple sentences. Hell is real, but in reality it's just inside the earth, and demons are actually protecting the planet from the return of the Vile. Creatures we can guess are similar to Titans in Greek mythology, big monsters that want to eat everybody. They showed up in the 4th age of existence, while humans sprouted up during the 6th age, and the Vile are kept imprisoned in the underworld by demons torturing them forever after banishing them there during the 5th age. Volcanica hates humans and has been waging war against demons, preventing them from torturing the Vile, in hopes of freeing them to destroy the surface. Mark mopes a bit because he's still upset about the whole killing Russ thing, but eventually decides to help, saying he won't do any killing. Satan says his men will handle the fighting, all Mark needs to do is help him get back to his former glory. To do this, Mark and Damien need to find Satan's molten crown that has been tossed into a bottomless pit. This is why they need Mark, because no one in Hell is capable of retrieving the crown from said pit. Damien also explains he was expecting Omni-Man, and that he believed he could convince him to help out of self-interest. He can't conquer the planet if it's destroyed by the Vile. The 2 jump down the not actually bottomless pit, which we're told has a great beast they'll need to fight once they reach the ground. We then have a 3-minute long scene of them falling down the hole. I wish I was kidding. During the fall, Mark asks if there's a heaven, and Damien says they have no idea, but he doesn't think there's some sort of balance like what humans believe there to be, and that they should try to turn Earth into heaven instead. Then there's this very long gag about him taking the helmet off and putting it back on, and if it's demon nanotech. This feels like I'm watching an episode of Naruto filler, holy shit. They get to the bottom and find the crown, but it's protected by Cerberus, who used to protect the entrance to Hell, and after being defeated by Volcanica, was tossed down the hole. They begin to fight Cerberus, but after one hit, Mark doesn't think Damien can handle it, so he throws him back up the hole, promising to catch him again. We then get another entire minute of Damien Darkblood flying back up the hole, before falling back down. Invincible does catch him, says he defeated Cerberus, and has Satan's crown. The craziest budget cutting I've ever seen, guys. While returning to Satan, Damien notes the wailing usually heard from the lava has stopped, meaning the Vile will be recovering any time. They get to Satan, and Mark throws the crown to him. To buy us another couple seconds, I guess, Damien freaks out in slow motion, before the crown is caught by Satan. Damien then explains that it's very fragile, which is stupid, because it got tossed down a bottomless fucking pit. What do you mean it's fragile? Satan puts the crown on while monologuing, transforming into his strengthened form, while metal music begins playing, and then we get another talking scene on the ledge. Mark's still big sad about having to do small bad to stop big bad. Damien says sometimes you gotta do small bad to protect from big bad, like demons torturing the Vile to protect the surface. He then asks for Mark's help defeating Volcanica, and Mark agrees. The Darkblood clan is restored, all but his sister, who bestows the family axe to Damien, saying their father always wanted him to have it. Then all-out demon combat begins. Satan and the Darkbloods fight against Volcanica and her Magma Knights. Damien tells Mark to get Satan to Volcanica because her fall will cause the rest to follow. He tries flying Satan in, then begins taking down the Magma Knights to give the Darkbloods the room they need to help. All while heavy metal music plays, by the way. Their efforts appear to work until Volcanica encases 2 Darkbloods in rock, melts one of their faces off, then yoinks the family axe to kill Damien. The axe, however, just fucks off, flying into a lava fall, never elaborated on. Satan tries to flank her and is stabbed through, left completely immobilized, and Volcanica begins monologuing again about how this is all part of her plan to get Satan, give them a little hope of victory so he'd come out of hiding. Seeing the situation has reached a point of hopelessness, Invincible steps in, saying he can't let her take over Earth. She begins to speak again before having her head punched clean off, freeing Satan and saving Damian. Turns out though, she can't be killed and her head grows right back. So he punches it off again and then kicks it off. And then she runs off, realizing she's defeated, pledging to come back later. One vial is also able to work its way out of the lava, but Invincible punches it back in and Satan tells his men to continue their torture before more escape. Hela is back in the control of Satan and Damian is allowed to head back up to the surface for repaying his debt to Satan. This was the most nothing burger story we've seen so far, and it makes sense people would be annoyed with it. I'm gonna be honest, on my first watch, I fell asleep. Sue me. What some people get wrong though is the nature of this story being completely original or something planned but cut from the comic. This confusion comes from a Robert Kirkman quote explaining that he wanted to do a hero goes to hell story, something a lot of comic book characters get in some form or another. But this was not the same story he originally planned to tell. How do I know this? Because A, Damian was never banished in the comics. It was a joke character who didn't discover Omni-Man was the killer till long after everyone already knew Nolan had left the planet. B, Volcanica is an actual character in the comic. She doesn't appear until issue 106 and is completely written out, never to be seen again after issue 107. Volcanica is the self-proclaimed ruler of Underworld, placed deep in the Earth's crust, where another villain, Doc Seismic, was conjuring beasts from, using his earthquake gloves. He used them in issue 36 and again in issue 48, successfully capturing most heroes by doing so, something we also saw adapted in season 3. Well, sometime after this, he's captured by Volcanica, who's impressed by his ability to communicate with the creatures of the underworld, and rewards his efforts by melting his fucking skin off and turning him into whatever this guy is. Volcanica and Doc Seismic then try and take over the surface, using more underworld creatures. They're defeated though, and the issue ends with them vowing to return. And then they never return. There are no other appearances of Volcanica, not in the main comic, not in any of the spin-offs, nothing. She was cut out, probably due to more important stories, but definitely had nothing to do with Hell, instead being tied into Doc Seismic's crusty adventures with the underworld magma creatures. Honestly, I thought this episode was pretty lazy, and it was obviously an excuse for Kirkman to work with Bruce Campbell, of Evil Dead fame, who voiced Satan. We move to a scene of Eve telling William, Mark's gay best friend, that she's pregnant. Before we get into it, first, the fuck is that photorealistic brick wall? Second, William's voice actor has been swapped out, from Andrew Rannells to Brandon Scott Jones. I actually just did a video on Fiona and Cake Season 2, go watch it, it's great, and his role as Gary was also recast. From the research I've done, no one is 100% certain why he's been recast, but the dude's a major theater kid and has like 10 different Broadway related things going on right now, so that's probably why. So in this scene, Eve tells William she isn't ready to have a kid, and that this was unplanned, happening even after her and Mark had been using protection. She says she wants kids eventually, but isn't ready for one right now. This conversation also occurs in the Returns catch-up issue, though Eve actually explains further that she doesn't know if Mark would make a good father, him having to be a hero and all. She knows he couldn't just stop doing that, so he'd be unreliable as a parent. This explanation is kind of stupid though, considering that Omni-Man was a perfect parent while also defending the entire planet, until he did that thing. And now we return to Mark grabbing his costume, switching back to his old design and colors, and flying around and stuff. Like I said earlier, this is pulled from the catch-up issue, though in that, he actually switches to a different costume than his original. This one has full gloves and no knee pads. Things aren't removed when making the black and blue design. In the show, his fingies have always been out, but we also don't ever see this version of the costume, instead moving straight back to his original design, which in the comic will happen in issue 79. We get another show-only scene where Debbie tells the boys she plans to sell the house and move into a place with Paul, where they're both welcome to live as long as they like. Mark is not super on board about this, but accepts it, especially if it makes his mother happy. He goes up to the roof and tells Eve about Hell and how he's not really okay after everything that's happened to him, but that he'll get there. In Returns, this conversation is about Mark's return to form and the little changes Art made to the suit, as well as his return to not killing, deciding it's the easy way out when dealing with enemies. villains. This was the point of Mark being in the blue and black suit, representing a darker tone for his character, and his return to yellow and blue was supposed to represent a shift back to how he used to be. In both the show and the comic, Eve is about to tell Mark she's pregnant, but they're interrupted by Nolan and Alan arriving, telling Mark he needs to come with them to help fight in the war. In the comic, however, Eve is the one that spots them, while in the show it's Mark. A post-credit scene then shows Damien back on the surface, getting messages from Satan to find out what humans did that pissed off Volcanica, who's been asleep for millennia before this. It's possible that maybe that'll have something to do with Doc Seismic later. And with that, we've reached the end of this video, covering the first 4 episodes of the season. This video should be released before the finale of Season 4, and after that's out, you'll be able to find the second part on the channel shortly. But until then, go check out my other videos breaking down movies and TV shows, or you can find me streaming on Twitch every night around 7:30 MST. If you enjoyed, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and have a good day. Invincible Season 4 has finished airing, and we've finally seen the conclusion of the Viltrumite War arc. That means we can finally cover the real meat and potatoes of the season, including the Viltrumite ambush, the Battle of Telescria, and the Battle of Viltrum. Just like last time, this breakdown will have spoilers for the show, but we'll have no comic spoilers for things that haven't been adapted yet. You don't have to worry about wanting to know how accurate a fight is from Season 4, just to be jump scared with how the comic book ends. On top of this, after this video is released, I'll be releasing a remastered full Season 3 breakdown. With that, make sure to leave a like, and if you enjoy my videos, don't forget to Episode 5 adapts issues 71 and 72, and is a pretty big turning point for the season, as we enter some of the most brutal fights to date, kicking off the Viltrumite War arc. We start the episode with Alan and Eve chilling on the roof, talking about Alan's alien cat that has 2 assholes, while Mark and Nolan talk in the sky above them. Nolan has explained the Viltrumite's true purpose for coming to Earth, that being interbreeding to bring their species back from near extinction. A lot of conversation is had between the two as Mark voices all of the grievances he's been holding in, believing his father dead since the fight on Thraxa, all the way back in Season 2. He's still angry about the lies, what happened on Earth, Thraxa, all of it. Nolan says he's trying to make up for all he's done, and that he needs Mark's help to defeat the Viltrum Empire and save Earth. Realizing that the Viltrumites would show up to Earth eventually anyways, and would definitely kill everyone Mark cares about, he decides to join the fight, planning on leaving the next day. In the comic, there isn't any conversation between the two about joining the war. As I explained in the first part of the season, Nolan and Alan's arrival doesn't happen in the main line of the comic series. Instead, they appear partway through the catch-up comic Invincible Returns, which is meant to prepare new readers for the next arc, by giving them all the info they need up to issue 70, while also including some new stuff, some of which was adapted in episodes 3 and 4 of this season, like the Titan vs. Liu fight. In the Returns comic, Mark and Eve are discussing his return to his old colors, and his decision not to kill anymore. Just before Eve can tell Mark she's pregnant, Nolan and Alan interrupt them, and instead of seeing the conversation, we move to Mark taking Eve out on a date, and that's when the beginning of the catch-up conversation starts. Mark going through the entire story a reader would need to understand where we're at. Invincible Returns sets up for issue 71, but again, we don't waste time on exposition, instead starting off with the 3rd Flaxen invasion, and the show being the 4th, adapted in Season 4, Episode 3, that left Robot and Monster Girl trapped in the Flaxen dimension. After that, however, we just see Nolan and Alan heading out to find Tech Jacket. So the show, which let's be frank, needs to pad for time as much as possible, fleshes out this alluded to conversation between father and son. Next, Nolan requests to see Debbie, something Mark says is a bad idea, believing the apology is more for Nolan than his mother, and wanting to feel better for what he's done, despite the fact it took Debbie a long time to recover from Nolan's betrayal. Hearing going through live feed, the man she loved and built a life with call her nothing more than a pet. We cut to night with Nolan at the door, unable to go through with ringing the doorbell. He gets ready to leave, but Debbie opens the door before silently walking away. Nolan then comes in and begins his apology, which starts by acknowledging his desire to see her was selfish. It's a really difficult scene, guys. Basically, Nolan apologizes for what he did to her and Mark, and says that he was terrified after Mark got his powers, and what seemed so easy when he first arrived on Earth was now impossible to accomplish, having become more human because of Debbie. In the short 20 years of his life he's been with her. After Nolan apologizes for everything from killing the Guardians to the emotional harm he did to their family, he says he's going to spend the rest of his life trying to repair the damage he did. Now this is when we start Debbie's brutal response, telling Nolan there's no coming back from what he's done, that his actions caused unending misery to the families he's hurt, including theirs, and that his half-assed apology isn't going to change that, especially while he's coming to take her son to a war he could never return from. When she asks what he really wanted from this apology, Nolan says he wanted to see her again, and is immediately told to fuck himself. Debbie pointing out how 2 months after he left the planet he had a child, Oliver, with Andressa, and while she does love him, Oliver was another responsibility dumped at her feet due to Nolan's actions. Nolan then attempts the classic "it didn't mean anything" move, saying Andressa was a mistake and that he loves Debbie. This is definitely not the play, my guy. Nolan was obviously just trying to say anything he'd think Debbie would want to hear. She's not having it though, and says Nolan telling her he didn't actually love Oliver's mother just makes her hate him more. This continues, as Nolan says he missed Debbie. Debbie then says she missed him too, but the man she loved is dead because of his actions, as she punches him in the chest until her knuckle bleeds. She continues brutalizing him with words, asking if she's still his pet, before telling him if her job was to make him human, she failed, because he's hardly even a bad photocopy, and to get the fuck out of her house, Nolan rushing out shortly after. So first, I gotta point out, this entire scene, not counting the minute-long setup, where everyone tells him it's a bad idea, is 6 minutes long. That's longer than any single filler talking scene from episode 4. The truth of the matter is, they definitely use this to pad for time, but it's insanely effective in demonstrating the pain and fury Debbie has for Nolan. While in the comics, his apology to her is a single page in issue 71, where Nolan asks the boys to leave, then tells Debbie he meant nothing he said the day he left Earth, and that he was slowly changing into the man who abandoned his mission to conquer the planet. Debbie says she'll never be able to believe what Nolan is saying, and he simply apologizes before leaving. The show has given us a lot more Debbie than the comics overall, making her way less of a background character, and fleshing out emotions and feelings the comic definitely didn't have time to touch on. Our next scene begins with the Walking Dread, who we've previously seen as a member of the global criminal organization named The Order, attacking an electrical substation. This attack is actually pulled from a single page in issue 90, involving a response from someone totally different. In the show, he's intercepted by Tech Jacket, who's revealed in this fight to be female, and probably the biggest gender swap in the show so far. Her name is Zoe Thompson, instead of Zach, and this scene is her introduction, showing us how she fights, how she quips, and how her cute little hair puffs flop out when she takes her helmet off. I explained in part 1 of this season's breakdown the original backstory of Zach in the comics, being granted a Blue Beetle-esque suit that permanently bonds to the wearer, and saving the Geldarians from a Viltrumite-backed Kresh invasion. Zoe was first seen in the show back in Season 3, Episode 7, having fought in the Invincible War, taking out Mustache Mark in orbit, but back then we only saw her for a grand total of 11 seconds, and it wasn't clear that she was a woman. We also have no idea how old she is, but we're led to believe she's in her mid-teens, probably 15 if I had to guess. This will definitely have downstream effects that'll change some scenes in the comics, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. After stopping the Walking Dread, Zoe is called up to the space station by her dad, because Alan's arrived and would like a word. We cut to the post-explanation, and they're completely on board with the idea of Zoe joining the fight against the Viltrumite Empire, her father giving her a hug, and Alan joining in because he's Alan. In the comic, both Alan and Nolan head to the space station, where they find Zach and his father talking about the best way to eat a Dorito. We don't actually get a scene where they ask Tech Jacket to join the fight, and instead cut to the household conversation that leads to Nolan's attempted apology. And while all that happens, Tech Jacket is waiting outside with Alan. Next, we move to Mark finding Debbie after seeing Nolan, drinking wine in the dark. She says Nolan stole her life and sanity, and now he's going to steal Mark away from her too. Oliver walks in and is briefed off screen on everything that's occurred, and he's pissed that Nolan left before even seeing him, his own son, and says he wants to go with Mark to fight. Mark tries to pull the "but you need to stay and protect the Earth" card, which doesn't work, since Oliver knows if they lose the war, then the Viltrumites would come and destroy Earth. He says he wasn't able to save his birth mother, and that now he has a chance to save his new mom. Debbie requests one last thing before the boys leave, a family dinner with Paul and Eve. It's a very emotional scene, made the gal I was watching it with cry, extremely effective, and completely show only. In the comic, we simply cut to the Grayson household. Mark's already informed Oliver about the war, to which he tries to argue he should be allowed to join. Instead of Mark saying Oliver needs to protect Earth, he instead says their mother and Eve need protection in case Angstrom Levy returns, which Oliver understands. He does complain that their father didn't come see him, with Mark explaining Nolan isn't ready to see Debbie again. And just as she catches them mid-conversation, still not informed on what's happening, Nolan arrives, having changed his mind about seeing her, and we get the apology page. Another difference in the comic is that Nolan actually does see Oliver, and not only that, he specifically asks to be left to have a one-on-one conversation with him. Nolan tells Oliver he's grown so much, and that he wants to know everything about his experiences on Earth, even telling Oliver he's changed his mind about wanting him to stay, saying they can catch up and train during the trip. Next, we get a show-only scene of Nolan going to see Art, who's jump-scared at the mere sight of him. They have beers on the roof, mirroring a scene from the first season, as they talk about why Nolan avoided seeing Oliver and asking about Paul, Debbie's boyfriend. Art is chatty enough, but calls it pretty quickly, saying he's got a lot of work to do in the morning. Nolan tries to apologize to him for everything, saying he's doing everything he can to make up for it, but Art doesn't really accept it. And when Nolan suggests he can repair the outfit Art says is ugly any way he likes if he survives the war, Art says he's closed Nolan's account because he only dresses heroes. It's very clear that Art doesn't look at Nolan the same way, and this is Nolan's first time realizing it. Even when he says it was good to see you, Art just answers with a yeah. After Nolan flies off, Art nearly collapses, letting out all the fear he was holding in. I touched on it briefly in the first part of the season, but the show is making it much more clear that Arthur Rosenbaum is not on board with Nolan the same way he is in the comics. There is no conversation like this, and we don't actually see Art again until issue 89, but he did have a conversation with Mark in Returns, where he says he still thinks Nolan's a good man, and that his actions in killing the Guardians and fighting Mark were contrary to the person he really is. That conversation was changed in episode 4 of the season to instead use Nolan as a foil to Mark, Art explaining that Mark is better than Nolan for even caring about almost killing someone. Next, we cut to Eve and Mark in bed, one last night together before Mark has to leave for the war. They talk about how they met and how everything has changed so dramatically since then, and Mark asks what Eve wanted to tell him before Alan and Nolan interrupted them on the roof. Eve says it's nothing and that they should focus on being together for one last night. The scene ends with Eve telling Mark not to die, and Mark promising he won't. In the comic, the scene is mostly Mark apologizing for having ever dragged Eve into the life she currently lives. She's almost died multiple times because of him, and now he's leaving her to join a fight he might not make it back from. Eve doesn't want to hear Mark talk about how he could die, and instead asks him to hold her until he has to go. We then get a show-only scene of Debbie and Paul seeing the boys off in the backyard, Debbie demanding the two be careful, and sending Oliver off with homework, as well as him bringing video games and such. Oliver gives Paul a hug, Mark gives him a handshake, kisses Eve goodbye, and they're ready to leave. With a callback to the first season of the show, Oliver asking Mark how exactly they're supposed to breathe in space. Mark saying the same thing Nolan said to him when he went to fight Alan for the first time. That's the neat thing. Now again, the show is going to be taking its pretty little time fleshing out sections of the comic, and the journey aboard the Venture is one of those sections. As I explained previously, the Venture and its crew are a spoof of Star Trek, and Talia taking over as captain is not in the comics. This is the third time we'll see the Venture, and the last time we'll see it. Mark and Oliver are spotted approaching the ship, and after making it to the cargo hold, Nolan is pissed to see Oliver was brought along, telling him he needs to go back. This is when Oliver yells that Nolan didn't even come to see him before storming off. Nolan asks Mark why he brought Oliver along, to which Mark says he's not a kid anymore. He really is though, not a great argument, and I hope this massive oversight and skill and power doesn't cause problems down the line. Nolan says he didn't just want to spare Oliver the war, but wanted to spare Oliver seeing his father, who's done so much to harm him in his short life. Mark says those are more selfish feelings, like wanting to see Debbie again, and that Oliver used to look up to him, so he should try and put in at least some effort while he has a second chance. The scene then ends with Zoe arriving, and with the whole gang here, the ship is ready to leave. We also get another little scene of Cecil and Donald watching the ship leave, noting that for the first time in 20 years, the Earth is about to be Viltrumite free. Cecil not sure if that's a good or bad thing. Which isn't even true. Mark left for a couple weeks to go to Thraxa, back during season 2, so this has happened before. We then get to a very short conversation between Oliver and Zoe, set up in such a way that many people speculate that they're supposed to have some sort of future romantic interest in each other. Because guys, look, they're the same age, and the opposite sex. The evidence to support this theory is the other time they gender swapped a hero just to make her a romantic interest, and the evidence against it is that while Oliver appears 15-ish, he's actually like 2 years old, and will continue to age rapidly as time passes, outgrowing Zoe's acceptable age range long before she's an adult. We then get a montage of everyone doing stuff on the ship during the 2-week journey to Telescria. Oliver and Zoe play some video games. Mark mindlessly messes around on his phone. Alan and Talia are shown to just be making out in the common area, dear God, and we're shown Oliver is avoiding Nolan any chance he gets. At the start of the montage, it's mentioned that everyone can head to the medical bay for a communication implant. This is a very skimmed over concept in both the show and the comic, that being, everyone needs a device of some sort to communicate telepathically while in space. Otherwise, all space fights would have no dialogue. That would suck because there's going to be a good few of those, and this is the solution. In the show, it's always been an implant, Alan first mentioning it while fighting the Immortal, back in Season 2, Episode 6. He also mentions that the implant only works one way. He can hear other people's thoughts, they can hear his, but he can't connect to people who don't have the implant. Though he says there would be an update later to do that. We don't know for sure if this update exists, but it's pretty clear this technology is standard, and everyone in every space fight is going to have one. In the comics, Alan himself has telepathy, which he explains in issue 5 gives him a headache whenever he uses it. It's also confirmed through the official Invincible handbook that it's telepathy and not a device of some sort. For everyone else, it's explained they're using an earpiece that lets them communicate telepathically, instead of it being an implant. And as long as everyone has one, they can all hear each other. If someone doesn't have one, they can project their thoughts into that person's mind, while not being able to hear anything back. We get another show-only scene of Nolan trying to use the food maker thingy. It's spitting out nothing close to what he asked for. He remembers having spaghetti at a fancy restaurant with Debbie and leaves without eating. Man's big sad he fumbled the bag. We then cut to the deck, Alan asking if Mark's noticed Nolan sulking. Mid-discussion, Zoe enters, saying some of her suit's sensors tripped before the ship is struck by something, sending the engine into full meltdown. Talia orders the crew to eject the bridge from the rest of the ship before it blows up. Mark protests since Nolan and Oliver are still back there somewhere, but Talia says they have no choice, and they disconnect before the explosion. They search the rubble, and Mark finds Oliver, dazed but alive, and that's when Alan gets Mark's attention, as they all learn what blew it up. The Viltrumites have ambushed them on their way to Telescria, and among them, Conquest is back from the dead, telling Mark this is what happens when he doesn't finish what he started. Before we get into it, I want to note that in the catch-up comic Returns, Bragg actually directly mentions this ambush, while in the show, it's left in the air what his plans are for Conquest to make the episode's ending more suspenseful. Now the ambush in the comic is sorta similar, though Oliver is on the bridge with Mark in Tech Jacket, Nolan and Alan being the ones left in the ship before it explodes. Alan was absolutely scarfing down that Kazlok too, poor guy. We're also given a bit of useful information that explains something we see later. The captain explaining to Oliver that whenever possible, they chart their course along the path of planets with breathable atmospheres in case of an emergency. The Venture is also what picks up an object changing speeds to catch up to them, and after the explosion, the bridge ejecting is automatic, not something done on purpose, happening in case of irreparable damage to the ship and returning the crew back to base. Issue 71 then ends with the boys looking for Nolan and Alan before running into 3 Viltrumites, Conquest, Lucan, and some motherfucker named Randy. I shit you not, that's his actual name. In the show, he's been replaced with my favorite Viltrumite, Crad. I don't know why, guys, I just love his face. He looks like an angry can of Pringles. It's great. Crad is briefly in the comics, being seen in a full spread in issue 73. There's also a good amount more dialogue from Conquest before the fighting starts, noting the help Mark brought along with him, and how it won't be enough, ending his monologue by saying he plans to save Mark for last so he can watch the rest die. Oliver says they've killed Conquest once so they can do it again before directly charging into him. Now the last time he did that, it went horribly wrong. He's definitely stronger now, but make no mistake, he's nowhere near as strong as Conquest, and this is probably gonna get ugly. Mark tries to stop Oliver, but is intercepted by Lucan, who tells him to let Oliver learn his lesson. And during this, Alan is attacked by Crad, while Zoe tries to support him with laser fire. Oliver is slapped away immediately, Conquest saying he remembers him from their first encounter. Oliver actually gets a good number of hits on Conquest, able to get under him and begin taking shots at his ribcage and spine. But it's not very long before Conquest grabs him by the head and begins slowly crushing him, while Oliver frantically punches him in the chest. This scene directly mirrors the brutal death of Red Rush, back in the first episode of the show. And it's really brutal looking. But before Conquest can finish the job, Nolan flies in with a punch and takes over. Just like the death of Red Rush, this specific moment between Oliver and Conquest is a show-only addition. Their fight beginning with Oliver's charge, him getting slapped the same way, and before it goes any further, Nolan steps in. Mark knees Lucan away and checks on Oliver, who says he's fine, but appears to have hemorrhaging in both eyes. He then sees Nolan fighting Conquest and flies in to help. We then cut to Alan grappling with Crad, who headbutts him and flings him away into Zoe, who frantically asks if Viltrumites have any weaknesses, to which Alan says just their egos. In the comic, Alan starts the fight on his ass after being blown up with the ship, and Tech Jacket begins sparring with Randy, who he at first makes no progress with, before switching to attacking with some power fist things that do the trick. We then move to Nolan trading blows with Conquest, and as they interlock, Conquest says it's been a long time since he's seen Nolan the traitor, excited he'll be the one to get to kill him. Mark flies in with a shoulder check, saying he killed Conquest, so how is he here? To which Conquest replies, let's be honest, it was mostly your girlfriend. Now this is show-only dialogue, and while I have a history of shitting on the show-only Eve versus Conquest fight, this is in fact true in both the show and the comic. Eve is the reason Conquest was taken down, hitting him with the fuck you beam as she was revived. Mark also grapples Conquest instead of shoulder checking him away, which leads to Nolan trying to warn him, though Mark reveals to his father that he's fought Conquest before. In the show, after the shoulder check, Conquest asks about Eve, saying he can't wait to taste her blood again, which causes Mark to charge in, getting Conquest with a couple nasty elbow blows. While this is happening, Oliver is looking on before being attacked by Lucan, and Zoe and Alan have their hands full with Crad. Zoe is basically useless in this fight, and despite what Zoe haters would have you believe, it's completely canon levels of ass kicking she receives, at least for now. Crad gets her with a kick to the face that crushes her helmet enough to where she can't see, and Alan takes aggro to give her time to repair. In the comics, instead of a kick, Tech Jacket is hit by a back fist by Randy, who also calls him pathetic. Oliver is getting smacked down from all directions by Lucan, but eventually gets a kick in that gives him the confidence to do a head-on charge once more. Lucan prepares his murder Oliver move, but doesn't get a chance to use it because Nolan jumps in to stop him. Oliver is not at all grateful, telling Nolan he didn't need his help stopping the spill Oliver's guts across the Cosmos finisher, and he flies off. Instead of the show-only conflict between these two, Lucan tells Nolan he's been waiting for a rematch, referencing their fight back on Thraxa, which happened in Season 2 of the show, and in the comics began in issue 27. There's also two panels where Oliver and Nolan are teaming up on Lucan, Nolan noting how impressed he is with his son's fighting. We then cut to Alan beating on Crad, saying they're toast for only bringing 3 people to ambush the 5 of them, only to be shot by a laser as we're shown an approaching army of Viltrumite enslaved fighters. In the comic, this plays out practically the same, though much flashier than the show pulled off. Oliver is then hit in the gut by Lucan, and Nolan shoulder checks him away right after. He asks if Oliver needs to breathe, and when he says he does, Nolan tells him to fly down to a nearby planet. In the comic, instead of getting the wind knocked out of him by Lucan, he gets shot in the back by the support forces. Like I explained earlier, the comic tells us very briefly, the Venture has purposely charted its course around planets with breathable atmospheres, while in the show, we don't get that explanation, and one might think it's pulled out of nowhere. We cut back to Conquest and Mark asking him if he's gonna share all his deepest feelings again, which was another show-only edit, where Conquest whispered sweet nothings into Mark's ear about how lonely he is. Conquest says he told all that to Mark in confidence before he spots Oliver rushing down to the nearby planet. He says they can't let his brother miss out on all the fun, shoulder checks Mark, and while he's stunned, Conquest heads straight for the out-of-breath Oliver. In the comic, the dialogue is slightly different, Conquest noting that the weakest member of the pack is straying and making a callback to saving Mark for last, punching him away to focus on Oliver. In one of the greatest shots in the entire show, Oliver finally breaks into the atmosphere, taking a much-needed breath, when all of a sudden, instantly, Conquest is right behind him, ready to run his fade with the god slap of instant Oliver death. Mark is barely able to intercept before the blow falls, and it all happens so fast that Oliver literally has no idea what's going on. He didn't see Conquest or Mark, nothing. The adaptation of this fight does a really good job at making Oliver look as weak and outmatched as he's supposed to be, and in reality this fight was a 3-on-3, with Tech Jacket and Oliver combined not quite adding up to one extra person. And now we've reached the moment you've all been waiting for. Mark has his hands around Conquest's throat, telling him he's never gonna breathe again. He tries to force him out back into space, but Conquest starts pummeling Mark with punches. After touching down on the ground, Mark sends him flying through the terrain, and then we cut away back to space. I'm gonna wait until the full scene plays out before comparing it to the comics, so we'll get there in a minute. Nolan, Alan, and Zoe are heavily overwhelmed, made worse by Nolan realizing Mark and Conquest are missing. He tells Alan and Zoe to get to safety, leaving to check the planet below. Left with few options, Zoe has an idea and rushes the Viltrumite cruiser. They make a maneuver over the top side of it and vanish, the Viltrumites telling their men to search everywhere until they're found. Meanwhile, on the planet below, Mark has finally gotten Conquest on his back, his grip around the man with only a purpose unrelenting. As he pushes Conquest into the ground, Mark's grabbed by the arms and flipped around. And now pinned, he's taking blow after blow, still refusing to let go. Mark gets back up and the two begin flying into terrain, neither giving up on their goal. Eventually, Conquest delivers a blow that appears to completely break Mark's back, but he's still no closer to letting go. As Conquest's face begins turning purple, the blood vessels in his eyes completely burst. He's got Mark on the ground again and attempts to shove his head further into it, only to have his finger bitten off, causing him to retreat the few inches he can. Meanwhile, Oliver is overhead, unable to even find where the two went, when Nolan arrives and the two head towards the distant sounds of destruction. Cutting back to Conquest, he looks down at the 4 fingers he has left, as Mark spits his thumb out. Mark tries to push him back to the ground, but Conquest plants his back foot down, prepares the classic Viltrumite blade of kill everything, and skewers Mark right through the stomach. Completely bruised and bloodied, Mark looks down at the Conquest-sized hole in his body, and pushes Conquest to the ground once more. Problem is, Conquest's hand is still inside of Mark, and as he pulls it out, he brings anything he can find with it. Mark screams in pain, pushing Conquest further into the ground, as the sound team does their best to disgust us. Mark's organs being pulled out sounding like someone plunging a clogged toilet. We even get a far shot of Conquest yanking that shit like he's trying to untangle a pair of headphones. This goes on for an entire agonizing minute, as the rate of Mark's 30 feet of intestines leaving his body begins to slow, him not even able to scream anymore. Finally, after the longest minute of Mark's life, Conquest's eyes roll back into his skull and his legs fall flat, having finally been defeated. Around this time, Nolan finally spots the two and rushes over as quickly as he can. And we see one last example of how outclassed Oliver is, taking a full 3 seconds to catch up to Nolan. They both find Mark barely alive, gasping for help, with his guts still clenched in Conquest's hand. Now this is probably the most brutal beating we've seen Mark take. Even with his growing strength, it took all he had to finally snuff out the mighty Conquest. But how accurate is this fight to the comics? Besides being much longer and much more fleshed out, the biggest difference between the show and the comic is dialogue. There being none at all after Mark says Conquest will never breathe again. The first thing to note is that the original panel of Oliver about to get God slapped is way less cool looking than how it was done in the show. Second, after tackling Conquest, Mark begins talking about how he knows Conquest exhaled when entering the atmosphere, probably ready to take in another breath. But now he's got him by the throat, and he doesn't plan to let go. Now I think this is a bit dumb. A lot of people on Twitter were asking a valid question. If Viltrumites can survive in space for so long without breathing, how did Mark choke Conquest to death? The comic explanation is a bit lazy, but since the show doesn't specify, my headcanon is that Mark pulled off a blood choke instead of an air choke. An air choke is the kind where you try to cut off someone's ability to breathe by constraining their airway, while a blood choke instead focuses on cutting off blood flow to the brain by constraining the blood vessels around the neck. I want to argue that's what he did, but evidence against my own argument includes the fact air chokes take around 30 seconds to a minute, while blood chokes take around 10 seconds. But these are super aliens, guys, so maybe it takes longer for blood flow to the brain to be cut. I don't know, tell me what you guys think in the comments. Another difference in the comic is that Conquest actually tries to fly the two back into space. Mark saying it's not going to help because he was able to get a breath, while Conquest wasn't, and the fight continues back on the ground. The spine-breaking impact is also present, and afterwards, Mark sputters out that he's not letting go. Not long after, Mark is impaled by Conquest, but musters the strength to say it's not enough, and Conquest's left arm is shown no longer inside of Mark's stomach. A few panels later, we're shown Conquest has inserted his robotic arm into the hole, and has begun pulling at Mark's entrails, while Mark is only able to cry out no as it happens. There's then a page-long spread of the destruction caused by the fight, then to Nolan and Oliver finding Mark on the ground, his guts still in Conquest's hand. This is where issue 72 ends, and with it, the Viltrumite ambush fight. The episode still has a little left though. First, Talia being told by Thetis that she made the right move in ejecting the bridge and fucking off as fast as possible. The Venture standing no chance against the Viltrumite cruiser. Thetis also believes the team left behind will be fine, as they're the strongest the Coalition has. He also announces that this attack means the war against the Viltrumites has officially begun. All of this sorta adapts the first page of issue 73, where Thetis angrily yells at Captain Piquel for basically losing the entire main force the Coalition had. But we can't blame Talia, guys, even when she did it on purpose. While in the comic, the bridge returning to base was automatic. We then get the post.
En la vida es fácil fluir siendo natural todos los días. Come sin rollo, cinta azul.
At the post-credit scene, Lucan and Crad discussing how Alan and Zoe just vanished in the middle of space, and how Grand Regent Thrag won't be happy with that answer, so they have their crew keep on scanning. In reality, Zoe and Alan are actually hiding on the exterior of the ship, using her suit like a life support pod, avoiding the scans because obviously a ship isn't scanning itself when it's looking for stuff, or would throw false positives all the time. Zoe says she saw it in a movie once, that movie being Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, when the Millennium Falcon pulled the same move on the side of a Star Destroyer. This is pulled from the second page of issue 73, where the Viltrumites are told there's no way Tech Jacket and Alan could have made it down to the planet fast enough to not be noticed, and that there aren't any signs of life on the planet, though there's interference being given off by it, so it's hard to tell. They assume Conquest took out Nolan, Oliver, and Mark, and probably died as well, not really caring because they didn't like him to begin with. The scene ends with Zoe and Alan discussing their options, deciding to wait it out, and hoping the cruiser isn't heading home, deciding to play some video games the Geldarian suit can make. End of episode. Now we've reached episode 6, which will adapt issues 73 and 74. We start with a speech from Thetis stating that Viltrum has never been weaker and that the Coalition has never been stronger, so the time for war is now. It's interspliced with a speech given by Thrag to his Viltrumite troops about how the Coalition will shatter before their vengeance. During this, we see a montage of the weaknesses that they've discovered, including the improved Scourge virus. We're shown cruisers taking off, ground troops being deployed, and eventually the beginning of space combat between the two sides. In the comic, we get no interspliced scene of Thrag rallying the Viltrumites while Thetis rallies the Coalition. Instead, we get a moment of him staring at the Scourge virus, then talking to the Data Twins about the Klaxis extract pulled from the Simlac beetles, showing effectiveness against Viltrumite DNA. One of the twins explaining they're lacing Coalition forces' armaments with it. They also specify that the staging grounds for the war will be an outpost called Drydell, before asking Thetis to give the word to officially begin the war, which he solemnly gives. The most we get in terms of really seeing the war is a single-page spread in issue 73, where we see Crad fighting with Viltrumite troops against the Coalition army. We also get another scene showing Thrag talking to something on a table, that by this point is obscured, telling it he won't fail in stopping the Coalition. This is technically in the comic, but we'll talk about it more when it's brought up again. We then cut to Nolan and Oliver on the unnamed planet Mark is stranded on after his innards were turned into Outwards last episode. Nolan's taken the time to not only bury Conquest, but to make him what appears to be a customary Viltrumite grave, made with 3 stones, casting a shadow similar to their people's symbol. Oliver shows up and argues it's bullshit that Nolan would take the time to honor someone like Conquest with something as sacred as a burial, especially after he almost killed both of his sons multiple times. Before Nolan's even able to get a word in, Oliver says Conquest did so much damage on Earth that they almost hate him as much as they hate Nolan. In the comic, this scene shows Nolan placing a singular stone on top of Conquest's grave, there being nothing about some symbolic pillar thingy. And Oliver gives a slight amount of pushback compared to the show, saying someone like Conquest deserves Saran's son for what he did. Nolan says Conquest was a great warrior before losing his way in later years, and that he deserves a certain level of respect, doing all he did in service of the Empire, which he believes in a way makes him a better man than Nolan, who defected. The two check on Mark, and while he looks like shit, Nolan's used his cape to hold his guts inside while he heals. Oliver asks why they can't just fly off to a planet with doctors and get some help, and Nolan explains they're deep in Viltrumite territory, and would likely be found, so their best bet is to wait for Mark to heal here, which will probably take months. Oliver says he didn't leave Earth and Debbie to be stuck on some random planet with Nolan, and that people are going to die without them. Like I've already explained, the mass amounts of drama coming from Oliver is show only, the comic having none of it. In fact, when explaining to Oliver they'll be stuck there for a few months, Nolan even argues it'll be a good thing for him to get to know Oliver better. We cut to Lucan and Krad's Viltrumite cruiser, General Krieg calling in to tell them to divert to Glacia Prime, where the Coalition is currently headed, hoping they can wrestle control of the planet from the Empire. Lucan says they still haven't located Conquest, Mark, Nolan, and Oliver, but Krieg tells them that their failures will be dealt with after the Coalition is handled. Now personally, this feels like a bit of a plot hole. They were right there above the planet Conquest and the Graysons flew down to. You'd assumed they check there, but they don't, and it's not ever explained. In the comic, they tell us that the planet is interfering with their scans for life to locate Alan and Tech Jacket, so it looks like no one's alive below either, and they assume that Conquest killed all of them and died himself. But in the show, they still think Conquest could be alive and don't know where he is. Then why didn't you check the planet he flew down to? So the dialogue in this scene about not knowing where he is contradicts the explanation we're given in the comics, meaning we have no explanation for it in the show. We then see Alan and Zoe have been listening into the Viltrumite conversation while playing video games. Alan's plan is to wait for them to get to Glacia Prime, and when the combat starts, they can try and rush the Coalition line before they're caught by the Viltrumites. Then they go back to playing games. In the comic, the closest thing this adapts is a conversation between Alan and Zack about finally growing a beard. He explains that his suit cleans his body and whatnot while he sleeps, but he wasn't aware that it actually shaved him as well, the life support pod mode preventing the Tech Jacket from doing its usual functions. From this point on, the timeline of what Alan and Zoe are up to is completely different from the comics. We cut to Nolan fighting some giant bug thing for food, eventually letting it eat him so he can burst out of its chest. Oliver says he's never eating something like that, and we cut to Nolan cooking some over a fire, while Oliver feeds Mark the juices from some sort of sack they got from the bug creature. Nolan offers Oliver some food, saying he's not eaten in weeks and could starve to death, to which Oliver storms off, saying he hopes he does. In the comic, we don't get any of this drama to pad for time, Nolan hunting down the bug for food, telling Oliver that's what they're gonna eat. Oliver says no, and then we cut to him stuffing his face, even asking for more when he's done. When we later see Oliver feeding Mark the juice, we're also told it's been almost a month on the planet. Nolan suspecting it'll take a few more months at most till Mark is healed. The next morning, Nolan forces Oliver to train, something he's quite reluctant about. And after a sparring session, one where not a single hit is landed, Oliver starts going off on Nolan, saying he heard him that night he went to see Debbie, and what he said about his mother Andressa being a mistake. Oliver yells, asking if he was a mistake as well, and continues by pointing out he even wears his father's symbol, but Nolan didn't even care to come see him. Nolan says he hasn't been a good father to Oliver, but that he's trying to improve as a person, something much harder than he originally expected. Oliver says he's too late and flies off. In the comic, we don't see any of this sparring between the two, and the closest this adapts are two conversations at different points. The first is right after feeding Mark. Oliver asks if Nolan thinks he really loves Debbie, to which Nolan says he does, and that it took him months in a Viltrumite prison to realize that. He goes on to explain that Viltrumites have affection for each other, but they don't care about each other the same way humans do, their long lifespans causing them to grow distant and solitary. Nolan says living on Earth changed him, and continues by explaining he realized he did care for Debbie, and together they raised Mark as a human, not a Viltrumite. After Mark got his powers, he had to stop being the husband and father he grew into and go back to being a Viltrumite, and that was the biggest mistake he made, one he'd not be able to come back from easily. We move to the Viltrumite cruiser, having finally reached Glacia Prime. Alan and Zoe rush the Coalition line, but are spotted by the Viltrumites, who give chase. This is also a ridiculous camera angle for them to spot them from, considering they're flying away, and that angle would be somewhere near the Coalition line. Unfortunately, Zoe is much slower than Alan, calling for his help, so he yeets her off into the distance and begins taking on the Viltrumites. Just as stuff is looking bad, and Crad readies the kill Alan move, Zoe's made it back with Space Racer, who uses the Infinity Ray to secure his first Viltrumite kill of the war. On my poor boy Crad. Rest in piss, my guy. Seeing he's outmatched, Lucan retreats, and after sharing a moment of camaraderie for coming back to save Alan, the three head down to the planet below to join in the rest of the fight. In the comics, this scene happens after the conversation about Tech Jacket growing facial hair in issue 73, but instead of having knowledge on the planet the cruiser is headed to and planning to rush the Coalition line, Alan explains he has a tracker in his suit that allows him to be found and rescued. Space Racer showing up with Coalition forces not long after. Personally, I think the setup for this fight is a little dumb. So we're shown in the first fight last episode that Zoe and Alan are fast enough to outrun the Viltrumites to rush the cruiser and hide. But now, it's understandable that Alan is faster than Zoe and was just keeping pace with her before, since he had no idea what her plan was, but now she's too slow to outrun the same Viltrumites. On top of this, yeeting her was the stupidest idea as well. He could have very well just grabbed her and continued flying to safety. Next, we cut back to the Graysons, Nolan offering Oliver some weird-looking raw meat, which he reluctantly tries and immediately loves. This eating animation is pretty lame though, like there's barely any emotion conveyed. This is the adaptation of Oliver loving the bug Nolan caught that we talked about earlier, but we spread it like 20 minutes in because again, we need to pad stuff out to make hour-long episodes. This dragging on continues after Nolan offers his portion to Oliver, trying to bring up Andressa in the context of how picky of an eater Oliver has always been, but is told by Oliver not to talk about his mother, ending the conversation. In the morning, Nolan says Mark isn't healing properly, and that they need to find something with more protein in it that he doesn't have to chew. We then cut to a cave, where Nolan's located the eggs of the bug creature that he's been hunting. While trying to secure the eggs, the mother attacks Nolan, and Oliver steps in to help. The two knock it over with a bloody uppercut, but Oliver stops Nolan from finishing it off, saying it's just the mother protecting her eggs, and that she can't lay more if they kill her. Nolan relents, and the bug scurries off. In the comics, there's no moment like this about the bugs they hunt. In fact, instead of trying to protect them, Oliver loves the taste of them so much that he's giddy upon finding another nest of them while flying and talking to Nolan. It's even directly stated that he was no longer eating when necessary, Viltrumites being able to go without food for quite a while, and might have even actually started gaining weight. Next, we cut to Telescria, where Alan runs into Talia on his way to the Coalition headquarters. They have a heartfelt reunion that Zoe gets in on, and make their way to Thetis. On the way, they pass the Data Twins. Twin 2 is again surprised to see Alan survived, but before anything comes of that, they hear a loud growl in the back, and a generational Alan PFP is born. The Coalition has found Battle Beast, who Talia says was floating quite far from where they broke out of prison back in Season 3. In the comic, there's an actual scene where Battle Beast is found in space by Coalition forces, having torn the Viltrumite he was fighting to pieces. Still frozen, the only thing Battle Beast is able to mutter is more. And it should be noted that this occurred before Thetis officially declares war, starting with the outposts of Drydell. Thetis and Talia brief them on the progression of the war, where things haven't been going good. But even with the Graysons still missing, Alan believes that with him, Zoe, and Battle Beast, they'll be able to turn the tides. We then get a scene of Oliver and Nolan feeding Mark, who's looking a lot better. Oliver asks Nolan if he didn't care about his mother, then why did he have him? And Nolan says he didn't mean that and was only trying to think of something to say to Debbie because he was desperate. He explains that Andressa and the Thraxans taught him forgiveness. Since their lives were so short, they didn't have time to dwell on the past. He also knows going to Thraxa was a mistake because it caused the deaths of many. But he doesn't regret being with Andressa or having Oliver. After hearing this, Oliver is finally open to talk about his mother. In the comic, this most likely replaces a conversation where Nolan asks Oliver about how he's liking Earth. Oliver says he likes it and notes how different it is from Thraxa, specifically how everyone cares for each other a lot more. He says Nolan's affection towards his mother seemed odd to them, and that sometimes he thinks about how she's dead by now, and gets sad. Nolan also explains to Oliver that the older he gets, the more of a Viltrumite he'll become, and the less he'll age, so his people's accelerated lifespan won't be a problem for him. Now after this scene in the show, we get a montage of the war taking place, alongside Nolan and Oliver training and whatnot. There's not necessarily anything important going on here that we need to go over, though we do see Battle Beast fighting a Viltrumite, and by the end of it, Oliver's landed a punch on Nolan. In the comic, we obviously don't have any music to carry us, so the montage has a lot of speech bubbles, and is 2 pages long. For the Grayson's half, we see them eating some bug, laughing about a story from Oliver about how Mark and Eve bang all the time when he's home, Mark's healing going well, Nolan explaining it'll get faster once his body's done healing his spinal bones. Then there's a panel of Nolan getting punched by Oliver, and one last panel where Nolan is having Oliver do strength training. Alongside this, we're shown Alan in Tech Jacket helping with the war, as well as trying to wrangle more Ragnar, receiving 3 updates in Thetis' office. One of the panels tells us about the Viltrumite's weakness progress. Ragnar are believed to be able to survive in space, so they're devising a tether system to try and deploy them in space combat. Alongside this, a beacon left on an ocean planet has detected a creature called a Flan, which is said to have teeth sharp enough to injure Viltrumites. So they're sending someone to go collect those, which we never see. Lastly, there's no luck on space sharks, which we never see in the comic, but have seen in the show, both in a hologram and a flashback of Space Racer killing a ton of them. The next panel tells us Battle Beast has joined the fight, as well as some updates on planetary conflicts. One is a Kresh uprising on Geldaria being quelled, and another is the loss of a planet called Ula, with the new staging grounds being Glacia Prime, which in the show is the planet Alan and Zoe made it to. The last panel explains that while the Coalition forces are strong enough to beat the occupied forces of the Viltrumite Empire, they don't have enough heavy hitters to handle Viltrumites joining in on the fights. In the show, it's a 2.5-minute sequence showing us a lot of stuff. Battle Beast getting ready to fight this guy, Space Racer blowing up Viltrumite cruisers, a bunch of little guys fighting each other, Mark's wounds finally closing up, the boys catching a giant fish. What we're supposed to garner by this point is that everything's going good on both fronts, which is different to the comics, telling us the war effort is not going very smoothly. By the end of the montage, Mark has muttered, "I'll kill you," his first word since going unconscious. Nolan says it'll be any day now for him to wake up, and Oliver says he's actually going to miss spending quality time with Nolan, but in much fewer words. The drama padding of their relationship ending over the course of the montage, and finally syncing up to the vibe we get in the comic. Meanwhile, Thrag is informed by General Krieg that the Coalition forces are growing. Planets previously controlled by the Empire actually switching sides after being liberated. Thrag implies their next target will be to attack the Coalition homeworld, Telescria, and after sending Krieg out, he starts speaking to the skull of Emperor Argal, saying he's going to finally be avenged. This scene is pulled from issue 74, and the show uses the concept of Thrag talking to the skull a couple times more than the comic does, him monologuing to it twice so far, while in the comic he speaks to it a single time a little bit later. We cut back to Oliver and Nolan after a training session. Oliver explains to Nolan that he doesn't feel like Earth is really his home. He tells of the friends we saw him making in Season 3, saying he outgrew them because of his accelerated lifespan. He also explains that one time, Paul and Debbie took him to a restaurant that served lobster. He thought one of them was beautiful, and it made him horny, or as he calls it, fuzzy. But he still ate said lobster. Funny enough, this is pulled straight from the comic as well, but the show makes the scene much funnier. In issue 74, while heading back to camp, Oliver explains that while Earth kids his age are starting to have relationships, he believes their parameters for attractiveness are too narrow, and tells of Debbie taking him to a restaurant, him seeing the lobsters and thinking they were generally very beautiful, but that he also still ate one. Instead of being stun-locked in this conversation like in the show, Nolan says his neighbors on Telescria have a very lobster-like appearance, and that he'd be willing to introduce Oliver to them when they get back. They return to the camp to find Mark awake, looking over the grave of Conquest, and as Nolan and Oliver arrive, happy to see him, Mark explains he was worried the grave was for one of them. Nolan tells Mark he's been out for 2 months, and Oliver notes he grew a beard, Mark replying that Oliver did as well, it being just a little bit of stubble. Nolan tells Mark the grave is for Conquest, Mark originally believing that they killed him, until Oliver explains that it was actually him, Mark not even remembering what exactly happened. Nolan says that the war isn't over, and the 3 prepare to join back in the fight. In the comic, after Mark wakes up, he asks about Conquest, and is told he's the one who killed him. Then he explains he had no idea how he managed that, considering how strong he was the last time they fought, acting purely on instinct while still being afraid of dying. Nolan says Mark is stronger than he thinks, and that he was way more invested in the fight than Conquest, having rage and adrenaline on his side, while Conquest acted more as a spectator to his own fights. The bit about Mark growing facial hair is actually pulled from later, a scene between Tech Jacket and his father in issue 78. Obviously, this can't occur since Tech Jacket has been gender swapped, so it's been adapted through Mark and Oliver. Though it is kind of weird how Oliver acts like he's seeing Mark for the first time in forever, when he's been feeding him for 2 months straight. Mark's facial hair also got turbo nerfed. Shit looks like ass. They probably took inspiration from Tech Jacket's facial hair, which in the comics looks terrible. Another scene to quickly bring up that isn't being adapted is one where Alan finds Tech Jacket sleeping with some sort of blue alien species. He says he thought Zack had a girlfriend, the green Geldarian girl I mentioned briefly in part 1, Princess Lynn. But Zack says him and Lynn agreed to see other people, it being her idea, after they both discover in Tech Jacket Digital Issue 1 that their two species are sexually incompatible. There aren't any details of what exactly that means, and I like to joke that Lynn has a penis. This cutscene also happens as the two are being called back to Coalition HQ for what's about to happen. Cutting to the Coalition, Thetis discusses the war with the leaders of allied planets. He says that the outlook is good and that the Viltrumites are losing. At the same time, Data Twin 2 is shown to be lowering Telescria's defenses as they speak, and shortly after, the building is death-beamed by a Viltrumite cruiser who's easily entered orbit, heavily damaging the Coalition HQ. In the comic, Thetis' speech actually paints a bleaker picture, urging them to have faith in the Coalition's combined strength. There's also far more member planets shown during this part, as Thetis regretfully informs everyone that the linchpin of their strategy, Nolan and Mark, are missing and unavailable to assist, but says with the weaknesses they've developed, they're sure to rid the universe of Viltrumites. On top of this, there is no scene showing the lowering of defenses, but the end of issue 73 shows Thrag directly giving the orders to do so to Data Twin 2, revealing to the reader that he's the mole. Thetis' speech is interrupted not by laser fire destroying the building, but by Anissa crashing through the building. And there's a couple issues with how the show has chosen to do this. The first being Talia. As I explained in part 1, she's a very minor character in the comic, being Alan's stay-at-home girlfriend who just wants to bang him all the time. While in the show, she's been put in the role of General of the Coalition forces. And you're telling me she survived the lasering of this building? I'm more willing to believe they'd all have been more likely to survive a lone Viltrumite blasting through the walls than an actual laser beam shooting the building they're in. The Viltrumites are sent down to Telescria, their orders being to leave no one alive, and we get a few minutes of them just straight murking random aliens on the ground. Krieg yells out asking where the betrayer is, and Thetis responds by engaging him one-on-one. Talia is again just here, walking around outside, when the orders were to fuck up everyone they see. Somehow she's fine though. She calls in for air support, just as Alan lands nearby fighting Lucan. Zoe is more so handling the ground troops before an unnamed Viltrumite targets her. Alan sees this and rushes in to help, uppercutting him into the sky. But just as Zoe is getting up, she's blindsided by another Viltrumite, this time Anissa, who flies her through multiple buildings. Anissa rips her armor off and prepares the hand of murdering Zoe, but is stopped by Invincible in the nick of time. The Graysons finally arriving to join the war. Now in the comic, Tech Jacket and Alan are not in the Coalition HQ when it's hit, and arrive as Thetis is being attacked by Krieg. Tech Jacket tries to fly Thetis out of danger while Alan takes over the fight, but is intercepted by Anissa. The show does Zoe way ruder this time around. Not only does she get immediately pinned by a nameless Viltrumite to start the fight off, but she's not even able to recover before getting Millie rocked once more. There's also a difference in the way Anissa attacks. Instead of ripping part of Tech Jacket's armor off, she instead squeezes him in hopes of watching his gore spill through his armor. The suit giving him a status report that the squishing threshold was almost met. Then instead of being saved by Mark, Tech Jacket is saved by Thetis. All while Alan is fighting Krieg, Lucan never making an appearance. There's also a second moment where Thetis and Tech Jacket are grabbed by Anissa while distracted by the Graysons' arrival. Nolan jumps in to save them both and begins sparring with her, while Alan is still fighting Krieg. In the show, Nolan begins fighting Krieg, Alan busy with Lucan. Along with these differences, there's a bit thrown in of Oliver and Mark disabling the enslaved forces without killing them, specifically in hopes of them joining the Coalition. The air support isn't arriving anytime soon, and seeing the cruiser as a problem, Mark enlists Oliver to destroy it in a two-man charge. They send it straight through the bottom and blow the entire thing in half. As it breaks apart, Thrag notices the skull of Argal fall off the ship and quickly catches it. He's visibly pissed by this point, and after we're shown the enslaved forces surrendering, he calls for all the Viltrumites to retreat. The 6 remaining of the 8 we saw attack, flying off into space. Now in the comic, when the Viltrumites attack, we only ever see Anissa and Krieg fighting, but while retreating, we're shown 6 escaping, one of them being Crad, who in the show was killed off earlier in the episode by Space Racer. There is an unaccounted for Viltrumite in the show right now, the one who first targeted Zoe. Alan uppercutted him into the sky, and he's not seen flying off with the rest. Not counting him, there's only been 3 confirmed Viltrumite kills so far: Conquest, Crad, and this unnamed guy who Thetis kills with a neck snap. In the comic, there are no confirmed kills from this fight, so the only kill during the war so far is Conquest. The boys see the 2 ship halves beginning to fall, and with the help of the squad, they yeet the thing into space. A lot of people on Twitter were confused at how the task appeared difficult to them, especially with how strong they're supposed to be. But it's very easily explained by the fact they just wanted to drag it out as long as possible to pad for time. The original comic not really showing there being any issue getting it launched into space. Something different in the comics is that the Viltrumites don't actually retreat until after they yeet the spaceship, which was probably changed in the show because why would they allow them to yeet the spaceship when that would have been the perfect time to attack them. The last scene to wrap up the episode starts with a show-only argument between Thetis and Alan. While Thetis believes this attack to be a minor setback, one that shows how desperate the Viltrumites are, Alan is more concerned about the direct loss of life. Thetis tells him he must consider the war, not the battle, to which Alan says he'd rather not. Like most scenes involving Talia for some reason, the writing goes out the window, as she comes over and tells Alan and Thetis the planet's defense system was disabled, which allowed the Viltrumites to arrive unnoticed. She also says it could have only happened from inside their network. Realizing the commands to do this came from a single console, Alan immediately grabs Data Twin 1 by the throat, assuming it was him, with no information received from Talia. He asks why Data Twin 1 sold the Coalition out, but the twin says he doesn't know what they're talking about. Talia then comes over and says the commands came from his console, which means Alan just happened to guess right. He realizes it was his brother, Data Twin 2, who sold them out, and shoots him, while still being held by Alan. He literally pulls this gun out of his ass, because he didn't have anything on him when he was grabbed. For some reason, this is enough proof that he isn't a mole who's trying to shoot and kill a dude who he could then blame as the mole. Not a thought to anyone here. But it turns out Data Twin 2 was the mole, and admits to it while he has an entire hole in his head. But if this is the case, why did they immediately jump on Data Twin 1 if they knew whose console it came from? I guess it could have made it look like it came from his brother's console, but it's still stupid. The comic is not much better though, the mole being sussed out shortly after Anissa's initial attack on the Coalition headquarters. But there are no breadcrumbs in that case. Thetis just gets up after the explosion and is like, "Ya piece of shit, I know it was you." Then Data Twin 1 is like, "Nah bro, it was him." And then Krieg steps in before it goes any further. The last bit of issue 74 covers Data Twin 1 confronting his brother at gunpoint after the battle has ended, saying they shared a brain for the first 6 months of their life, and asking how he could betray them. But again, there's like zero setup for how Thetis just instantly sniffed out that it was one of the Data Twins. In both the show and the comic, Data Twin 2 reveals that Thrag planned to head home if the attack failed, back to the shell of a planet that is Viltrum, calling all remaining Viltrumites there as well. Thetis is happy with this news, believing now is the time to strike, before Thrag can rally all the Viltrumites back to him. And if they take him down, Thetis believes the rest will scatter. End of episode. We then cut to a post-credit scene, an ominous zoom-in on Conquest's grave, the music rising, before cutting back to a far shot and killing the music completely. Yep,
En Kerns, la naturalidad nos la tomamos muy en serio para que tu ketchup sí sea ketchup de verdad. Tan natural que, bueno, se nota. Kerns, deja que fluya lo natural.
Yep, it was a fake out. It probably got a lot of people though. Nothing like it exists in the comic, and it was a really funny addition to the show. Now on to episode 7, which is probably the one you've been waiting for a comparison of. Having some of the craziest combat we've seen, adapting issues 75 and 76, the climax of the Viltrumite War. We start with an 11-minute show-only flashback to Viltrum, during Argal's rule. It begins with sabotage occurring on one of their enslaved planets, a species known as Relonians, blowing up a mining device of some sort. We then move to a meeting of Viltrumites discussing the subject. Krieg says that they are defiant despite the force used against them, and recommends a purge of the population to put them in their place. Thetis chimes in, saying the Relonians resist because the Viltrumites are cruel occupiers, believing that restraining themselves will cause the planet to more willingly aid in their goals. Krieg believes they need to show an example through decimation, or other species might have misguided thoughts about resisting as well. Thetis flips the Viltrumites' respect for strength back on Krieg, arguing that by their logic, they should respect a species with the courage to challenge their oppressors. Emperor Argal stops the conversation and asks Regent Thrag what he thinks of the situation. Thrag argues that their strength to resist is not true strength, and that the real reason they need to be called is because their weakness is an affront to the order of the universe. Thetis tries to rebut, planning to argue that Thrag's too young to see the long game. But Argal says Thrag is right, and to reduce the population by 25%, and if they continue to resist, eradicate them completely. I didn't know where to throw this in, but Argal is voiced by Frank Welkers, so all I can hear is Scooby-Doo telling them to commit genocide. Thetis urges Argal to reconsider his plan, but he obviously doesn't. Later, Thrag tells Argal of fighting side by side with Thetis in the past, and how he used to be the most ruthless of their company. But ever since returning from what they call the Ley Quadrant, Thetis has questioned their ways, and speaks of mercy, something that troubles Thrag. Argal tells him that if he feels Thetis' weakness would harm the Empire, he should take action himself. Thrag, upon hearing this, feels he might have been mistaken in his previous statements, not wanting to kill Thetis over the disagreement. Sometime later, potentially that night, we see Thetis lurking in the dark above Argal, holding a knife of some sort. He flies down and off-screen assassinates Argal. Now, while we don't see most of this in the comic, we do get to see a single panel flashback of Argal being murdered by Thetis. It's so far in the comics, however, that I'm not going to tell you which issue it's in, but the panel itself isn't a spoiler, just a recap down the line. The knife in the comic and show looks very similar, and it's never explained what it's made of, though its configuration implies a bone knife, maybe a Viltrumite bone, something that would definitely be strong enough to impale the skull of a Viltrumite. Evidence against this is the clear difference in color of the blade versus the handle, which leads to my second guess, the tooth of a Flan, the unseen creature we only heard about in a single panel, whose teeth are strong enough to harm a Viltrumite. Maybe he's using the tooth of one of those things? It's not clear, but I know some people probably had the question cross their mind, so I thought I'd offer an answer. We then cut to Argal's funeral, the courtyard of what we can assume is his palace, completely covered in Viltrumites. Thrag gives a speech explaining how Argal showed them their strength, but that in his death he also showed them their biggest weakness, a cancer, he says, that needs to be cut out. He then turns to one of the Emperor's counselors, asks if he will betray as well, and when the man answers that he won't, Thrag goes, "I don't believe you," and cuts his head clean off in front of everybody. As the man's blood spills on the steps, Thrag explains that as regent, he is the new leader of the Empire, as is customary, until one of Argal's heirs can be found to replace him. But then, he says his first order as leader of the Empire is to purge the weakness from within their ranks, the weakness that caused Argal's assassination. We then get an entire minute and 30-second animated rendition of the Great Purge, a sight to behold. Viltrumites young and old, murdering each other like it's a planet-wide battle royale. While this is happening, Thrag fucks off to the throne room to Orifarm, returning to a planet literally drenched in blood. We get to see Conquest in his prime, and even a reimagining of a shot we saw back in Season 1, when Nolan was explaining the Great Purge. Thrag commands that the purge is over, but Conquest looks like he's ready to take a shot at the Grand Regent himself, something that gets fan favorite Thula ready to jump in, but Thrag simply says he won't repeat himself, and Conquest eventually relents. We cut to another speech by Thrag, explaining that the survivors' reward is their own strength, and that they'll continue taking over the galaxy, now stronger than ever, as they start chanting all is ours, doing a very Nazi-esque salute. We then flash forward to the present, Thrag standing amidst an empty throne room, the past chants still echoing, as he speaks once more to the skull of Argal, saying he might have failed him, but he won't fail their people, not again. So now is when I want to sidetrack and bring something up that I originally planned for the first part of the season, but I found better fits here. That being the massive discrepancy in the history of the Empire in the show compared to the comics. In the show, the order of events are Argal's rule, conquering the universe, assassination, Thrag's Rule, Great Purge, Great Conquest, Scourge Virus. The comic timeline is completely different, and is also inconsistent, changing multiple times throughout, the order of events being insanely stupid as far as the last time it's explained to us. In order, it goes Argal's Rule, Great Purge, Conquering the Universe, Scourge Virus, Assassination, Thrag's Rule. That timeline is stupid, because we're supposed to believe that the Scourge Virus took out most of the population, but not the Emperor, statistically very unlikely, and then somehow after all of that, Thetis was able to get close enough to Argal to kill him. The show's timeline makes more sense, especially with the subtle implication given to the Purge. Thrag has just been made leader, and after his hesitation got Argal killed, he now believes he knows how to rule the Empire the best way possible. He wants to hold on to the position of Emperor, and uses the Purge as a way to not only rally the populace against each other at his command, but also killing off half the population is a good way to try and prevent any of Argal's heirs from emerging. The heirs thing is still lazy either way, there being massive problems with either timeline implying that the direct heirs of their emperor were not kept track of. The only real implication there being that some emperors hide the information to prevent a coup. But in the show it at least feels more like Thrag is making political moves to hold on to the power he has, making the search for an heir more difficult. We cut to the Coalition headquarters, Thetis recapping that Thrag has retreated to Viltrum, only having a handful of troops with him. He again explains that killing Thrag will leave the rest of the Viltrumites scattered and disorganized, not knowing any other ruler but him for centuries, and that over time, the rest will fall one by one. We get a last good shot of the entire squad, ready for combat, Thetis stating that they might not all survive, but it's the price they must pay to defeat the Empire once and for all. This scene adapts the first few pages of issue 75. Thetis starts by explaining that the war against the Viltrumites is over, and that over the course of a single 24-hour period, 80% of Viltrumite-controlled planets have switched sides. A combination of learning that the Coalition has Viltrumites on their side now, and the Viltrumites controlling their planets disappearing, which corroborates the intel from Data Twin 2 that they're regrouping on Viltrum. This information is followed by a 2-page spread of the entire gang looking hella cool. Talia again not being present. Everyone's fit also has little Coalition stamps on it, which kind of looks stupid, but we're just gonna ignore it, it's fine. We then cut to the Coalition ship, the one the gang is using to fly to Viltrum. Mark is recording a message to Eve, explaining the odds they're up against, but eventually calling it off, saying he's planning on coming back anyways, so he doesn't need to record anything, though Mark himself doesn't look very convinced. To pad for time, we get more Kazlok shenanigans, Alan trying to convince Zoe to try some, her claiming to eat anything, but being thrown off by the fact it has a face.
Your moo cows have faces?
Moo Cow, what a great nickname. Personally, I prefer Grass Puppy. Oliver doesn't believe Thrag will live up to the hype, while Talia assures him that he does, and Battle Beast is ready to murder everyone in his path so he can feast on their entrails. They start discussing what their last meal would be if they could choose, which Battle Beast ruins again by saying his last meal would be his own blood as he chokes to death on his last breaths during combat. The scene then ends with Zoe trying a Kazlok, and enjoying it. Padding, boys, we need that padding. It's gonna get good, bear with me please. We get another show-only scene of Thetis talking to Nolan about his doubts on their mission. Nolan still doesn't want to exterminate his own people, pointing out that Thetis himself believes Thrag's death will leave them without direction or purpose. Thetis says he can't take the chance of the Empire rising again, still set on exterminating them all. Nolan points out that his sons are both part Viltrumite, and before the conversation goes further, it's announced over speaker that they've arrived, and everyone heads to the cargo hold to prepare for combat. In the comic, the conversations leading up to their arrival include one between Nolan and Mark about how Nolan likes it on Telescria, the planet basically being rebuilt 3 days after the attack, and Mark being scared of what's to come, knowing they all aren't making it out of the fight alive. Oliver then asks about Space Racer, who Nolan says is showing up later, needing to stop and grab something for the fight. That's something left to be revealed later. In the cargo hold, Zoe is shown to be loading up Sinlac beetle darts, explained previously to weaken Viltrumites to physical injury. We're told there are only 10 of them though. Problem is, we saw way more than 10 back in episode 6, in a montage during Thetis' speech. There's like one per Viltrumite on this table. Nolan tells Oliver and Mark that however strong they think they are, Thrag is stronger, so they need to stick together and avoid getting separated. Nolan and Oliver share a hug, and Alan and Talia make out one last time. The briefing starts, the plan being to sneak past the planet's sensors, find Thrag, and signal to the rest of the group to rally and fight him together. We then cut to everyone flying through space, approaching the ring of dead Viltrumites surrounding the planet. Nolan explaining the history of the Scourge virus while throwing a glance at Thetis, the creator of said virus. While attempting to use the dead bodies to conceal their approach, we're shown Thula hiding amongst them, ready to strike. On top of this, after making it past the ring, they immediately spot Thrag, posted up above the planet, looking quite angry. He was definitely more prepared for their assault than expected. Thula ambushing Thetis with her hair blade. Oh look, it's the brown guy from episode 6. He appears to have survived that uppercut. More and more Viltrumites emerge, surrounding our gang. My count is 8 from this far shot. Despite the fact the Viltrumites knew they were coming, Thetis says it doesn't matter. The plan is the same, to kill Thrag, as he charges into the fight. Now before we let this play out, the setup is pretty similar, though instead of Nolan explaining the ring around the planet, it's Thetis, who tells Mark the planet is a tomb of what it once was. Shortly after, Thetis is attacked by Thula, who's barely able to get a word out before Battle Beast tells her to shut the fuck up and fight him. Thetis says Thula is thorough, however, and definitely reported their arrival before engaging them. That's when Thrag arrives, with far more Viltrumites than in the show, sporting at least 29 behind him. In the show, Battle Beast instead starts fighting this dude, and Thetis engages Thula, before she crosses paths with Battle Beast and becomes his new target. Nolan fights Anissa, while Zoe goes straight for a dart to Thrag, it being taken by a different unnamed Viltrumite. Alan then uppercuts the dude with such strength that his weakened state gives immediately, causing him to turn the guy into a sleeve. In the comic, it's briefly mentioned that Tech Jacket is shooting toxic lace projectiles, and shortly after, Alan knocks the head off a Viltrumite attacking him. It's also implied that this Viltrumite was not hit by the toxin, nor is the one he sleeves a panel later. Because why else would he say, quote, some of these guys are definitely tougher than others, if he'd known they had been shot with the toxin. Perhaps he was being tongue-in-cheek about it, I don't know. The show makes it much more clear that these guys are dying because of the sin-like poison. We cut to Oliver and Mark juggling Lucan, and Krieg fighting Thetis, grappling him to tear open the wound on his back. Thrag headbutts him, then breaks his arm, before calling him weak. Oliver is then shown fighting an unnamed shaved head dude, while Lucan focuses on Mark. Then we see a bit more of Nolan and Anissa, followed by Thula and Battle Beast, then to Thetis being 3v1. Nolan tells Alan to help Thetis, and now is when I ask, why is Zoe shooting these projectiles at the Viltrumites, instead of like, I don't know, Alan doing that keyring thing and punching them with it? During all of this, Thrag is still aura farming, refusing to move a muscle, even after the Infinity Ray is fired, killing the bald guy, barely missing Anissa, and flying right past his chest. 3 inches off, and he would have been done for. With that shot fired, Space Racer has arrived, and he brought Ragnar with him, tethered to the back of his space bike, which he releases onto the approaching Viltrumites. This causes insane amounts of damage, mutilating the brown guy from episode 6, this unnamed brown girl who Zoe wasted a dart on, and another brown girl. Why does this feel racially motivated all of a sudden? In the comic, the arriving shot from Space Racer kills my boy Krad, instead of a random unnamed Viltrumite, and the Ragnar are shown to kill at least 2 people in a single panel. After this, Thrag tells his forces to run from the Ragnar, who he knows are too powerful, telling them the openness of space will be their death if they can get away from them. This also...
Sivas, vibra sin filtro.
This also happens a few panels before Alan and Tech Jacket score the double kill from earlier. While fighting Nolan, Anissa is grabbed by a Ragnar, and seeing an opening, Thetis yells for Nolan to take a shot at Thrag, so he charges in, only to miss completely, Thrag barely moving to dodge the attack. He then quickly repositions above Nolan and lands the biggest blow we've seen so far, dead center on his chest, knocking him all the way down to the surface of Viltrum, crashing down right next to the palace, and the statue of Argal we saw him training kids next to all those centuries ago. Now all of what we're about to see is show only. That attempted punch leading to Nolan getting sent to the surface is not in the comic either. Thrag then asks Nolan to come home, saying all will be forgiven if he rejoins the Empire. Nolan says they have no home, and that Viltrum is no more than a tomb, which offends Thrag, who believes they can rebuild. He points out that while there are only a few Viltrumites left, they are his people, who have suffered the same way Nolan has, and know who he truly is. Nolan says the Viltrumites aren't his people anymore, to which Thrag rebuts that he now sides with the people who almost caused their extinction. When Nolan says he's aware of Thetis' involvement creating the Scourge virus, Thrag can't imagine why he'd side with the man who genocided their own species. Nolan mirrors language used by Thetis in episode 2, saying it was to stop them from genociding others, while Thrag argues they only ever did what was necessary to maintain order. Nolan argues that coming after his son wasn't being just done to maintain order, and Thrag rebuts by saying they were tested, the same way they had all been tested, pointing out that Thetis probably won't be looking to test them after the war is over, something Nolan has already shown to be questioning himself during their conversations. Meanwhile, in space, the fight continues, most of the Ragnar being handled by this point, Thetis fighting Lucan, Mark fighting Anissa, and Oliver fighting this unnamed female Viltrumite. Now that I think about it, Lucan was the last guy we saw attacked by the Ragnar. I honestly think it could be racially motivated at this point. We then move to Space Racer, who's trying to get a shot off to help Oliver. He's instead ganked by 3 Viltrumites, who break his helmet, planning on letting him suffocate. Some people ask why they didn't just rip him apart, the answer being the Viltrumites aren't sure what will happen if they kill him. His gun could possibly explode if they did that, like Nolan hypothesized back in episode 2. Zoe shoots one of the Viltrumites with a poison dart, and Alan kills him, lobbing his body at another, and then going after the third, giving Zoe time to fix Space Racer's helmet. Back on the planet below, Thrag monologues about the throne room, explaining that Thetis was a coward, and that Argol taught them that the universe belongs to the Viltrumites. After a bit more dialogue, Thrag asks one more time for Nolan to join him in reconquering their planet. And after Nolan's final rejection, Thrag says every Viltrumite death pains him, before loading up a punch so fast it sucks Nolan towards him, and he's uppercutted through the building, sent flying all the way back into space, smacking into another Viltrumite on the way up. Spotting Thrag, Oliver decides to charge right in, his last words being, "Hey dickhead, a black hole called. It wants its suck back." Thrag stops his punch, crushes Oliver's hand, and says, "You're not one of us," grabs his other arm, and backhands him so hard, his jaw and arm are ripped off. I watched through this season with a gal pal of mine, and this is when the waterworks immediately started. It's one of the quickest and most brutal moments we've seen Oliver face. The show has been teasing us with these close calls in both the first and second Conquest fight, but Oliver's hubris has finally caught up to him, and the kill Oliver move has finally been landed. Now in the comics, I'm happy to report Oliver's final words before getting turned into ground beef are the same, the difference being Thrag's response. Instead of saying Oliver isn't one of them, he says, "You're a funny one, I gather, always cracking jokes. Very good. I enjoy a good joke myself. Stop me if you've heard this one." And then he punches Oliver in the jaw while ripping his arm off in the process, a very slight difference being in the direction of the blow. In the show, it's a backhand, Oliver rotating away from the arm being ripped off, while in the comic, he's hit with a forward punch that rotates him in the direction of the ripped off arm. I think what the show is going for with this subtle change is less power being used by Thrag to accomplish the same damage, practically only hitting Oliver with a backhand slap and it being enough to tear him apart, his jaw coming completely off in the show, which doesn't happen in the comic. Mark sees all of this happen and immediately charges in to try and help Oliver, but is tossed aside by Thrag, who says Oliver was a failure, so he's no brother to Mark. Mark says he killed Conquest so he can kill Thrag too, which causes all the Viltrumites to stop, turning their attention to the half-breed who managed to take out one of the most feared Viltrumites in the Empire. Thrag tells Mark to show him his strength, allowing him to charge straight in and land his best shot. A generational meme is born as Thrag doesn't even budge from the impact, taking it directly on the forehead, Mark hurting his arm in the process. I can't really compare this to the comics quite yet. A lot of stuff has been shifted around from this point, so we'll need to go further before breaking it down. Nolan still hasn't recovered from being launched into orbit, breaking past the ring of dead Viltrumites, and after he stops and sees the state of Oliver, he realizes they need to make a big move fast. He rushes back in, his plan's still not clear. At the same time, Zoe has run out of poison darts, missing her final shot on one of the female Viltrumites, and Alan steps in to help her again before he's tackled. Thetis tosses his opponent at Alan to free him, and Battlebeast starts fighting Krieg. While this is happening, Mark's further attempts to fight Thrag go very poorly, getting slapped past the sound barrier, only for Thrag to rush him afterwards. Battlebeast sees this and gleefully decides it's his turn to attack Thrag, hoping he'll be the opponent he's been looking for. Thrag doesn't give a shit though, punches him out, and destroys his jetpack, before yeeting him past the ring, completely putting him out of play. Nolan's plan begins to take effect, as he rallies the entire team to his side. He orders Space Racer out front, as Alan and Tech Jacket are targeted and separated from the pack. By this point, Mark's pieced together their plan. Nolan ordering Space Racer to fire head-on at the planet. They all race alongside the beam, causing a massive fireball upon entering the atmosphere. Thrag has figured out what they're trying to do, and rushes past the other Viltrumites, trying to stop them before they succeed. But the shot lands, and the 3 Viltrumites follow. We cut to the 3 of them barreling through the planet as the surface is completely destroyed. It's got some cool visuals. The planet cracking apart, the 3 reaching the core, their bodies beginning to burn. But I would be remiss not to mention that the entire sequence goes on for 4.5 minutes, very much overstaying its welcome. It's pretty obviously padded out, using shots of Mark, Nolan, and Thetis quite a lot. The planet is blown to pieces, stunning enemy and ally alike. But Thetis says it had to be done to show the Viltrumites the truth of their position in the universe. He then calls for their surrender, saying it's their only option left they can choose. Thrag yells back no, pulling apart a massive piece of the planet's debris, tears visible in his eyes, saying his choice is death. Charging in, grabbing Thetis by the face, and ripping his head clean off, stunning everyone for a second time, as he states that Emperor Argal has finally been avenged, saying every single one of them is next, as he crushes Thetis' head. Nolan is Thrag's next target, and Alan is left in shock at the death of Thetis, needing to be told twice by Mark to go find Oliver. As he beats Nolan, Thrag says he offered him forgiveness, only for him to destroy everything they had left. He starts juggling Nolan through space before Mark jumps in to try and help. It doesn't help much, however, Mark being punched away easily, and Thrag going right back in at Nolan, saying he was too quick in killing Thetis, planning to take his time with him. We then cut to Alan looking for Oliver, only to find 3 very pissed off Viltrumites. That brown one who got nommed on by a Ragnar is still kicking it, by the way. Alan is tossed around a great deal, and after an interception by Zoe, followed by an Infinity Ray kill by Space Racer, the call is made that they have to leave. Alan protesting, not wanting to leave Oliver, Mark, and Nolan on their own, but he eventually gives in. While flying off, the mutilated Viltrumite who survived the most on-screen damage is finally taken out by Space Racer, in a really cool front-on shot while attempting to grab onto the space bike. Krieg screams out in rage at seeing another one of his people killed, the grand total by this point in the battle being 7 Viltrumites dead, and the total for the war being 10. Cutting back to Mark and Nolan, Mark is punched in the throat real good, and Nolan tries to go in for an attack, immediately getting his arm broken and tossed aside, Thrag charging directly at Mark. Another great meme is made, though you guys have no idea how badly this was nerfed compared to the comics. We'll get there though. Having grabbed Mark by the face, Thrag prepares to punch his head off, but is stopped by Nolan, blindsiding him from above. In the second of time they have to speak, Mark asks how they're supposed to beat someone so strong. Nolan, understanding that there isn't anything they can do, can barely get out Mark's name before he's impaled by Thrag, Mark not even being able to process what happened, as his father's body is being removed from Thrag's arm like a discarded glove. Angry at the scene in front of him, Mark tries to do any damage to Thrag, who doesn't even flinch, only saying, "What a waste," grabbing him by the throat and headbutting him. He then takes his fingers and begins shoving them into Mark's eyes, ready to finish him off. But he doesn't. He's stopped by the side of his planet, Viltrum, or what remains of it, completely destroyed, nothing but a pile of dead bodies and rock. In front of the rest of the surviving Viltrumites, Grand Regent Thrag spares Mark, saying they are too few already. Krieg, swallowing his disagreement with the situation, asks what their next orders are, and the group fly off, leaving Nolan and Mark dying in space. They float for a while, like an entire minute, though this is pretty much comic accurate, an entire page and a half being dedicated to their floating bodies. Now that the fight is over, we can finally go through and compare the show to the comics. The first overarching difference is that Thrag is insanely overpowered in the show compared to the comic. If Viltrumites are all superpower space Hitlers, he's like a test tube baby Giga Hitler. There's not a single drop of his blood spilled in this fight. He's aura farming during half of it, not even flinching at the unstoppable space laser that barely missed him. He wound up a punch so strong it caused a fucking hurricane to form on his fist. He's unstoppable. Comparing this to the comic, Thrag is a stronger than average Viltrumite, but he's not infallible like the show portrays him. Mark also has no clue who he is, literally unaware that he's about to swing on the Grand Regent. Thetis even calling out for someone to stop him. Mark lands a punch, right to the stomach, but Thrag is unfazed, swatting him away. This is when Oliver tries to charge in and is turned into mincemeat. Thrag comments that Oliver seemed like a nice boy, another big difference, as Mark charges in from behind, body checking him, followed up with a punch to the ribs, one to the face, and an uppercut to the chin. He gets another hit in, as we're shown Thrag is bleeding, a far cry from how far Mark gets in the show during this part, being tossed away completely when trying to help Oliver. Thrag says Mark is in over his head, explaining that even Conquest fears him, to which Mark lands another punch, saying he killed Conquest and is going to kill Thrag. In the show, this is when all the Viltrumites take notice, but in the comic, they also have dialogue about how crazy it is, Conquest being one of the strongest among them. Instead of this dialogue leading to the head punch that Thrag tanks, it's the distraction they use to organize the rush on the planet. And instead of it being Nolan's idea, it's Thaddeus's. The charge happens nearly the same though, Alan and Tech Jacket being intercepted, while the three Coalition Viltrumites continue the charge. Thaddeus clarifies that they need to get the timing just right, the core of the planet destabilizing from the Infinity Ray, but if it stabilizes before they hit it, they could die on impact. We're shown the impact on 2 pages, as the majority of the explosion happens opposite their entry point. Then we get 2 more pages showing the destruction on the surface, including a crumbling Argall statue. We then get more full spreads, starting with Thaddeus, Nolan, and Mark bursting out of the planet. The next is them being intercepted by Viltrumites, followed by another of the planet blowing up and throwing everyone off. And then a final spread of everyone floating among the corpses of the now destroyed ring. This is when Thaddeus calls out for the Viltrumites to surrender. Thrag is shown crying as he shouts that Thaddeus has taken everything from their people and that the Empire will not stand for it. Thaddeus says there is no Empire, only surrender, but is cut off by Thrag saying there is nothing left but revenge, as he rips Thaddeus' head off. Instead of happening between Mark and Nolan, which by the way, has a frame where Mark turns into Paul for some reason, in the comic it happens between Alan and Nolan. Thrag declares that Argall has been avenged and crushes his head, saying he won't be missed. By this point in the show, they still haven't found Oliver's body, while in the comic, Mark is already holding him in his arms crying, while Alan and Nolan prepare for what's to come. And Thrag declares, just like in the show, that they're all next. This is the end of issue 75, and the battle continues in issue 76. Thrag starting with Mark instead of Nolan. Here is when we finally get the punch to the head, which Thrag tanks, grabbing Mark by the throat and slapping him around like a rag doll. He then punches Mark's head from either side, his eyes looking like they're about to pop out of his skull, saying they plan to return to Viltrum after their ranks were replenished. But now they've been robbed of that opportunity, as Thrag says Mark hasn't lost nearly anything as important to him. This is when Nolan intervenes, telling Thrag he's lost. We get a little bit of dialogue similar to their planet discussion, but the context of the overarching story to this point is completely different. Thrag says it was Thaddeus who murdered Lord Argall, sending the Empire into disarray, until eventually he came to power as a regent. In the comic, this is the first time we hear about Thaddeus assassinating the Emperor, while in the show, we've had it spelled out for us since episode 2 of the season, and saw the lead up to it earlier in this episode. In the comics, Argall isn't even named until issue 75, as far as I've found. Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong about this, but from what I've discovered, the first time he's named is when Thrag says, "By the throne of Argall," after the Ragnar were released by Space Racer. Then in issue 76, after Thaddeus has already been killed, we learn from Thrag that Argall was assassinated. He's definitely an afterthought in the comics, and I believe the show handles him better, and will hopefully rectify the inconsistencies of the Viltrumite timeline the comic has. These panels themselves painting a completely different picture than what's laid out by the time the timeline is explained. Continuing forward, Nolan is also much more on board with the extinction of his species, directly stating such to Thrag, after he's explained that they also believe Thaddeus was the one who created the Scourge virus. Thrag then headbutts Nolan, preparing to kill him, which in the show was adapted as Mark getting headbutted instead. This is when Battle Beast jumps in, believing to have finally found a worthy adversary. He's quickly smacked away, however, and in the show, this was pushed all the way up to Mark and Thrag's earlier confrontation, before the planet was blown up. While that's all happening, Alan is getting the shit beat out of him until Battle Beast breaks up the pummeling after being tossed by Thrag. This is when Space Racer fires his Infinity Ray, killing one of the Viltrumites, giving him time to grab Alan, saying it's time they retreat, and killing another Viltrumite grasping onto his bike. By this time in the comics, Tech Jacket is tapped out, and has to be pulled along by one of the Ragnar tethers, instead of in the show where Zoe is still assisting Alan, and they're all retreating in generally better condition. This is when Thrag, Nolan, and Mark officially begin their fight alone. Fight is a bit of an overstatement though, it's a straight beatdown. beginning with Mark asking how they're supposed to beat Thrag. Unlike in the show, where he can't even get the words out, Nolan says they can't beat him, explaining that he's been training from birth to be the strongest among their species, and that he's simply too strong for them. Thrag then grabs them both by the throat at high speed, Nolan eking out a few more words to Mark, saying no matter what he said, he loves him. And while at first he believed this was a weakness, he now knows it was his strength. He then kicks Mark free of Thrag's grasp, telling him to run. This is when Mark books it as fast as he can, looking back to see Thrag quickly gaining on him, getting grabbed by the scalp shortly after. While the adapted version is a good meme, this one is way more intense looking. There's blood everywhere, his eyes are covered in blood, it's terrifying. While in the show, it's very flat, there being no blood at all. Thrag also doesn't land a blow after catching Mark. While in the comic, he gets a hammerfist strike to the face after he's caught. And after he's caught in the show, Nolan was able to intercept Thrag to prevent another hit. While in the comic, the attempted interception is what makes Thrag turn his attention away from Mark, impaling Nolan, before yeeting him off his arm. Unlike in the show, where he gracefully removes Nolan slowly, in a moment that's way more somber. Nolan also calls out Mark's name after being impaled, while in the show, that line was repurposed as the only thing he could muster before he's impaled. In the show, Mark angrily attempts another attack after this, which is where he is grabbed and takes the headbutting. But by this point in the comic, Mark is already down for the count from the hammer fist he took in the last page. Thrag has him by the head, his hands over his eyes, saying it's time. In the show, he actually starts pressing into Mark's eyes, while in the comic, this is when he hesitates. There's no shot of the destroyed Viltrum either, because the show has a completely different implication than the comic. Another difference is the reaction of his men after he hesitates. When he says he's going to spare Mark, Krieg, instead of swallowing his disagreement, charges Mark and Nolan, but is stopped by Thrag, who says that the two of them must survive above all others. Something being implied here that we'll discuss later, the two being left to float in space, eventually found by Talia and the others. In the comic, it's actually Captain Pickel's men who save Mark, making their last appearance throughout the entire series. We quickly cut to Mark waking up to Alan's voice. It's been a few weeks of them healing, and in that time, Alan has been made leader of the Coalition. Nolan is alive and healing, and Oliver is in a stasis tube, recovering from his injuries, his lower jaw and left arm both having been replaced with robotic prosthetics. Mark hugs his father, and the two discuss the last things he can remember. Thrag ready to kill him, but being spared. We then move to Alan's office, Talia reporting that they still have no clue where the Viltrumites went after the battle, and no matter how much they scour the galaxy, the Coalition can't find them. By this point, Mark has already figured out why they can't be found. They've left the galaxy and gone to Earth. Now in the comic, the biggest difference in this part is the amount of information we receive on Oliver's condition, as well as the color of his fish tank. Nolan explains that he's healing fast, and that he'll be good in about a week, as well as that his own skin is going to be grown atop his robotic jaw and arm. Alan is also a little more silly about his new position as leader of the Coalition. The last big difference is that Tech Jacket is the one to report the Viltrumites are still nowhere to be found. And after some monologue from Alan explaining the situation, noting how strange it was that attacking while Mark, Nolan, and Oliver were down could have been the kill shot, and Mark putting it together that Thrag left them alive to cause more pain elsewhere, to get revenge for destroying Viltrum by going to Earth. There also isn't a post-credit scene for this episode. Interestingly enough, just like episode 7 of the last season also didn't have a post-credit scene, the ending of both being cliffhangers enough. And now we reach the finale, episode 8, which adapts comic issues 77, 78, and 79. We begin with the Viltrumites arriving on Earth. They immediately start destroying everything in sight and flood an entire city with a tsunami, all while Thrag overlooks from the Viltrumites' cruiser. It's then revealed that this is all Mark's imagination, as they're rushing back to Earth to see what damage has actually been dealt, unable to stop himself from imagining the absolute worst outcome. Nolan tells him he needs to stop worrying and sleep, since Earth is still a couple days away. Zoe comes in and asks what the plan is if they actually find the Viltrumites on Earth, something that's still just a guess, and neither Mark nor Nolan react to her question. This is pulled from the comics, but it's spread out into 2 scenes, so we'll wait to compare it. Next, we cut to Alan, having doubts over his appointment as head of the Coalition. Talia reassuring him that Thetis believed he could do it, and that she does too. This is an adaptation of a page where Talia instead asks Alan if he wants to smash before the movers get to their new place. As usual in the comics, Talia is scantily clad and not much is added by this scene, but Alan does mention he misses his buddy Tech Jacket, who by this point he'd spent almost a year with. now having to return home with Nolan and Mark. We cut to Zoe eating some pink slop, still trying to get anything out of Nolan and Mark. She recommends they use her space station as their base of operations to scan for Viltrumites, to then take them out one by one. She also says that she's ready for anything and is in it to the end, but still gets no response from the boys. She then facetiously says that maybe they should just give up on Earth, it not being that great anyways, hoping that something outrageous would get their attention. But it doesn't, and they only snap out of their trance after hearing that they've arrived over the intercom. This is all yanked straight from the pages. Tech Jacket promising he's not as useless as he came off during the Battle of Viltrum, and that he's there for anything that comes their way. He also gets no response, so he says after they save Earth, he's gonna make love to their faces, still gets no response, and storms out, saying the two of them suck. There's another conversation between Nolan and, well, basically just Nolan, since Mark isn't paying attention, still worrying about Earth. He says he's worried about Oliver, who's probably waking up right now, on the alien planet of Telescria, which will probably be overwhelming for him. He then comments on how much Earth has changed him, worrying about Oliver, their mother, Earth in general, wondering if those emotions were always there. After the ship arrives, they begin planning their next moves. Nolan says they need to sneak down quietly while the ship is stopped past the moon, and if they find Viltrumites have taken over, they need to send word to the Coalition to get a resistance going. Before he's even finished explaining the plan, Mark has already left the ship, flying to Earth as fast as he can. But when he gets there, he notices no visual problems from space. He flies down to the same city he imagined was destroyed to find absolutely nothing. Nolan and Tech Jacket meet him in the sky, and they have a small moment of relief. At least for now, the Viltrumites are not on Earth. The first person he decides to check on is his mother, who says she thought something happened to him since he was gone so long. Debbie asks where Oliver is, and Mark explains that he is healing on Telescria in good hands. Then he turns around to see Thrag holding his mother by the neck as she gasps for air, and then Thrag rips her head right off her body. And it was a hallucination. A hallucination pulled from the comics. One of the gruesome outcomes Mark imagines waiting for him when he gets to Earth. Debbie is concerned at Mark freezing up, and asks what happened during the war. He promises to explain later, but says he needs to tell Eve, letting her know Nolan is outside as well, ready to leave and check on Oliver now that they know the Viltrumites aren't on Earth. Dressing Down Part 2 takes place, Debbie heading into the backyard to tear into Nolan for letting Oliver get hurt. Then on top of that, leaving him on some alien planet alone. She also brings up how she told him never to come back to her house, and prepares to walk off, when Nolan lets her know that Oliver was very brave, and that both him and Mark gave everything they had to save the lives of billions. He explains they plan to set up a warning system for Earth to notify them if the Viltrumites show up, and that after that's done, he's heading back to Telescria to be with Oliver. Nolan says it broke his heart to see his son hurt as bad as he was, and Debbie says he has to have a heart to have it broken. Nolan then responds insanely aggressively, flying in front of Debbie, telling her to stop acting like she doesn't know him, and to try and give him a chance. She says she doesn't gotta give him shit, and to get the fuck out of her way, but he goes on to say that he believes she'll eventually see that he deserves a second chance, that she's always believed in rehabilitation, something he didn't understand before. He ends his speech by asking her to give him a chance, to show her that he's changed, stepping out of her way. She doesn't respond to the monologue, telling him that she doesn't know where he's sleeping, but it's not here, as she heads inside. This conversation adapts a scene out of issue 78, though that seems to go a lot better for Nolan than it does in the show. The show is making Debbie much stronger-willed than she is in the comic, having these long, brutal confrontations with Nolan, while her comic book counterpart is basically a puddle of emotion when confronted by the husband who ruined her life. Elsewhere, Zoe shows up to her space station, her dad happy to see she's alive, though he definitely let himself go while watching out for his daughter's return. This adapts a scene in the comic where Tech Jacket first goes down to his house to try and find his dad, and is told by his neighbors that he's not left the space station. When he finds him at the space station, this is when we get the scene between the two, where they both comment on the beard the other has grown. Next, Mark has gone to see Eve, the two embracing the moment he climbs through her window. Not having seen each other for almost a year by this point, Eve thought Mark was dead, and we cut to later, the two in bed after smashing. Eve explains what she's been up to the past 10 months. Her powers came back, but she set aside the Invincible Inc. business while he was gone, and took on more college classes during that time. If you forgot she was in college, don't feel bad. The writers did too. It's a show-only edition that really wasn't used much, and it was basically dropped by the time Invincible Inc. started. She also explains her dad hurt his back at work, so she moved back in to help around the house, and a combination of eating with her family and not using her powers made her gain weight, something Mark says he didn't even notice. You might not have noticed either at first, because these cowards hardly added any weight to her. She practically looks the same, while in the comic, Thick Eve was absolutely stacked. She also had a heavier face, much more fat around her neck and chin, reminiscent of her mother's character design. The context of why and how she gained the weight is also different, since in the comics, she's way more of a mess when seeing Mark, literally telling him not to look at her instead of embracing when he comes through the window. They don't smash either, and instead talk about how she did keep the Invincible Inc. business going in his absence, with the help of Bulletproof. She's also still living at home, not because her dad got hurt, or because she doesn't have money to afford her own place, but because with Mark gone, she didn't really see a point to buying land and building her own place. The scene ends with Mark explaining that the Viltrumites are still alive, and if they came to Earth, that would be it for everyone, having not actually won the war. Next, we get a show-only scene of Sinclair attempting to create a portal to whatever dimension Monster Girl and Robot ended up in. Because they have no clue where to even start, they're just freeballing it, which goes horribly wrong, this attempt causing tentacles of an unknown origin to spew out and attack anything in proximity. They kill a handful of agents and even get a hold of Sinclair. I'd be worried if I wasn't aware this was filler, only meant to pad for time. Donald smashes the controls to shut it down just in time, and Cecil decides it's too dangerous to continue the search for Monster Girl and Robot. We then cut to Alan in a meeting with the leaders of different coalition planets. They're all worried at the fact that no one's been able to find the Viltrumites, and Alan is a bit too silly by this point to handle the conversation, the scene ending with a tonal shift of him being a bit more serious before adjourning the meeting. Then we move to Mark and Eve meeting with William and Rick at their college campus. While updating William on everything that's happened, they turn the corner to see a ton of college kids dead, their guts sprawled across the lawn. Then Anissa rips William's jaw clean off of it, and again, none of that was real. This scene adapts a conversation Mark has with William in issue 80, which, fun fact, is when Mark learns for the first time that William is gay, because in the show, he's like turbo gay from episode 1, while in the comic, he's actually in the closet for the majority of the run, even dating Eve in the early issues. There's an entire conversation where Mark rethinks all the previous interactions they've had in locker rooms and such in the new context of his best friend being gay. And after both William and Rick tell Mark he is attractive, he gets uncomfortable and leaves. It should also be noted that William isn't one of the people we see die in Mark's imagination scenes in the comic. There's also some edgy lines from Rick about how he recognizes the trauma on Mark's face because he's seen it on his own during his recovery from Sinclair's experiments that turned him into a cyborg. It's cringe and unbased. Moving on. We then cut to Debbie venting to Paul about Nolan leaving Oliver on some alien planet. She's upset that she's not able to be there with him while he's hurt, the same way she was for Mark every time he was hurt. But Paul suggests she should just go to said alien planet to be with him. And during this conversation, we learn that Debbie and Paul are no longer dating. They're still friends, but part of the reason it didn't work out is that superheroes and aliens are a part of Debbie's world, whether she likes it or not. Paul being a little too normal. The Paul Glazers on TikTok were probably pretty mad about that one. Now this adapts a bit from the comics, including a phone call breakup between Paul and Debbie, her telling him over the phone to come pick up a bunch of shit he left behind before she tosses it all. This happens on the third page of issue 78, right before Nolan and Mark return from the war. Nolan actually overhears this breakup phone call and asks who Paul is. Next, we move to a scene of Mark and Eve on the roof, chatting it up as they usually do. Eve is just about to reveal to Mark what was wrong with her powers, but just as she gets ready to, she's grabbed by Thrag, lifted into the air screaming, as her eyes are gouged out before she's thrown back on the roof. And none of that happened either. Just another trauma hallucination Mark had. In the comics, Mark's hallucination death of Eve comes in the form of Anissa bisecting her, along with the deaths of many other heroes in a 2-page spread. Eve's actually fine, except she's not, as she begins crying and finally reveals to Mark that she had an abortion. Mark is stun-locked, as Eve explains that she knew before he left, but didn't tell him because she didn't want to stress him out any more than the war already was. And with him gone so long, she couldn't handle the thought of raising a child on her own if Mark was dead. After a pause, Mark begins crying as well, and apologizes for putting her through that, saying that he should have been there for her. So this does happen in the comics as well, issue 79 to be exact, but the vibe is extremely different. The biggest change is the context of how this conversation comes about. Instead of lazily sticking them on the roof again, they're invited to dinner by the Immortal and Duplicate, who specifically want to show off their 2 kids, twins Abraham and Mary. Mark immediately says they're cute, while Eve is noticeably hesitant. There's also a backhanded comment from Kate about Eve's weight, and a dinner conversation about how weird Eve's dad was towards her and Kate, originally thinking they were lesbians. There's also conversation about the Immortal feeling bad for John Wilkes Booth, because canonically he was Abraham Lincoln and hiding his powers. Later, Eve is talking to Kate as she bathes the kids, and is asked to hold Abraham for a second. She then begins crying, hands Abe back to Kate, and heads outside. Mark checks on her, asking if Kate said something rude, and this is where, through her tears, she tells Mark she had an abortion. Another massive difference from how it's portrayed in the show is that Eve actually apologizes to Mark during her explanation. And on top of the context of seeing Kate with her kids, it's a much more emotional moment than randomly bringing it up while eating burgers on a roof. Eve being directly faced with what made that choice such a hard one. Also, Kate is like a massive asshole in the comics, saying during this that she doesn't give their relationship another month because Eve doesn't know how to keep a guy happy. We move to a show-only scene of Nolan visiting the place he left Mark's mangled body back in season 1, remembering the things he said to his son that day. Cecil teleports in and asks if Nolan really thought it was a good idea coming back after what he did. Nolan tries to approach but is told he's gotten close enough and that he'll never not be afraid of him. He tries to apologize, which Cecil recognizes does mean at least something. And when asking about the war, Nolan explains that they won, but there are still around 40 Viltrumites somewhere. Something Cecil isn't pleased to hear, since that doesn't sound much like winning now that there's 40 pissed off super Nazis who know exactly where Mark and his loved ones call home. Nolan says they plan to set up an early warning system for the Coalition to show up in 2 weeks if the Viltrumite cruiser appears in the solar system. Cecil doesn't like that either, but likes the idea of Nolan staying behind to protect Earth even less. Nolan says he risked his life and nearly died during the war to protect Earth, to which Cecil responds by confirming the total number of people killed during his rampage, saying he needs to almost die 2,341 more times before it's good enough, meaning the Chicago incident saw back in season 1 killed 2,342 people. This scene doesn't happen in the comics, and instead, while talking to Debbie, Cecil teleports in, which in the comics is way less of a personal teleportation and more usually a doorway of sorts. He sees Nolan and instinctually shoots him, before apologizing and sheepishly asking if the war is over. As I explained in the first part of the season, Cecil is not the badass we know from the show. He's also much more on board with the idea of Nolan working with him again than the standoffish behavior the show gives us, though everyone else at the Pentagon is so startled by his presence that Nolan and Cecil both recognize that he can't stay there. We cut to another bedroom scene of Mark being upset with himself for not being there for Eve when she was pregnant. He says instead he was making things worse during the war, and now there's a bomb that's going to go off somewhere, and he's not going to be able to stop it, referring to the Viltrumites who are still out there. He points out that even if they don't come to Earth, once they're found, he's going to need to go back to fight them, leaving Eve alone again. But Eve tells him to get it together, saying she's lost a lot of people over the years, and that she's making a choice to be with him despite the risks. This is the payoff for the conversation that Mark had with Eve's dad back in the first episode of the season. While her father blames Mark for the danger she's always put in, Eve is choosing to be with him despite that fact. They hug and hear Nolan call for them outside. He tells them the ship is almost done installing the early warning system, and that he's headed back to Telescria to check on Oliver soon. Debbie steps out and says he's taking her with him, asking Mark what kind of parent she'd be if she wasn't there for Oliver while he was healing. Nolan asks about Paul, and she says that it's none of his business, but they ended stuff months ago, since their lives are too different. She tells Mark he can call Paul if they need any help with things related to the house, and that she set all the bills to autopay, unsure how long she'll be gone. She gives them both a hug and is ready to leave, telling Nolan to call the ship down, but he says it can only come down into the atmosphere and can't land, so he'll have to carry her there. She reluctantly agrees, and Nolan tells Mark that the early warning system can be used to communicate with the Coalition if they need to send him a message, and the two fly off. This does happen in the comic, Debbie choosing to go to Telescria to see Oliver in issue 80, but the context is so different from where we're at in the show that I've decided I can't cover it until developments that we should see in season 5. We also get another scene of Nolan telling Debbie that they're almost ready to leave and that he thinks she should check out the Earth before they go, the view being quite stunning. Debbie finds it breathtaking, and while she's staring, Nolan goes to touch her, but decides not to, letting her have this moment without making it about himself. At the same time, Donald has arrived to the house, welcoming Mark back and asking him to come talk to Cecil. Then after the Debbie and Nolan scene, we cut to him in Cecil's office. He says he's not happy that Mark and Nolan seem to have kicked the hornet's nest without getting rid of all the bugs, and Mark agrees to a debrief with Donald so they can better prepare for what to expect. And then he's impaled through the chest by Thrag, tossed aside like a sack of potatoes, and as you could have guessed, not real, another one of Mark's hallucinations. He asks Cecil if he can get scheduled to talk to one of their therapists, and the scene ends. In the comic, we don't get any direct conversation like this between Mark and Cecil. In fact, one of the forgotten points that Cecil should have been up Schitt's Creek for in both the show and the comic is keeping Conquest alive. Mark and Nolan should be pissed about that, but it's never brought up again. What we do see is Mark's hallucination of Cecil's death. It happens in the beginning of issue 77 as he tries to reason with Thrag, and instead of getting impaled, he gets his head popped off. We also see a dead Brit in the bottom of one of these panels as well. Later, he finds Mark sitting in his room sulking, and she recommends he goes out for a flight to get his mind off of things. So he does, trying to just let go and relax. But all of a sudden, he sees Thrag, floating quietly above the planet, not attacking, not moving, just staring at him. Mark sees flashes of chaos and murder as Thrag says the Viltrumites are on Earth. Unsure if this is another hallucination, Mark flies in for a punch that doesn't even faze Thrag. He then begins another volley that does nothing but get him grabbed by the face and tossed away. As he tries to charge back in, he's simply told to stop, Thrag saying he hasn't done anything to Earth yet. He then explains there are only 37 Viltrumites left, a shadow of their former glory, but plenty still to tear the planet in two, which he does believe is warranted after everything Mark has done, namely blowing up their homeworld. Thrag says instead, the Viltrumites' new home is Earth. They'll disappear into the populace and use humans to secretly repopulate the Viltrum Empire. We're shown Lucan, Anissa, and Krieg already fitting into human society. Krieg's already got him a lady, Anissa is gawked at by men, but she's not at all receptive, and Lucan is looking like a buff Steve Harvey. Thrag says Mark will let this all happen, and if he tries to resist in any way, then they'll destroy the planet and set up rape camps to repopulate instead. With this, Thrag offers a truce. The Viltrumites will not affect or aid the Earth in any way, as long as they are left undisturbed. He asks Mark, on behalf of the planet, if he accepts these terms. Mark is furious and is ready to say no, Thrag taking a battle-ready stance. Mark starts to say no, but at the last second, he thinks about the death of everyone he knows, and the face of Eve flashes in his mind. Reluctantly, he then accepts the terms of the agreement. Now the show has spread this across an entire episode, but in the comic, Mark immediately flies down to Earth, sees everything is fine, sighs in relief, and then immediately spots Thrag, alongside Nolan, who by this point in the show is already headed back to Telescria. Mark also lands a single punch, which does more than every punch in the TV show has, TV show Thrag being extremely overpowered in comparison. And then Mark is grabbed by the throat instead of the face and tossed aside. During the explanation that they're going to be blending in, Lucan is shown in his suit, Krieg is shown on a motorcycle with an eye patch and a cigarette, but no woman, and Anissa is instead getting gawked at on a bench rather than walking through a park, visibly pissed enough to break the bench with her right hand. The last big difference is that Mark doesn't see the flashes of his loved ones dying when rejecting the terms. He instead sees a flash of the Viltrumites having destroyed a city, then he says his answer is yes. Thrag then thanks Mark, saying he single-handedly became the savior of every living being on Earth, as well as the Viltrumites, willing or not. He tells Mark he won't hear from him again and flies off. End of episode. The post-credit scene shows Alan, swamped by paperwork, being brought a message left to him by Thetis if he died in the war. The message says that he knows Alan will live up to the role that Thetis' death has cursed him with, and that he believes with all of his being that the universe would not be a safe place without the extinction of the Viltrumites. In his message from beyond the grave, Thetis explains to Alan the existence of the improved Scourge virus, and how he only hesitated to use it because he believes it could also kill the people of Earth, since they're genetically similar to Viltrumites. The message left for Alan then tells him that he must use it and completely eradicate the Viltrumite population. End of season. Now in the comic this scene is pretty similar, but it's a random robot that hands Alan the encrypted message from Thetis, and no mention of humans being a concern for the usage of the Scourge virus. Only that if he died, Thetis assumed that means they hadn't won. and urges Alan to use the improved version so his death won't be in vain. And with that, we've covered the entirety of Season 4, and now get to wait till next year to see how Kirkman and his team decides to adapt to what's to come. At the current pace, there's most likely only going to be around 9 seasons of the show or less, this one ending around issue 79, and the comic being only 144 issues long, meaning we've just barely squeezed past the halfway point. Now compared to Season 1 and 2, Season 4 is pretty close to the source material, but next season will be a complete toss-up, because there's a lot of racially motivated writing from Kirkman that he's probably going to try and distance himself from. So if you want to stick around for when those videos come out, don't forget to subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, and go check out some of my similar content covering movies and shows. You can also find me streaming every night around 7:30 MST, and you can join our Discord if you want to hang out and play video games. Until next time, have a good day.
Scene with the two of them eating breakfast, and the little bit about Talia's food eating Alan's food is in the comics as well. It's one of my favorite bits, so I wanted to point it out. Alan is considerably more romantic in the show, specifically in dialogue though. There's a thought bubble about how much he cares about her, but he doesn't do a good job expressing his feelings in the comics. Alan getting ripped out of the space station literally mid-sentence is from the comics, but it's Talia's word that gets cut off, not his. Now, the 3 Viltrumites that attack Alan are actually different than the ones in the show, but other than that, it's actually kind of the same scene. They question Alan a little bit, then rip him to fucking shreds. Firstly, they don't say they'll consider sparing his life in the comics, but a lot of the dialogue is kind of word for word, just different characters who ask. All of the major story beats about his thrashing are taken from the comics, just a bit out of order. His eye popping out, the hand through his chest, and the cutting off of his arm is the final blow in the comics. Also, if you ever needed an example of how music can truly make a scene, this would be the example I would use. We love comic Alan too, but geez man, I really feel something when I watch this happen alongside the music. Thaddeus' conversation with Talia is much shorter in the comics, but
that is cause for celebration,
is a direct quote. Now, Thaddeus removing the life support functions for Alan is completely a show exclusive. Alan goes into his coma after the Viltrumite fight in issue 23, and then just up and recovers in issue 38. Then we roll credits and begin our post-credit scene, which lasts 30 minutes. I don't exactly know why the show does it this way, but it does make Thaddeus' actions more dramatic. Kate officially telling Rex that she's not interested in him is a show exclusive. The only conversation Rex and Kate have regarding their relationship is in issue 38, after Immortal and Kate get married, and she thanks him for not being a compassionate person to her. She never goes into detail to, well, anyone, about how Immortal is the only person who can understand her based on how many times he's died. Oh, this scene also cements that Sonic the fucking Hedgehog here is my favorite alien in the entire show. Rudy learning to control his fear is a show exclusive, as I mentioned, so this is definitely new. He does ask Monster Girl to see a movie in issue 36, which is one issue after he's introduced to the Guardians, except he asks through Robot, not in person. It's also rather casual, not a fear he's overcoming. The community center, featuring my favorite he's David Diggs, Thomas Jefferson from Hamilton, is a show exclusive. I already mentioned that the support group just doesn't exist. It is worth noting how star-studded the group itself is, though. Christ, Leah Thompson is the group leader. Leah Thompson! Mrs. McFly herself. I'm also going to jump ahead and say that the other scenes where Debbie talks to Theo is a show exclusive as well, as is the finale of that scene where she exits the bar and tells Theo that Omni-Man was her husband. There isn't a scene in the comics at all where she breaks down and tells someone the secret. So now, let's get back and we'll finish in order. Rudy and Monster Girl seeing a movie together does come to fruition in issue 38, the very next issue after Rudy asks her. Monster Girl saying that Rudy's gotta tell her about his childhood is surprisingly completely absent from the comics. Now, the scene actually plays out really similarly to the comics, but there are some differences. Let's start with the nitpicks. The movie they want to see together is called Midnight Slaughter, but in the comics it's called Machine Gun Slaughter. In the show, they're seeing it specifically to test his fear response, but in the comic it's just their first date. Now, the biggest change is that in the comics, it's Rudy who asks the random stranger to be his dad to get them into the movie, but in the show it's Monster Girl. Monster Girl pays her $10 to do it, but in the comics it's actually more intelligently devised. He picks out a guy who's wearing a sports ball team shirt. Okay, that's a joke. I know it's about the Knicks. I'm from New York. And tells him that the clerk thinks the Knicks suck, but he thinks they're great, so he doesn't believe them. Leading the Knicks guy to say, listen to the kid, he speaks the truth. The comics use this as an example of Rudy's intelligence and adaptability, while the show changes it into a familiar setting for Monster Girl. We'll talk about which is better in a minute, but Rudy going to Burger Mart is another show exclusive. And finally, we get back to the scenes that have comic backings. The scene where Mark Mark returns to his dorm and William declares that him and Amber had sex is taken from issue 24, right after it happened so pretty faithfully. The sock on the door and William's sadness about Rick are both show exclusive, since in issue 24 we're only starting to recognize that Rick has been missing. And by the time Rick does get put back together, Comics William isn't as sad about it because, if you remember from my first video, he doesn't come out as gay until issue number 80. I've mentioned it before, but to be crystal clear, it's Seance Dog in the show, but Science Dog in the comics. So Science Dog arriving at the door does happen in the comics. But it's when Debbie and Mark are having lunch, not while Mark is at college. Mark hitting first and asking questions later is true across both mediums, but he's in his Invincible outfit in the comics but not in the show. Cecil is also listening to the conversation in the comics, which is notably missing from the show. Only when Mark intentionally tells him a bit later do the two have a conversation, and it's kinda similar to the ones in the comics, with Cecil telling him it's a bad idea and trying to appeal to the idea that he pays for his services so he can't just fuck off to space. We don't get the name Nualzot in the comics. He also doesn't exactly explain what he needs help with from Mark in the comics, only that there's a problem that needs Invincible's help. Mark immediately is interested in helping in the comics, meanwhile in the show, William has to kinda talk him into it. In the comics, he does ask for 20 minutes to say bye to his mom and girlfriend, which happens in the show, but over the phone, not in person. Amber is much better at taking this news than Comics Amber. The sentiment of never be sorry for saving lives isn't something that enters her brain at all in the comics. In the show, he asks Amber to tell his mother, but he tells her himself in the comics. Or he tries to, but in her drunken mess, he just puts her back to sleep and asks Cecil to tell her when she wakes up. The trip to Thraxa is quick in the comics, although not quite as fast as in the show. When he rolls up to the stairs upon his arrival, he gets the drop that Thraxans age much faster than humans, and it's very quick in the show. But in the comics, there's a few specific panels dedicated to it. Invincible doesn't get presented like he does in the show. They just open the big doors, and there's the surprise of the episode, Omni-Man is back. The quote is actually exactly the same as the comic, except Dad has also added, "You're looking well." And Mark saying Dad, in shock, is the opening panel of the following issue, issue 26.
Well, this has been about as much fun as eating a light bulb.
So, this episode actually gives us a really solid place for our last theme folder, the element of surprise. Kinda sounds like a lame theme, but it's actually really important for the season, and it's technically not the first time it's even popped up. Omni-Man's return comes entirely out of nowhere. We were here for an asteroid crisis, and suddenly... It's a core part of the show, and it was a pretty big deal in the comic too, which is awesome. So Nolan helped start that theme, but I guess we'll leave it there for now since we'll talk about it more in episode 4. For now, let's go back to the beginning. Debbie dropping Mark off at college is new to the show, and I think it's in service to the background idea that this is a new phase of life for him. It also sets Debbie up for officially having an empty nest, pushing her further into calling the support group, which of course she does. Debbie saying,
"This is your chance to figure out who you are. I mean Mark Grayson."
Has to do with the idea mentioned last video about Mark eventually having to pick if he's going to continue to indulge his human side or if he's going to be invincible full-time, like he eventually does in the comics. This problem is kind of resolved when he breaks up with Amber, making Debbie, but only because she has Oliver, and William, who pops up like once every 25 issues, his only ties to being human. William showing Mark the ropes of college is in service to the same idea about moving to a different phase of life, also to set up the joke for later about the sock on the door. And Mark and Amber having sex is a comic-accurate plot transition to the Alan the Alien part of the episode. Alan the Alien is a very pure character, and a unique case of his arc actually being missing from the show while it was present in the comics. His arc in the comic was a small and subtle one about him overcoming his species' trauma of dedicating his sperm to breeding camps, rather than making love to his girlfriend even if he desperately wanted to. The changing of Talia's character is to make their relationship more loving, which is in service to his death a little bit later. That bit, and Alan's story as a whole, support the theme of the season being the element of surprise that I mentioned earlier. Come on, be honest, you didn't see it coming that he would get taken into space by Viltrumites mid-word. Alan's story is part of a broader story to expand the universe. Don't hold me to it, but I anticipate part of Season's 4 theme will be expanding the universe, or something like that. This theme is also the reason for adding Thaddeus turning Alan's life support off, something missing from the comics. It also completes, for now, the audience's suspicion about a mole being within the Coalition, allowing everyone to think that it's him. Other than his story, we have the rest of the episode to talk about as well. Returning to Guardians HQ, we have Rex Splode talking to Kate about the state of where they left things. This is again in service to Rex's journey of becoming a better person, and explaining a bit of Kate's feelings towards her budding relationship with Immortal.
The Immortal's like 2,000 years old, you know.
But if you add up the amount of time my duplicates and I have lived,
You know the old rule, half your age, plus 7.
Rudy continues on his own arc as well, by advancing his ability to control his fear response by asking out Monster Girl for the first time. This actually pushes his arc into a new phase, one where he got what he wanted, but moving forward he'll see that it comes with its own drawbacks, which I think is really masterful storytelling in and of itself. And I have a feeling that future seasons are going to see this as a negative, making him more mechanical and robot-like. Hey wait, is that why his name is Robot? Debbie's adventure into her support group were added as a way to move her theme forward, unfortunately by setting her back. Sure, going to the meeting was the right thing, given that she was destroying cabinets and being rude to homebuyers under her breath. But her unfortunate encounter with Theo moves her into isolation, removing herself from the group and even getting pretty dark in the next episode. For her, I mean, not for the show. show. The show is much, much darker. It's always sad to see a character move from one phase into a worse phase of life. But it's part of the journey, you know? Struggle is a very real part of the process. Rudy and Monster Girl scenes were found in the comics, and were probably changed to show different things. Instead of Rudy's intelligence, it shows off Monster Girl's experience. With the direction they're taking Rudy, it wouldn't really make sense for him to be as suave as he is in the comics during this scene. This season really needs to help them build up their relationship status because it's very important for some larger storylines to come. Now, Mark's interactions with Nual'Zad. It happens in the show while he's at college, not at home. So why the change? The answer is very easily William. William's connection to Rick allows him to bend Mark's arm to help people when they ask for help, specifically because he didn't when D.A. Sinclair kidnapped Rick. And so, once again, I think the quote-unquote rushing of the Rhiannon in Season 1 was a very solid call. It was already a good call so we could use them against Omni-Man, but now to emotionally use them in a situation against Mark to get him to help his dad? Really good call. Now, to be fair, if we look at the situation objectively, there really wasn't a whole lot Mark could have done in the show. In the comics, the point would have actually landed much easier, since Rick was kidnapped and gone for like months. But in the show, it all happens in one night, so it's kinda like, dude, I did help, just like an hour later, but I digress. It still works for the purpose of making Mark go help the bug people, but part of me feels like William should cut him a little bit of slack. The change to make Nual'Zad an actual character instead of an unnamed bug guy was most likely to give Rob Delaney some extra room to work with. And to be honest, a lot of the interactions between William and him are very funny, so I think it works. Lastly, for this bit of the story is Mark's conversation with Cecil about leaving Earth. Cecil did say that Mark works for him in the comics, but overall the tone is much more chill. Cecil also says, "You're not gonna budge on this, are you?" Kind of like negotiating with someone stubborn, where you just kind of accept that it's gonna go this way. Not exactly the tone or language of somebody who's employing somebody else. Trying to manipulate Mark by bringing up that his father also disobeyed Cecil is not something comic Cecil would ever do, and its inclusion is because of the Mark isn't his father theme. This drive to prove the theme to the audience is actually the guiding action for almost every decision Mark takes in the show, which, again, sharp departure. Comics Mark had his own drive and reasoning for doing things, and yes, it mostly boiled down to I want to help people and the general pressure of
With great power comes great responsibility.
Actually, since the beginning of the story, the only explicit motivation for Mark is him asking Cecil to take care of his mom and give him a scholarship. But like it or hate it, it wasn't because of his father.
It's been a while.
The title It's Been a While comes from issue 25, when Omni-Man reunites with his son. Same exact place as the show, same exact circumstances. The opening of this episode shows Nolan's journey immediately after departing Earth. The journey is outlined in issue 26, although it's much shorter and doesn't have as many pretty sights. Also, again to be clear, Omni-Man is fucking cracked in this show. Do you realize the force that would be required to stop yourself from being pulled into a black hole? And he just does it casually, while carrying a Thraxan ship? Scientifically cracked. Saving the Thraxan ship is not in the comics. His motivation for becoming the leader of Thraxa is actually because he was hoping that conquering this world for the Viltrum Empire would lessen his punishment once they eventually found him. This element is entirely omitted from the show. So now back to the reunion. Mark clenching his fist at his dad, and his dad clenching back, resolving with the two of them hugging, is 1-to-1. Nearly everything after that isn't, though. Mark exploding with anger towards his dad and flying away isn't in the comics. In the comics, he actually breaks down and begs his dad to return to Earth and make everything right. Even after that, he accepts that the Thraxans have been conquered for the Viltrum Empire in stride, actually. Nolan kissing Andressa in the comics and Mark blowing up about it is actually pretty well translated. I particularly like, "You called me here to say goodbye, I can't go through that twice." Nolan clarifies that he'll never abandon Mark again, but this is again omitted from the show. He also refuses to talk about Debbie in the comics. Also, to add to our star-studded cast, we better fucking call Saul because Kim plays Andressa. Nolan showing Mark his new brother is the last panel of issue 26, and he seems to handle it better in the comics than in the show.
You gotta be
Fucking kidding me.
This is an interesting title drop. For one, he doesn't actually say invincible, so does that automatically put it in F? It seems like every title for this season has been a gimmick, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. You can go in C tier. Debbie wandering the city in a daze is exclusive to the show. The trajectory of Debbie's character is very different in the show than in the comic. In the comic, she's a drunk mess for a really long time, pretty much until Mark returns with Oliver in issue 30. The show omits this drunkenness and seems to elect to fill her with loneliness and dread. Yes, she drinks wine a lot, but we never get a show scene of her passed out on the couch, like, well, multiple times in the comics. I'm gonna spoil something for the sake of thoroughness here, so if you don't want to be spoiled on these issues, skip to this time. Debbie only visits Nolan's grave one time in the comics, and it's not for Nolan Grayson the father, it's for Nolan Grayson Omni-Man. And it's at the very, very end of the comic in issue 143. She visits with Mark, and it's after he actually dies, not just dead to the world. Moving on now, the scarred Mauler cloning himself happens in issue 28, which is actually part way through the Viltrumite attack on Thraxa, so it's really cool that it lines up with the show in this way. The dialogue is actually nearly 1-to-1, so that's pretty awesome too. Donald's journey to the exploded house and finding his old glasses is a show exclusive. The next scene of William, Amber, and Eve talking about their new experiences at college is also a show exclusive. It's worth noting that Amber offering Eve a place to crash is super kind of her and not the kind of relationship they have in the comics. Now back to the good stuff. Mark's feelings about his brother are far more hostile in the show. The comics give him this make it make sense kind of attitude. Lots of other words are different, but Nolan talking about how the Thraxans give him purpose and make him happy is also in the comics. And Mark's clapback about him being a hypocrite is 1-to-1. Nolan says in the show, "You don't have to forgive me," but he never actually apologizes in the show. He definitely does in the comics, although unfortunately Mark doesn't accept his apology. Nolan's explanation about biology and interbreeding is in this panel of the comics, but it's not quite the same explanation and it's far longer. Shortly after this in both mediums, Nolan asks Mark for his help fighting off the Viltrumites. Mark's resistance to help the Thraxans is a show exclusive. In the comics, he says there's no way he'll stand by and let the Viltrumites murder a baby. And Mark's note about "I couldn't even beat you" is from the comics as well, but Nolan clarifies in the comics that they wouldn't be sending their strongest soldiers, so they may stand a chance if they work together. Their conversation being interrupted by the attack is in both mediums, as well as Mark taking Andressa and Oliver to the caves. However, the attack in the comics is something Nolan is alerted to, while in the show, him and Mark witness the attack firsthand. The interlude with Eve and Kilcannon is a show exclusive again. Kilcannon's only time fighting Eve in the comics is in issue 58, aside from his appearance in the Adam Eve spin-off comics. Back to Mark on Thraxa. Andressa reveals that children choose their own names, but this fact is revealed by Nolan in the comics. She also states that Thraxan lifespans are 1 Earth year, but Nolan again clarifies that they are 9 months in the comics. A lot of the stuff she explains in the cave originates from Nolan telling Mark in the comics. Lucan showing up and addressing Mark and Andressa is really closely adapted from the comics, except he sees both of them at the same time upon his arrival, instead of a moment after talking to Mark. His sentiment about
"with these disgusting creatures"
is from the comic too. It departs pretty quickly after that though. Issue 27 ends when Lucan enters the cave, and issue 28 picks up exactly from that same place. The show has Mark and Lucan fight for a bit before Omni-Man cuts his stomach open and stabs him to a wall, but in the comics, Mark grabs Andressa and Oliver and flies out of the cave. There's also a panel of Lucan being mean to himself for turning his back on his enemy, saying he'll never move up the ranks like that. Poor dude, you gotta be kinder on yourself. Also, bros, Lucan is Green Lantern, like Jon Stewart from the original Justice League cartoon. Anyway, after he chases them, Nolan intercepts him midair. Mark and Andressa get away, landing somewhere safe where Mark says that he's exhausted. Nolan joins them in a moment, saying that he's killed Lucan. We, the audience, don't get to see it, but when he shows up later to finally capture Nolan and Mark, he's holding his guts in the same way that he holds them in the show. I'll talk about that more in a minute. Now again, Adam Eve's fight with Kilcannon is a show exclusive, but she does fight him once in the Adam Eve spin-off comic, and in Adam Eve and Rexplode, which is the spin-off comic about the spin-off comic. Neither time is unabridged, though. Debbie looking at old pictures of her family is actually taken from the same issue of Mark and Nolan fighting on Thraxa, which is issue 28. I think we're starting to notice a pattern here with the small interlude scenes being taken from the same issues as the big stuff that's being covered. Though in the comics, Art doesn't show up to talk to her. Not at this point, at least. There's a scene in issue 14 when he arrives at her home with alcohol immediately after Chicago, and again in issue 22 when they talk about Nolan being a friend and how he can't fake that. There isn't exactly a comic equivalent of telling her that she's strong because she doesn't have powers. The scene of Donald discovering the past instances of his death is exclusive to the show, since it's not a secret that he's died and is mostly a robot in the comics. Nolan speeding back to the city capital to see the destruction happens immediately after he kills Lucan in the comics, which is issue 28. The last panel of that comic is him crying over the destruction, and grabbing Mark is the first panel of issue 29. The conversation he has with Mark is similar in spirit to the comics, but not exactly in words. In both mediums, it's interrupted by the remaining 2 Viltrumites, but they aren't the same Viltrumites. In the comics, these Viltrumites don't get names, but in the show, the blonde guy is named Vidor, and the knife-hair woman is Thula. Thula is in the comics, however. The comics have these 2 Viltrumites looking like this one older guy and this other guy who kind of looks like Sinestro. There's about the same amount of talking in the show and comic, but they talk about different things. Nolan asks them about why they killed the Thraxans, and they say it was to piss him off and throw him off balance, and other taunting kind of things. Mark is outmatched in both mediums, but I would say he's probably more fucked in the comics than in the show. Check this out, dude is getting choked to death, tries to hit back, and the dude is like, "Oh nice, that won't work." Shit is scary. The small bit of the fight where Nolan tells Mark to fight like a Viltrumite happens in the comics, except not the same words. The comics have Nolan tell Mark to basically be more aggro, and the sentiment about not killing people isn't included.
"You need to fight like a Viltrumite."
I don't kill people.
It's not about you!
As such, the following scene is of Nolan beating the shit out of the Viltrumites. It also has Mark getting the shit beat out of him by the Viltrumites, because the comics never made it about holding back, but being outclassed. The show changes this, and I'll talk about it in a bit. This part of the comics and show line up, but other than those 2, they're basically just both brutal battles in their own right. Not really much lining up as far as choreography goes. Mark never gets the opportunity to kill one of them in the comics, and he doesn't get stabbed, just beaten really badly.
"Do you regret attacking my family now? Do you?"
Nolan eventually beating them both and walking over to Mark happens in the comics too, except Mark is already unconscious when it happens.
"Next time you kill somebody, make sure they're dead."
It's also worth noting that Lucan is the only Viltrumite to survive the attack in the show, but in the comics all 3 of them survive and yet to live another day. Debbie telling Cecil that she's rejecting his money is a show exclusive. The only time Cecil is told to take his money and shove it is in issue 50, which happens in season 3, so I guess I'll talk about it then. And Debbie putting boxes of Nolan's books on the sidewalk is also omitted from the comics. Nolan's plea to Mark about not forgetting the work he did is a show exclusive. The only thing he says to him before being taken away is,
"My books. Read my books, Mark."
Eve ditching Amber and returning home to her family is interpersonal stuff for her show character, but not her comic counterpart. As is Donald digging into his arm with a knife. General Krieg is voiced by Clancy Brown. Hey, do we know who else he may have voiced, by the way?
I'm Mr. Krabs!
Oh, perfect, thanks. Really pulling out the Long Fang voice for his character.
What's most important to His Royal Majesty is maintaining the Viltrumite heritage, Ba Sing Se.
This happens at the very end of issue 29, and by almost all accounts it's basically the same scene, except Mark doesn't tell him to go F himself, and Krieg doesn't punch him over it. It's also funny that in the comics, Krieg gives Mark 100 years to accomplish the takeover of Earth. They're really laying on the ticking clock, aren't they, Corbin? He doesn't give him a time limit in the show. He also fails to mention to Mark that Nolan will be executed in the comics. That part's a show exclusive. Another specific change is that Krieg says, "Oh good, you're alive," but he doesn't in the comics because he and the others actually tended to his wounds while Invincible was unconscious, something that he doesn't do in the show. Credits. And right after the credits, we get Clone Mauler serving King Mauler and eventually poisoning him. This also happens in issue 29, but it's actually got a bit more dignity between the two of them. The only rudeness coming from the scarred Mauler is the general superiority complex that comes with knowing he's the original. He doesn't insult his cooking, that's for sure. It's the only time that a Mauler kills a clone of himself, and he even apologizes as it's happening. I do wonder what they did with the body, if anything. They're just gonna leave it there for someone to find, I guess.
Nolan loves and misses you, even if he can't say it to you.
So, showing more detail on Nolan's journey is in service to the Nolan's Humanity theme. Wait, what season is this? Yeah, so this happens every occasionally. Themes from previous seasons will pop in to say, "Hello!" This sequence happened in the comics, but it's not quite so center stage like it was in the show. Especially because Nolan is returning to the show to begin his redemption arc. So having the theme of last season to build off of gives us a great place to start. So we'll also add Nolan's redemption to the character arcs for this season. His redemption arc is also why the motivations have changed, because in the comics, the Thraxans were most definitely conquered for the Viltrum Empire, and that doesn't quite gel with him feeling bad about his attempted conquest of Earth. Both mediums give us some insight into how Mark is feeling, but they're both different, so why is that? Mark explodes into bargaining with his father in the comics, while this is omitted from the show, and both mediums display anger from Mark towards his father, and so again, why cut the bargaining? I think it has something to do with the amount of maturity Mark puts on display for the audience to see in both mediums. In the comics, he never really was the serious type, but in the show, he's doing things like refusing to drink with his friends because Cecil might need him. So I think, although powerful, it doesn't quite gel with the Mark of the show to have him beg his father to return to Earth. The scene of Debbie walking around aimlessly in the city is in service to her arc as well. Pretty much every show exclusive thing from this point forward is in service to someone's arc. Specifically, her talking to Nolan's headstone is about letting go. I particularly like the line when she says,
"You weren't real, only Mark, when you almost took him too."
Acceptance is the first step in healing, so it's a really great step for her to take. Shame how she got here, though. I really feel for her conversation with Theo. The Maulers cloning themselves is very nearly one-to-one from the comics, so the only question to answer is why put it here? The simplest answer I can find is that issue 28 has a big break from the action on Thraxa to showcase the different storylines happening on Earth. There's a scene of Debbie, Immortal, Amber, and yes, the Maulers cloning themselves. Beyond that, I think this entire episode is actually really focused on one specific concept. That concept for this episode specifically is identity. Debbie's failed marriage, Omni-Man's new life, Mark's preconception about his father all really support this, so this scene slots in really nicely. It also fits for Donald's scene, which is next. He's trying to uncover who he is, you know, identity and shit. That kinda applies for the kids in college as well, but more so for Eve specifically. I mean, her entire character arc is being underscored by the search for identity, so it makes a lot of sense for her character to shine in this episode. I mean, since we're talking about it, we might as well run through it here real quick. Eve's arc folder, as mentioned, is about finding the most effective way to help the most amount of people. With her father previously doubting her abilities, this fight with Kilcannon comes at a nice time in her story, where she nearly, and inadvertently, almost kills a family on the bridge. The conclusion of her story for this specific episode is returning to her parents' house, which she promised not to do until she...
Don't come back until you figure that out!
So she's admitting to the audience and herself that she doesn't know what's best to help people, and would rather play at being a normal person than risk putting people in danger. Man, this episode really is an almost universal backstep for all the characters with character arcs. But hey, it's like that sometimes. While we're talking about, well, anything that isn't Mark and his father, let's talk briefly about Debbie, because her conversation with Cecil about rejecting his money is actually more supporting the theme that Cecil can't be trusted, more than it's advancing her character arc. Sure, she's taking some independence here, and that's worth something, because Season 1 had her more as Nolan's pet. But I think most of the rejection of the GDA is actually supposed to make the audience believe that Cecil is trying extra hard to control her and her family. Which he is. It's not exactly subtle that Cecil has been pulling every card imaginable to keep Mark and Debbie in a place where he has access to them, and hopefully control. So while this scene is in service to her arc of independence, it also helps us, the audience, look at Cecil and go, wow, he's really putting in a lot of effort to keep the Grayson household in arm's reach, isn't he? Debbie's conversation with Art finally helps her move forward in her arc. with external validation that she is strong and can move on without Nolan. This is very different than his conversation with her in the comics, since during that conversation, if the Ark were present, she would have moved backwards, since Art tells her that Nolan couldn't have been all bad. Now, I have yet to give Donald a character arc, and this is officially the time to do it. Donald's character arc kind of begins a few episodes ago, but it really starts kicking off in this episode, which, makes sense because of the through line of the episode being identity. More than that, his story is about overcoming trauma, specifically accepting things that happen only to you. And now finally, we can return to Thraxa and talk about everything involving Mark and his father. Mark's vitriolic anger towards his father is him embracing his theme to the ultimate degree. He rejects his father when his father is asking him to do something he knows he wants to do, but because his dad is telling him to do something, he doesn't want to be associated with it. It's like when you try to put your kid to bed and you suggest going to sleep and you know they're exhausted, but they just say no. Isn't that right, Corbin? You little punk? Mark was less angry in the comics and more dependent on his father, desperate even to have things return to the way they were. So the changes make sense in my opinion. Now, this might be a stretch, but I think the minor tweaks made to Andressa and Mark's conversation are actually in service to Debbie's arc. Let me explain. She's had a lot of screen presence in this episode overall, and I think this scene is to help the audience see that Nolan's mates aren't just pets to him, that he does really love and care for the people he's with. We have one last bit of talking to discuss before we move on to the fighting. The idea that Nolan is beginning to reject his Viltrumite upbringing is true in both mediums, but in the comics he does talk almost a little bit more philosophically with Mark about the presumption that his way of life is better.
How is this better?
Feels a lot like, how can you think it wouldn't be better to feel nothing at times like these? But the show specifically has this one line,
I'm not supposed to feel this way!
Which adds a lot of emotions and personal connection to this scene, changing it from a discussion about beliefs and ideals to more of how he's reacting to it. This is also shown when Nolan is being taken away in the show, being concerned about Mark remembering the good he did, not just that the Viltrumites be taken down. The fight choreography being changed, as lame as it sounds, is because the differences of the medium. That's actually not me talking, that's the extras again. I think they did a good job. I can't quite figure out why the show had Nolan kill the additional Viltrumites, but not in the comic, especially with how interesting of a design Thula was. She wasn't a major part in the comics, but she was a bigger part of the Empire than just dying on a random mission. I mean, she wasn't even supposed to be on this mission. I think that change is specifically a meta change, with the showrunners wanting to create more characters that the comic viewers would recognize, like how they put Conquest in that flashback from Season 1. Funnily enough, I don't think this change would have been bad if they had just kept her alive, but I guess we'll have to see how future storylines do without her. And lastly, Krieg's conversation with Mark. Mostly the same, except Mark tells him to go fuck himself before he gets hit. Ready to add yet another point to the Mark isn't his father folder? See, the timing of when he says this is important. He specifically tells him to F off after Krieg mentions that he's worthy of being a Viltrumite, and no one's tried to push that identity on him more than his father.
You left an American astronaut up there to die.
The episode title, This Must Come as a Shock, comes from issue 38, when Thaddeus reveals that he's a Viltrumite to Alan, same as in the show. Actually, let's talk about that quick before we go to the beginning of the episode. After the credits roll, we get Alan waking up from his coma. This happens as the cold open of issue 38, and as previously stated, Thaddeus doesn't turn off Alan's life support in the comics, so that part of their conversation is a show exclusive. The rest of the conversation is kind of the same though, with Thaddeus saying that he was the first to rebel against the Empire and he founded the Coalition to ward off the evils of his own people. In the comics he wants to speak to Invincible, but in the show he wants to have Invincible brought here. I mean, maybe that means he has to bring Invincible to him, or if there's some kind of intergalactic cell phone, I don't know. Mark waking up to see the destruction of the planet is a show exclusive. At the tail end of issue 29, Mark falls unconscious after the Viltrumites take his father, and the next day he goes to see Andressa and Oliver in the cave that he left them in. In the show, when he does see Andressa, the conversation is actually the same, save for some words. Andressa telling Mark that he's the reason she's alive is a show exclusive, and that sentiment specifically isn't in the comics at all. Cutting forward to when the civilization is rebuilt is the opening of issue number 30. The completion of the spacecraft is the first real beat of the issue, but it's told to Queen Andressa, not Mark. They also say specifically that they had to rediscover the technology, so that's kinda neat. The cutaway to show Omnipotus is actually the cold open of issue 27, where we reveal that Black Samson has awoken from his coma and that his powers are back again. The heroes shown are completely different, with the comics displaying members of other teams throughout Earth, like Capes Incorporated and Tech Jacket, which are elements missing from the show. The next beat in both mediums is Andressa asking Mark to take Oliver back to Earth. However, in the comics she takes Mark aside, and in the show she talks to him outside. A lot of the words are the same, like I'm gonna be gone before he can form a sentence, but it's not entirely one-to-one. She also mentions that leaving him on Thraxa would have been fine with Nolan being here, but not now that he's gone. Andressa specifically saying the touching goodbye to Oliver is exclusive to the show.
And he will need someone.
Okay, I feel like these attempts at Invincible name drops are getting lazier now. All due respect to the actress, but I feel like the cadence for if she wanted to say he will need someone invincible just wasn't there. That being said, I can't let go of my headcanon of her actually delivering the line this way. And if she did, I actually would put this one in A tier. It makes sense within the context of the conversation, and it makes sense for the characters. It's just really good, or it would be. It is to me, okay? The very next scene in both mediums is Debbie arriving home from work and walking into her house. In the show, she talks to Paul, and he makes it awkward by thanking her for existing. In the comic, she's on the phone with Amber, who is inquiring about Mark's absence. Actually, though, LOLJK, it's Eve, and she messed that up, which is really funny to me. Kinda like when your grandma calls every video game a Nintendo. In the show, Mark walks into the house, but in the comic he's already in the house waiting to talk to her. In the show, she says it's been 2 months, but the comic says it's been over a month, and the page before said the same thing. In the comic, he tells her about Nolan before she meets Oliver, but in the show, she meets Oliver first. The show skips past the recapped explanation and gives her a glass of wine to sip on, but the comic has him explain it to her and doesn't let her sip the bubbly while he talks to her. The conversation they have about who's going to actually take the baby is kind of manipulated by Mark in the comics. He never considers or thinks about taking time off of school or work to raise him. Instead, he leaves Oliver with Debbie for a few hours while he talks to Cecil and Amber, and by the time he gets back, they've already grown attached. The scene with Donald kicking everyone out of the war room to confront Cecil about if he's a robot is a show exclusive, because again, Donald being a robot isn't really a secret.
Commonly available information that absolutely anyone would have told you if you'd bothered to ask.
Although since most of the episode is taken from issue 38, there is actually a scene in that issue where Donald reveals that he's a robot to Rick Sheridan. That's where I keep getting the number 98% machine. It's not a huge secret that he's safeguarding, and the comic viewers already knew that he was a robot because it was revealed in issue 27. But he uses it as a way to make Rick feel better. And that's kind of the only connective tissue each scene has with each other, except that they both have issue 38 as the context. Next up in the show, Mark goes to see William and change into regular clothes. This happens in the comics, but it's after he talks to Cecil, whereas in the show, he talks to Cecil shortly after this. The show changes pretty much the entire engagement, though. The comics have these two talk about how Rick has been missing, but that's already resolved in the show. Moving on, Cecil doesn't surprise Mark in the hallway. Mark goes to see him at the Pentagon. In the show, Cecil talks about how Mark promised to follow orders, but in the comics, he's much more interested in hearing the Viltrum Empire update. The show has a quick cutaway to the Guardians actually fighting Omnipotus, where Samson notices that Shapesmith is Martian, if only for a second. This isn't really an element in the comics, and when he does eventually reveal himself to be a Martian, it takes everybody by surprise. But getting back to Cecil and Mark's conversation, Cecil loosely threatens to take Oliver away from Debbie, which is so incredibly far away from what he says in the comics. Cecil straight up says having another Viltrumite raised by her to be an upstanding citizen like Mark is in everyone's best interest. My man is so incredibly kind to Mark during this situation, and trust me, I'll get to it in a bit. But for now, let me just say that he is 1000% on board with leaving Debbie to take care of Oliver, even offering to set her up with adoption papers and a private tutor. Even Cecil's reprimand feels softer in the comics. He admits that the trip turned out for the best, getting loads more information on the Viltrum Empire, but he doesn't want Mark to do it again. In the show, the conversation continues where Mark kinda threatens Cecil, and Cecil makes Mark feel guilty for letting Debbie take the baby before leaving. So, I mean, just look at these two conversations side by side, and we've got almost a completely different scene, with the only connective tissue being Mark, Cecil, and talking. Mark visiting Amber to tell her that he's returned from space is also in issue 30, but arriving to see that she's got friends over happens in, alright guys, time for multiple choice, take a guess. That's right, it's issue number 38. What's funny is the conversation they have in that issue is actually about Mark leaving for the 2 months. It's also worth noting that these random one-off characters are very faithfully adapted, with these 3 friends being very close to their comic counterparts as far as appearance goes. In the show, the friends leave. In the comic, Amber and Mark head outside to yell at each other. After the friends leave, Mark downloads her on what happened with Oliver, but in the comic, or issue 30 that is, Amber just yells at Mark for being gone for too long. Both mediums talk about the deal of being a superhero, but show Amber happily understands the deal, while comics Amber thinks that she may not be happy with it anymore. For all the hate that Amber gets for her season 1 shenanigans, she really cuts Mark a shit ton of slack after she learns he's invincible, which I think is impressive since they haven't been dating all that long.
And Brita filter's older than their relationship. Wait a second, should I change my Brita filter?
I don't know.
While in Comic Land, it almost seems the opposite, where she was very happy to be unaware of the complications of his life. Mark and Blonde Amber don't talk about Oliver, Nolan, or literally anything that isn't their relationship. The small scene of Donald having a panic attack at the robot exoskeleton choking him isn't in the comics at all. As Cecil says,
there's no time for existential angst.
Angst!
And the comics take that to heart. The next scene of Immortal not keeping track of Monster Girl's transformation and Rudy being worried about it is a show exclusive. Rudy in the comics always believed that he would be able to use technology to stop her de-aging, but he never comes off quite as controlling as he does in this scene. Rex being a dick about it is absolutely hilarious, but it's a show exclusive. For both show and comics, Cecil tells them that there's a big ship headed towards Earth from Mars. In the show, he has a hologram, but in the comic, he just tells them. It happens at the very end of, you guessed it, issue 38. Black Samson kind of makes Shapesmith tell him the truth in the show, but in the comic, he volunteers the information as soon as he hears the ship's origin. Cecil beating him to the punch about it is a show exclusive, though. In the comic, he's taken off guard, and he is super pissed about it. The origin story of Shapesmith is very different in the comics as well. The show plays off his impersonation of Russ Livingston as a way to explore the galaxy and see the stars, but in the comic it's actually a calculated effort to give the Sequids a host, as Shapesmith was part of an underground movement that believed the Sequids weren't evil, and tried to free them. They left Russ on Mars specifically to be controlled by the Sequids, allowing their hive mind to free them from Martian tyranny. Which, wow, what a departure. Also, I think I may have missed it in my Season 1 video, so let me clarify it quick. When the Martian King explains that the Sequids crashed on their planet, that's actually taken from issue 39, when Shapesmith explains the situation to Cecil, the same conversation we're talking about here. Compared to the show, comic Cecil is fucking fuming about the situation. Immortal mentioning that they left an American astronaut up there to die is actually a line from him. However, no one on the team reacts to this news besides Cecil. Immortal putting the team together is actually Cecil's responsibility in the comics. Recruiting Eve to go to space is Rex's idea in the show, but in the comics, Cecil calls Mark for help with this, and he just happens to be with Eve at the time, so he asks if they need the extra help. As such, the conversation Rex and Eve have is a show exclusive. There isn't a scene in the Invincible comics where Eve's real family is ever addressed. The scene where Mark returns home to see Debbie feeding Oliver is a small section from issue 31. In the show, he primarily goes to talk to her about his dad's books, which he never does in the comic. The only person he talks to about his dad's books is Art in issue 35, which I'll be talking about in episode 6, so it's nothing we need to talk about now. In both mediums, Mark tells Amber over the phone, but in the show she takes it significantly better than she does in the comics. In the comics, she throws her phone against the wall, sobbing, "There's nothing I can do, Amber, they need me to go, Amber," childish. In the show, she calls her friend to make new plans, but in the comic she calls Gary, who is the guy she met a few issues earlier and had a kind of flirty interaction with in the library. The heroes climbing into the rocket is actually all a show exclusive, and a great way to show off Rex's character before he takes a bullet to the head in a few minutes. Although there is one part that has root in the comics, when Robot asks Eve if she will be able to withstand the Sequids, except in the comics it's Cecil who asks that and Mark who answers, both happening in issue 39. The rocket taking off is seen in that issue as well, but Rex becoming the ranking Guardian on Earth is exclusive to the show. It's really just to set up the Lizard League attack on the nuclear base, which also happens in issue 39. These two events do happen at the same time in the comics. Firstly, the two initial soldiers who die don't look the same in the comics. One of them kinda does, except bald, but the other one is this larger white guy in the comics replaced with Jay Farrow's Sergeant character in the show. In the show, Iguana plants a bomb to blow a hole in the wall, but in the comics, Komodo Dragon just busts a hole in the wall Kool-Aid Man style. Oh, and while we're talking visual differences, King Lizard has slightly longer hair in the comics. The dialogue he gives is slightly different across the two mediums, with the biggest change being how he announces their intentions to go nuclear in the comics, but not quite in the show. Now back to the shuttle, let's talk more about the visual differences before we move on to the plot. Rudy's armor isn't nearly as husky as in the comics, and this is because in the comics he's piloting it manually for the first time. He does it all the time in the show, again, I'm not sure why, but in the comics he's always controlled the drones from a distance, even after he became Rudy. Oh, I may have skipped it before, but this is actually the part in the comics where he takes that name. As before, he was always Rudolph Connors, or Robot. Mark and Eve have a small conversation in the shuttle in the comics, but it's not about Mark's dad. He seems to be the topic of conversation with everyone in the show. I guess he's a big deal or something, huh? In the comics, they talk about the kiss the two shared before the mission, which is a big no-no since Mark is still dating Amber. Or they specifically don't talk about it, even though Mark offers. Immortal asking Shapesmith for the expected resistance is shared across both mediums. He gives basically the same answer in both, except the joke about those being Martian military secrets, which I don't mind because Ben Schwartz is an extremely funny actor to me. The sequence where missiles are fired at the shuttle is taken from the comic, and even the joke Robot makes when he says this isn't Star Trek is repurposed from a joke when Mark says fire phasers when the ship comes into view. Bravo! And in both comic and the show, the missiles destroy the ship, and Eve saves them with a giant pink bubble. The scene where the Guardians order a pizza as Cecil pops in to say hi is taken from immediately before the missiles hit, actually. He doesn't tell them exactly what's going on in the show, but he does in the comics. And in the comics, they're not ordering pizza, Rex is offering to sleep with Kate. He is very attracted to sex in the comics. The conversation within the bubble itself is mostly the same. However, the comics make it clear that they only have enough air for 16 minutes, while in the show it's 10 minutes, including Invincible leading everybody to fly towards the ship. In the show, Eve kinda slides them through the hull, but in the comic, Mark busts a hole in the ship and Eve repairs it immediately after. I know I mentioned it in the first season, but the Martians don't quite look like they do in the show. In the comic, they're more green and they have ridges, but in the show, they're more gray. I brought this up for Martian Man specifically, but it's their entire race, just so we're clear. The conversation between the Martians and Shapesmith or Immortal is basically the same, except Immortal punches them in the comics somehow. Bulletproof punching a Sequid to alert the hive mind is from the comics as well. The Lizard League intro where Ray opens the door is taken almost exactly from the comics, with the dialogue being slightly different. I also find it very amusing that there are buttons laying on the console to automatically target New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago with nukes. That's my headcanon at least, they probably don't. Also, Rex's one-liners aren't quite as quippy in the comics. Also would love to point
Buenos días para mí. Buenos días para mí. Buenos días para mí. Son las 9:26. Buenos días para mí. El stream sirvió esta vez. Esta vez la luz no se fue. Perfecto. Andrés, me my boyfriend watching. Good to know. Good to know.